Test, 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 test. Hello, hello, hello. All right, there we go. Audio's on. Let's see. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. You know what's super fun is, you know, right when you're supposed to start live streaming, your internet goes out and you have to troubleshoot that. That's a super fun, not stressful way to start the morning. But good morning, all. Andrew, good morning. How are you? Welcome to another episode of Flip the Coin. Who you flipping the coin on today, brother? Who are we flipping the coin for today? Just give me 3 seconds as I get everything adjusted. I had to be in a hurry with the getting this started, so thank you for your patience. Pick two, Cup, Hollywood, Brown, and Bourne. Then Michael, Carter, or Haskins. So I need two of those three receivers. Um, oof. Oof, oof. I think Bourne's gonna be in there for me regardless. If I didn't check if Jennings is playing or not yet, um, but I would say Bourne is there for me. And I guess where I'm at with that Andrew is, I was a little cautious on him last week. That connection is proven. I actually forgot that they were together, Mac Jones and Bourne, that they were together in the Patriots offense. So that was a mistake on my part because I was like thinking that they would need some connection time to build, but they built the connection in New England, and then they probably got to refresh the connection while they've been playing together, on second strings in San Francisco. So I think they play well together, right? Jones and Bourne, and even if Jennings comes back, I don't think the usage would go down so drastically where he's not worth it. And then Jennings is playing, but you have Bourne and Cup in. So now we're basically looking at Hollywood or Cup, right? From what I remember, I think Hollywood's matchup is projected to be good because of the Lions, right? Let me look at the matchups real quick. I don't have nothing pulled up right now. So Kansas City schedule. I'm pretty sure they're playing the Lions off the head. Oh, yeah, they are, right? And then the other one was Seahawks. Who are they playing? I totally forgot. Um, oh, are they playing the Jaguars? Yeah, they are playing the Jaguars. Okay, so I guess matchup wise, interestingly enough, Jacksonville's defense is like number one on the year, I think. I don't know if specifically for pass catching they are or not, but I think the Lions have a what's the word? Uh better defense on the running side, so I think they would be okay there. It's at hold on, let me get this spam out the chat. Put user into timeout. A little bit of timeout. Okay, so it's at Jacksonville and it is at Kansas City. I think a good tip to pause here real quick, regardless of who is playing here, right, Andrew? Yeah, oh, their lines are banged up secondary. Okay, yeah. Then makes sense to go with that. But let me finish this thought process real quick. So, um, as you know, this you a good practice to do, and I honestly haven't been doing this as much as I should have. But even from the beginning, is to make sure that the weather reports match, especially week by week as we go closer to fall and winter. Outdoor stadiums can get worse, right? Especially for the breakdown between passing to running, right? And where we specifically look more so is like wind or snow factor, right? Rain, but can be bothersome, but typically less so if there's no wind. And I bring that up because I think the Baltimore game was projected to have rain and wind, and then I think recently the Carolina game is now projected to have rain and wind. I haven't looked into Kansas City or Jacksonville's weather, but that's something to consider, right? As time goes on, hurricane seasons come, stronger winds in places like Florida that can come out of nowhere um, for Jacksonville, right? And just double check the weather based on where where the matchups are. There is a slight positive matchup for Hollywood Brown comparatively to what's the word? Comparatively to Cooper Kupp, right? So there is a plus point there. Now, the last thing I look at is what have they done on the season versus projections, right? Versus a week by week basis, right? Like, are you boomer busting, right? There, most of the apps have that at the bottom that you could probably quickly pull up, right? And so if you're projected to win, when you have enough data, like at this point in the season, right? When you have enough data, now you're trying to see, like, based on what these players have done before and what my matchup is projected at, what do I need? So if it's coming down to a coin flip, right? We're flipping the coin here. Then it's like, all right, am I projected to win? Okay, then what I'm looking for in this position more so is where's my safer floor, right? So when we look at the boom bust stuff that's typically in, your app per player, you can look at, like, okay, this person has 0 bust, but one or two booms after 5 or 6 weeks, and then this other person has 2 busts, but 2 booms. I need a safer play right now, so I'm going to go with the one with 0 busts and only 1 boom, right? Or vice versa. If you need the upside potential, then you might take the person who scored 20 points twice, but the other games they only scored 3. So Hollywood has more of a solid floor, it looks like. Let me see. Sorry, let me look at the chat real quick. I kind of went on a rant. Hey, the Smitty. I'll get to you in a second. Good morning. Good morning. James playing, but you have Cup in. Lions are banged up in the secondary, right? Hollywood has more of a floor, and it's his last week without Rice. Weather looks great in both cities. Okay. So, yeah, now I'm just looking at what they've done then on the boom or bust. So if you're saying versus the matchup, right? So are you projected to win at this point, or are you projected to lose? So when I look at Hollywood's week by week, right, he had a couple games over 10 fantasy points, but then his floor, right, like you said, is getting like 8 points in PPR or whatever, right? Okay. Then we look at the man on the other side of the coin. Where is Seattle? Who is Mr. Cup, who has had less games. I think either or Hollywood has better uh projections in terms of what his output was and things like that. So I'm starting to lean towards Hollywood. And like you said, right, this is his last game with Rice out. And then so scoring potential wise, Kansas City's opponent, Detroit and Jacksonville, both have the ability to score points. But I think I would give the +1 to Detroit there to be able to potentially score more. I think I'm leaning towards Hollywood, but if you have Cup in now and you just have that feeling, feel free to go with him. Don't just take in my feedback for what it is. Walk through your own process as well. But just based off of this few minute walkthrough, that's who I would just go with, since, like you said, both weather is the same in both. The secondary is more banged up in the Detroit game. You mentioned, it looks like Brown has a safer floor. And then if I look at the upside, it does look like the upside of Hollywood, there's been more higher point games. I think there was like 2 compared to 1 of Cup. So that's my logic, but feel free to drop any questions if I landed on the wrong side of the coin of what you were expecting with that one. So let me know, Andrew. Appreciate that question and thought. Let me know if anything else. Good morning, the Smitty. How are you doing? So we are saying Montgomery or Henderson. Travion Henderson, I assume, right? If that's the case, Travion Henderson versus Montgomery, I would pretty much play Montgomery without looking at anything. I was high on Travion Henderson. I just don't know if their coaching staff believes the same, because Ramondre Stevenson just seems to be the man who gets every opportunity possible there. I guess the only thing on the Patriots side, now that I pull up their matchup, is they're playing the Saints, so they can be projected to win there. But both of them, you're looking for a big play regardless of who you're choosing between these two, right? So it's just, do we believe that Montgomery is going to fall into the end zone, or do we believe that Henderson's going to catch a pass in the end zone and run it to the end zone or something like that, right? And I just have higher confidence in Montgomery doing that versus Henderson at this point in the season versus what they've done. And I don't think it's that Montgomery has a lack of upside, right? Because he can fall into the end zone twice. He's done that before. So there is upside there versus the projected upside of Henderson. So I think I would lean Montgomery now that I'm talking myself into this. Let's see. The Smitty says you'd play Bourne with Jennings playing because Pearsall's out. Yes, same. That's what I said. I said Bourne regardless was one for me. And then you said Higgens or Olave or Myers. Man, okay. Since you brought up Jacoby Myers, I'm at this point in the season. I'm not sure if you guys have a team or not, or if you just play fantasy. But when you have a team like the Raiders that are not doing well, you start to do these weird things where you think these weird rituals are going to somehow win your team the game. Like today I'm wearing Marshawn Lynch instead of Crabtree. And I'm like, oh, it was the jersey. That's why we kept losing, right? But at this point, even with Bowers out and things like that, it's just, do we trust Geno Smith at this point? That's my question. There was a comment made, and sometimes these reporters can take it way out of context, right? So I did not look into this as deeply, as I could. But there was a comment made by Pete Carroll that was basically like, it's, we're not calling good plays. I'd like to see better plays out of, I think it's Kelly, right? So there's a little uncertainty for me in that offense. You're gonna go with Brown? Yeah, you're welcome, Andrew. You're welcome. So for me, if I'm choosing and it's only one, then it's between Higgens or Olave for me. And so when it comes to that, then my question back to you, the Smitty, is, do you need upside in this matchup or do you need the floor, right? Like, are you projected to win? You projected to lose? And if so, by a lot or little, right? Because the only reason, especially in a PPR, that I would choose Higgens would be I need a 20-point game, right? Like, I'm projected to lose. I'm playing the best team in the league. I have these players on bye, something like that, right? Because Chris Olave is not a, fun looking play, but he is a reliable floor, right? Especially in a PPR league. Let me pull up his stats. Um, but Chris Olave, especially in a PPR, we look at these receptions: 7 receptions, 6 receptions, 10 receptions. I know only 3 receptions, right? 7 receptions, and I know it's like 50 yards, so it's not that much. But in a PPR league, that's looking like pretty solid chance. It was what, 4 times out of 5 that he got to, what is that, 12 PPR fantasy points. I know that one week was terrible. He caught a touchdown. I think he fumbled it too, right? So he ended at like a weird number, but he's a safe floor. Now, if you need like, that 20 to 25 point game, otherwise I'm gonna lose, then that's the reason I would throw in T Higgens as something in the conversation. I would still look at the matchup and stuff, but I it's more foreseeable to see Joe Flacco throwing a 60-yard touchdown to T Higgens than seeing Chris Olave break free for a 60-yard touchdown, right? That's where it would make sense to me to play T Higgens, is if I need I'm coming from behind. So let me know if that helped, Andrew. You're projected to win. Then if you're projected to win, yeah, for sure I would go with Chris Olave in that position if it's only one. Let me know if that helps, Smitty, if there's any other questions. So Hollywood has more of a solid floor as last week without Bryce. I was ready about that. Appreciate the feedback. Yes, going with Brown. They have the coolest Joe throwing now. Hopefully Higgins and Chase coming back. That is true in the right situation, right? Because Flacco, there's been quarterbacks over the course of time, right? Flacco, Fitzpatrick, Jameis Winston. There's been quarterbacks over the course of time where you wanted them for fantasy because even though they might have lost you the football game by throwing 4 interceptions, they threw 3 touchdowns and 300 yards, right? So they were good for fantasy. So that's why people like Joe Flacco. However, the one caveat to watch with Joe Flacco is like he didn't really do anything this year. So we can try to blame that on the offense, right? We can try to blame that on the situation of Cleveland and things like that. But he did have pass attempts, right? He did have a lot of pass attempts, which to me signals that you're at least getting the opportunity, right? And it's not like he it was one game. There was multiple games. So that's one like half asterisk as I'm like, if I'm holding T Higgins, right? Or I'm holding Chase Brown, like, yes, I have hope, but I'm not going to put my entire faith, right, and life into him because it wasn't like he was throwing 2 touchdowns and 3 interceptions on these games. He was like throwing 0 touchdowns almost, right? Or like 1. And then on the second half of this, if you look at the games that Cincinnati plays or has been playing, that offensive line is flimsy, right? And Jameis Winston used to be able to run around a bit and throw deep. But Joe Flacco's not that archetype, right? Maybe you can argue Aaron Rodgers is able to kind of still break free, but he's also old, right? So like you look at what Aaron Rodgers is doing now versus what he did years ago. He's not as mobile and mobile deep, right? Like that's where those value comes from, is like when you're able to be mobile and then throw on the run decently deep. But Flacco has in his career has not been a person to run around and be mobile. And since that offensive line is a little porous right now, kind of like cheese, right? There's holes that Browning's getting tackled in the backfield. Burrow was always looking like he was scrambling. So that's my asterisk on that team. So hopefully they're coming back. Hopefully they have a good game, like you said, Andrew, and then maybe sell high if you can. D Money, good morning. Good morning. Judkins or Bill Krosky. Full PPR. Oof. This is a good problem to have, my guy. This is a very good problem to have. Um, so when I look at this, my heart tells me Judkins before I even look at anything. But let me look at anything and let me walk you through my process. The reason my heart said that without looking at anything is I love Bill Krosky. I believe over the course of the next 3 years, he's going to be that guy in that conversation of, James Cook, Jahmyr Gibbs, these top 10 running backs, right? Um, but and this comes with a a little hesitation, right? Not in the talent, but just in the makeup of what this coaching staff has done to us the course of this year. And believe me, I think he could break free, and I think that offense over the course of the season is projected to probably be better than the Browns. But how I have to make this decision, how I make these decisions is like, what data do we have? And then like, if we have a good enough amount of data, right? 8 weeks versus 2 weeks of data, the recency of things plays a little bit more of a factor when we're starting to get 6 weeks, 8 weeks into the season, right? Is like the last 2 weeks play a bit more heavily than the first 2 weeks, right? Especially when things change. So Krosky Merritt, off the top of my head, he got something like 15 touches last game, and then he did something like 10 yards per touch, right? So I forgot the exact numbers, right? But I know it was like over 100 yards, somewhere between 100 and 150 yards, and then he fell into the end zone on something like 15 touches, right? So I can project in this week similar touches, right? Based off of like just knowing that he's the best player in that thing. On the floor side of things, or the uncertainty of that offense is, you know, somebody breaks free and they still kind of keep that system. So I looked at the touches last week for him. It was something like he had 15 touches and the other guys had like 7 or 8 in that backfield, right? So he had, pretty much half the touches of the entire backfield, right? There's the rotating 3 guys there. And so I can project probably the same. And over the course of maybe they go to 100%, right? It's possible they drop it back down to 33% for each of them. We don't know yet, right? That would be stupid, right? Based on his skill. But we can safely assume he's probably going to get 50% of the touches in the backfield. So again, 15 touches. The question for me is, on those 15 touches, can we project him to do like 10 yards a touch or not? I don't know. It's possible, but the probability of that for me is not as high, right? I think he's explosive, so I think 5, 6, 7 yards a touch is not out of the question. But I personally would not project 10, the same crazy thing. It's possible, but like I wouldn't rely on that, right? Judkins, his touches have gone, even when he first came in, he was starting at like 15 touches, 18, 20, 25. He's like 25 touches last game or something like that, right? So just on a touch basis, Judkins is going to have almost twice the amount of opportunity as Krosky Merritt in this week if you copy and paste the offensive breakdown from the last week or two, right? The offense of the Browns sucks comparatively to the offense of the Commanders, right? So in the running back position, I'm looking at how many touches versus the quality of touches, and it's not like Judkins is a guy like who's a good example, like Alvin Kamara last year, or who's a good example this year, who are getting like 20 touches, but only 3 yards a carry, right? That's not what Judkins is doing. He's getting over 4. I think he's getting over 4 yards a carry, right? And he's getting over 20 touches. So for me, that's a little safer of an option. Upside wise, they both can break free, right? But that is how I'm looking at a running back position and how I build my roster. Maybe your roster's built a little differently, so you can let me know if it's built a little differently, D Money. But that's how I would look at it. Matchup wise, Steelers defense, run defense, okay, not the greatest. Matchup Bears, run defense, a little more porous, so a little to Krosky there. So it's just if for me to choose Krosky, and it's totally okay if you believe this, right? Is like is his touches going to go up a little bit, which is possible, right? Get 18 touches, 20 touches, possible. And or is he going to get, you know, high efficiency, right? Like 6 yards per touch or something like that to equal out to Judkins' overall projection in yardage and usage and receptions. And then the touchdown is just who are you going to believe is going to have a better opportunity to have a touchdown. Obviously, the Commanders have a better opportunity to get touchdowns, but they have more weapons to use. So then at that point for me, it's like, who do I believe is going to get the touchdown versus the usage? I go Judkins in this week, but if you're looking for, 2 touchdowns plus 120 yards and you just believe he's going to do that on the Bears, which is possible, go ahead and go with Krosky. Just for me, I'm going to wait. I mean, most people don't have this luxury, right? Like Judkins versus Krosky. This is a pretty good luxury to have. I would just wait personally, right? One more week to see what is his usage going to really be, to see if his potential and everything live up to the expectations. So let me know if that helped D Money or not. But I appreciate that question. Jack, good morning. I'll get to you in one second. Let me just look at Andrew's comment. Who do you think is leading the Chargers backfield? So my man Andrew, I think I think we have to bring our old friend out that we had last week on this question, Mr. Coin. I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. They're playing the Dolphins, so it's a plus matchup, like you said. I have no idea. If you're in a tough spot, you're gonna play these guys, right? Carter's in your flex, Murray's out. Oh, you even said it. Tough coin flip, right? So essentially, what you're looking at in this is: do you believe the Cardinals can move the ball and score on the Colts without Kyler Murray? Versus who do the Chargers have? Is the opportunity going to go to split in your way against the Dolphins? You're right. That's definitely a tough coin flip. I think the usage is more guaranteed for Carter, right? So I think you're going to look at 15 to 20 opportunities, but those opportunities might be like how I was just talking about, under 4 yards of carry, or if you're lucky, 4 yards of carry. He might get a couple of receptions, so he might have the safe, 8-point floor if you're looking to win the week, right? But if like you need that upside, or you're willing to flip the coin, you're willing to gamble, go ahead and take a shot on the Chargers backfield, as you have no idea how that's gonna break out. I don't foresee the Cardinals running over the Colts. No one foresaw the Giants running over the Eagles, but it happened, right? It happened. But with Kyler out, I don't foresee, and how well the Colts are playing, I wouldn't foresee that happening. It's possible, but I wouldn't foresee it happening. So I think you're like 1/3 of a chance, or like a quarter of a chance of him falling into the end zone, Carter. So I don't think that percentage is super high. So I think I'm relying more on the yardage and the receptions for him. Maybe a decently safe floor of close to 10 points, but not as hot, like, gamble on the upside. So that's how I would look at that one. Let me know if that helped or not, Andrew. Jack, good morning. Good morning. Pick 2 to start. Full PPR. Kyren, Javonte, or Dowdle. Oh man, that's a great problem to have. That is a great problem to have. Wait, and Brian Thomas Jr. Worthy or Pickens full PPR and Drake May? I'm confused. Oh, so pick 2 of 3. Pick 2 of each of these categories, right, Jack? Is what I'm assuming. So 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and then 2 quarterbacks. Is that what I'm understanding? Just let me know, and I'll start with the running back. So let's look at this on an individual basis. Javonte and Kyren are your more safer options. And just what I mean by that is they've proven it week over week that the game flow and the game script and their usage are all secure, right? They're all secure. Um, so if I'm projected to win, I'm for sure rolling with those two, right? Just because week over week, um, they've projected and they've held up to it, right? I personally have a player on the Panthers, right, which is Tet, and so I've been watching their offense week over week, essentially, right? And I can tell you that Bryce Young scares the pants off of me. Pause. He scares the hat off of me. Um, and let me pull something up to show you what I mean by that. Is see on this one? Yes. So Bryce Young, if you look at the top left corner here, this is what are they projected to do on the offense versus what do they actually do, right? And you look at 4 out of 5 weeks, and he had negative expectations. He had that one week where they went fourth quarter crazy and everything, but he's had a negative game script every single week versus projections. It's not like these projections are that high either. He's projected at 15 points a game, and he's not even holding up to that. So the reason I bring this up, right, is the quarterback is the heart of the offense, right? And if the quarterback can't move the ball, the offense can stagnate. Look at Derrick Henry as an extreme example at times, right? Where if it doesn't go the right way, the game script is not where you use Derrick Henry in the passing game. He sits on the bench and he gets that 20 to 40 yards in the game and does nothing else. I'm not saying Rico Dowdle's going to do that, okay? Because Rico Dowdle is used in the passing game. But what I am saying is that there is a world, more so than not for the other two, right? Where the Panthers fall behind and they stop running the ball as much. The game gets out of hand because Dak is on fire. Not saying it's going to happen, but there is a world where that happens versus, the week by week, Dak's been looking better for the Cowboys, right? Stafford's been looking good. So it's more reasonable, and the other guys for sure get used as well in the passing game. So it's not like they're not used in the passing game if it goes negative. So Dowdle's coming off of 200 yards, right? And best running back on the week. So if you absolutely need the upside, right? You're projected to lose, and you're projected to lose, and you need the Hail Mary. That's where it could make sense for me to play Rico Dowdle, just trying to chase that production, right? But if I'm projected to win or projected to be close, I would lean the other two, Kyren and Javonte, just because it's been proven week over week, regardless of game script, that they're getting usage. And that's how I would look at things. That's an awesome problem to have, right? But that's how I would look at that. In terms of the wide receivers, so Brian Thomas Jr., Xavier Worthy, and George Pickens, full PPR. So I'm playing probably Worthy and Pickens in that, just off of the top of my head. Let me do some more research and kind of walk you through how I would look at things if it were closer. The reason I'm just not I had Brian Thomas Jr. last year. I have hopes for him over the course of his career. He just hasn't had any upside compared to these other two guys, right? Like Xavier Worthy has had a good game. George Pickens has had multiple good games, right? So, and it's not like Brian Thomas Jr.'s floor is any better than the other two, right? So I know it would suck to have Brian Thomas Jr. on the bench and him go off for 20 points, right? But just based on what they've been doing, it's not like these other guys have the scariest matchup. I know Carolina has held their opponents passing wise, and it could be slightly scary to look at that. But it's like, who else is Dak going to throw to besides George Pickens? He's going to force him the ball. So I think there's no safety in the floor of Brian Thomas Jr. And me personally, I'm okay playing Worthy and Pickens and living with BTJ going off for the first time in 6 weeks versus playing the guys who have had good games and have had decent floors, right? Especially with CD out. So that's how I would look at those things. But feel free to disagree if you don't. Okay. And then pick 2 out of Drake May, Stafford, Jordan Love, or Dak. So, dude, these are great problems to have. So the one thing I mentioned earlier, and it's a good practice to start doing. It's a good practice to do from the beginning of the year, but even starting now, like the weather's changing, right? The weather is changing. And so weather, as we go further and further through the course of the year, right, starts to play bigger factors in the outdoor stadiums because things like wind and snow, especially during the winter, can affect the pass usage versus run usage of offenses. The reason I bring this up is because projected at the beginning of the week, the Rams game is in Baltimore, and that was projected to have a storm. I haven't verified if the storm is still there right now, but it was projected to have like 15 to 20 mile an hour winds and rain, which rain by itself is not as scary for passing, but for passing in wind, there's a little more uncertainty in that, right? And then especially snow, right? They typically just run the ball when there's snow. So that is a factor when making my decisions, especially as the season goes further and further along. Even in the nice places like Miami, you have to look for hurricane wind, right? Wind factors, tropical storms. So that is one thing to consider. Now, as I look up these matchups, Stafford is projected to have a plus matchup against the Ravens because they suck without Lamar Jackson. So you do have a plus matchup there. You have a plus matchup with Drake May versus the Saints. Who are your other guys? You have a plus matchup versus the Bengals. And then who was your last one? Was Dak plus matchup against the Panthers. So your matchups are good here. So I guess again, and then another thing I always take into consideration is ceiling versus floor versus what your projected matchup is. So your highest upsides are probably Stafford and Dak, right? I would assume. I haven't looked at all these guys' numbers recently, but Dak's coming off 2 hot games. I think so is Stafford. I think the floor is the safest with Jordan Love, but I don't. That floor is sometimes actually not safe. Now that I'm talking about loud, because Josh Jacobs could get 3 touchdowns, so Drake May might actually have your safest floor. So for me, where I'm at with this is I would ride the hands of Drake May and Dak just off of personal gut at this moment. But I don't have as much analysis as I should off of that without pulling up their full stats. So I can do that in a sec. But let me just let you know where my thought process was going on this is that I'm if the weather is what the weather is with the Rams, I could foresee them just playing a safer game, right? Managing things, not trying to go too crazy, and just winning off of game management, right? Like maybe Stafford throws a touchdown here or there, but running the ball more so off of a Ravens defense which has not been able to stop the run, playing strong defense, playing the clock down. That's how I kind of foresee that game. It's totally possible I'm wrong. But if the weather's bad, that's how I would foresee in a coach's eyes how I would try to do that, especially since Lamar Jackson's not there and there's no offensive upside, right? Just stack the box against them, play a slow game. That's how I would play that game, right? Cowboys, their defense is Swiss cheese, so you can project the Panthers to potentially score some points, right? So that's a little safer there. The reason I was a little hesitant on Jordan Love after I thought about that is the Bengals, even though they have Joe Flacco, they're not an offense where you're like they're for sure going to score 2 touchdowns, right? Or 4 field goals and get 15 to 20 points. That's not a for sure guarantee. Um, and the Packers defense started the year good. They kind of struggled, but they had a bye. Maybe they get that together and do the same thing. Run a slow game. It's so you can project Jordan Love to have some safety, but again, for me the game script can be a little weird there. Just because I don't believe in the Bengals, but I believe a little more so in the Panthers and Saints scoring, even though I was talking smack about Bryce Young, just because the defense of the Cowboys, has been really bad, right? And then in terms of the Saints, I've seen them kind of had some flashes of being able to score a little more so than the Bengals. So that's just how I make that decision, just looking at things on a high level. Let me know if that helps or if that brings any more confusion, Jack. But that's how I would look at things. Give me a sec. Good morning, Jerome. Let me look at this. So, and let me get this spam out of the chat real quick. Let me get the spam out of the chat real quick as well. Okay, Jerome. So right now you're okay. Boo. These are spam. They're both spam. They said the exact same thing. So fun. So fun. Okay, Jack says thank you. Really appreciate you play your biggest rival this week. Okay. Extra love to your team, extra prayer to your team this week since you're playing your rival. Appreciate it. If you could drop a like or any more questions, much appreciated. But thank you so much, Jack. Wishing you the best this week. All right, guys, let me get myself back situated. Feel free to drop any questions while I get everything back situated and look where we are at in the games. Okay. So, where are we at? I did not fix my camera. So, let me take this off and see what this does. Okay. All right. All right. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat while I get myself orientated on things. Let's see. Um, all right. We got the game actually going now, right? So there's been some scoring, so let me catch up on this real quick. So we had field goal from the Jets, and then the Broncos kicked so that was a 52-yarder, and then they kicked a 57-yarder. So some long field goals to start the game. And then again they kicked a field goal, the Jets. So they were up 6-3, and then a touchdown came from Bo Nix. Mr. Bo Nix. Boom. To Nate Adkins, who I doubt anybody had on their fantasy team for the week. So that is what happened there. Let's check the box scores as well. So what is going on? All right. Looks like, why can't I find these box scores right now? Where did it go? Where did it go? All right, here it is. So J.K. Dobbins running 1 yard a carry. So going nowhere. Evan Ingram catching the most passes for 26 yards. Cortland Sutton has 1 catch in the first quarter. So Bo Nix is 11 for 13, and he's spreading the ball around. He already has 7 different targets. The Jets, Justin Fields has only completed 1 pass. Is that right? For -1 yards. And they've run the ball 3 times to Breece Hall for 1 yard a carry. Oh man, the Jets probably look terrible in this fourth quarter. So they must have had a defensive stop or something like that to get the second field goal, because they have 9 yards. Jeez, bro. They only got 9 yards out here. Okay. 9 whole yards for the Jets. Wow. Awesome. Let's get this game going. Let us see. Let's get this game going. Why can't I? Brain work faster. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so it's the end of the first quarter. All right. We're catching the kickoff of the second quarter. Thank you to all who dropped the questions so far. Let's get some game flow going. It looks like the Jets get to start the second quarter. All right. What is fun that we can pull up while we wait for this to kick off? So we've been talking a lot about the weather already. So that's just one more highlight to call out there is start checking your guys' lineups for your weather or in your decision making when that happens. Let me see. So we got Fields taking the snap, dropping back, making a pass for 3 or 4 yards. Mason Taylor for his first catch. All right, let me get this going. Start set. So this is London, right? And this is Jets versus Broncos. All right. So handoff up the middle, Breece Hall for about 3 yards. So they're on about the 30-yard line now. I think what's gonna be interesting to see here, right? The Jets are 0-5. Justin Fields has been back for 2 games now. So I think a lot of people have high hopes on him to be a top 10 quarterback as he's been there before. So we'll see what he can do in this game against a good Denver defense. That's what we should be looking for in this London game. 30-yard line, 3rd and 5. We'll see what he can do here. Taking the snap, dropping back, firing, and over the head of his receiver. So 4th down. Jets going nowhere on that run. So we got 10-6. Denver's up. They're going to be punting the ball to Denver. These are plays that we'd hope these guys can connect on because in this specific play, the receiver beat his man and he had the angle. It was just overthrown and slightly off to the left. I'm not a professional quarterback, so there's no way I could have made that throw, but I think, that was a reasonable throw for someone to make, but also not sure what kind of position the Jets, are putting themselves in offensive script wise. So that's something that we'll be watching this game as well, right? Like, do the plays look good, or does it look like we're always doing 3rd and long and, making, making weird plays. So I know a lot of people are probably automatically starting Breece Hall and or uh not Devontae Adams. Oh my goodness. Garrett Wilson. Uh so that is as one thing to look at. Um for the long-term value, right? The season value. Um yeah. So while we wait, the Jags defense has been, interestingly enough, the number one fantasy defense on the year. They've been winning their games, which is pretty crazy. With how it's almost like the Chiefs last year, where they like are hot potatoing the ball and they finally get it to the end zone and they're able to get the touchdown. So we'll see if is the defense real? It looks real, and then if the offense can get together, the Jags will be interesting to watch this game. N712 Hockey, how are you? How are you? Good morning. Which running back would I start? Etienne or Rico Dowdle? And if you think it's too close, call. Can I start one in flex and take out Devontae Adams? Okay, so here's the thing, and this is what I would like build into my practice over the course of the year, right? Is specifically for Devontae Adams, if you look at the top left corner of the screen, I have a question mark on the weather for the Rams. And so, you know, over the course of the year, weather starts to play a bigger factor in the outdoor stadiums, right? As you move to fall and winter, there's more chance of snow. And then with the rain, there's more chances of wind, even in places like Miami that could have a tropical storm, right? Reason I bring that up is in this specific game, for the Rams, they're going to Baltimore. And when I checked the weather for that game 2 days ago, they were projected to have a storm with wind, right? Rain by itself and a couple mile an hour wind is not that scary. But for receivers, right? For receivers. But it was projected to have 20 mile an hour wind and rain, which can influence an offensive coordinator and a team to run the ball more, right? The splits can change. So the reason I bring that up, right, is when you're looking at a guy like Devontae Adams, you rely on the pass. So if you are projected to have a tight scoring matchup and you're making a decision like this, right? If it's a close call and somebody's projected, like let's say you have a wide receiver and there's projected to be 20 mile an hour wind, maybe I wouldn't play them. Or vice versa, right? If I had a running back and there was projected to be wind, maybe I would play them because they might get more touches, or snow, right? So Hockey, my question back to you is like, are you projected to win, right? And it be close, then I'd for sure play Etienne and Dowdle. Devontae does have upside, but so do those other guys, right? So I think I would play Etienne and Dowdle. I would double check that weather, and that would be the influence to me to do so. If not, hopefully that makes sense, Hockey. But if you disagree, feel free to disagree and let me know. So let me get this user in a timeout as well. So yeah, I think the Rams game had some weather concerns. The Carolina game, I think, potentially has some weather concerns. So we'll see. All right, 3rd and 3. Broncos dropping back. Bo Nix firing, finds his man, first down. First down. So like to what I was comparing earlier, right? Like that's a 3rd and 3 versus I think it was, what was it? Like 3rd and 5 for the Jets. So I'm not saying 3rd and 5 is terrible, but what we want to really check on for these Jets is like, what's this game script like? Like if we're always relying on a fourth quarter comeback and garbage time touchdowns, that's a little concerning for me to be relying on Fields as a starter. All right, so we got a run game going for the Broncos, gets about 1 or 2 yards. Not much there. Not much there. And we now got J.K. Dobbins, 400 yards, 4 touchdowns on the year. So he's playing extremely well. Been stifled this game though. Not doing so hot. So Bo Nix in the shotgun, man in motion, quick screen pass, finds his man, gets almost the first down, maybe about 6 or 7. They needed 8. So 3rd down and maybe 1 or 2. So thank you to everybody who's dropped stuff in the chat. All right, so we got 3rd and 1 for the Broncos, getting close to half field. And we'll see what they end up doing here. They're going to timeout, and I just had a thought. Let me see how I can incorporate this to talk about later as well. Oh man, is the lighting all screwed up now? All right, so let's check this out real quick. All right, it's a little more even, I think. All right, let's see. Um, okay, that is on. That is on. All right. Oh man, I had the wrong description on here. That's awesome. Wrong game. Okay. Okay. Let's hopefully that helps. All right, so we got the London game. All right. Okay. There we go there. Cool. All right, now we're all set up. That is all set up. All right, so Bo Nix and team are making a drive. Bo Nix and team are making a drive. Let us see where we are at with this. All right, so Bo Nix took it himself, running up the field. All right. So we got Karen up the middle. They have a first down, gain of about 4 or 5. All right. All right. So let's see. Who was that? That was Dobbins on the carry. Okay. Very good. Very good. All right. So we got 2nd and 5 going on right now. We got 2nd and 5. And we're taking the snap, dropping back. Bo Nix firing up the middle, short of his man. Got hit as he threw. Just a little short. What should we do for the new verse of the day? What should we do for the verse of the day? Let's see. Let us see. I thought I had one bookmarked. What was that? 122.8. All right, 3rd and 5 for Bo Nix, dropping back. Passes off. Screen pass dropped. Dropped. All right, well, they punt. Let me get myself situated real quick. Drop any questions in the chat. Let me put up a list. Oh, Ryan, how are you? Good morning. It's funny that you have my name and you are now asking a question that hits close to home. So this is where I'm at. This is exactly where I am at with your analysis. I have the Rams defense. I played them last week against the San Francisco 49ers, who I said last week they have a banged up offense. I think this is a great play. And I ended up getting -2 points with the Rams against the 49ers. I say that to say that's more so of a testament to San Francisco's offensive system, right? Players have been out all year. They've been able to win games, and they've been able to score points. And Christian McCaffrey's being used like a workhorse. I know Mac Jones is more injured this week than he was last week, so there is a little bit of a concern there for the San Francisco 49ers. Instead of doing what you did, right, Bucks defense or switching off the Rams, I kept the Rams this week because they were playing Baltimore. I'm nervous to play them again this week. I'm not going to lie. The reason I am playing them still though is I talked about it earlier. Is if you look in the top left corner, I have a note about the weather at the Rams, okay? And the weather being that they were projected. I haven't checked it. Let me check it. I keep saying this on air, and I have not done it. Was projected to have a storm. So today, they are still projected through the day to have over 10-mile-an-hour wind. The wind before was closer to 20. And it says strong wind gusts suspected over the Baltimore region. So I'm not looking deep into these news articles right now, but there is some weather concerns gusting up to 30 miles an hour, says this one headline. Again, I'm not looking super deep right now. This is a surface level, but it's a good practice, especially as the year moves on, to start looking at weather of games. And so that's why I'm still okay playing the Rams defense. Is not only has Baltimore looked not so good these past few weeks without Jackson, but with that weather, it throws a variable against the offenses, right? To play a slower game and to probably, not take as many chances down the field. So that's why I'm still playing the Rams D this week, but I understand your desire and pivot. It's just I don't think the 49ers are that bad, if that makes sense. You saw that flower snap count will be limited. You think it's just cloudy for the game, the storm moved? Okay. Um if that's the case, then you can roll with your gut. Uh if you feel that the Bucks will be able to play against the Niners. I just wanted to mention that that was my exact thought process last week, and I got -2 points against the 49ers. Not saying it's going to happen again, but that's just something to consider. You're rolling with the Rams. All right, you're welcome, Ryan. Thanks, Ryan. Hopefully you could drop a like. Let me know if any other questions come out. Dylan, how are you? How are you? Kendrick Bourne or DeAndre Swift? Oh man, that's a tough one. So where my head's going with this is, are you projected? Thanks, Ryan. Smash the like button. Appreciate you. 100 in the comments for you. Appreciate it so much. Dropping those likes. So Dylan, my question back to you is, are you projected to win or are you projected to lose? And the reason I say that is because DeAndre Swift over the course of the year has not been good for fantasy, as in like he's not had super high upside, right? But he's not been bad. Okay? He's not been bad. So if you are projected to win, right? The decisions I normally make is I normally take the people with more touches and more consistency. And so Swift is kind of that like more reliable, I'm going to get 10 points in the game. And so that's where, like, if you're projected to win, I could lean Swift. I counted against Kendrick Bourne last week, and I ate my words. I totally forgot that him and Mac Jones played on the same team in New England, and because they are both second stringers, that they would be practicing together so they have a good connection. So I truly believe Kendrick Bourne and Mac Jones have a good connection, and possibly have, uh, you know, the better upside, right, with Kendrick Bourne. But you just never know where that ball's going to go. So there's a little more risk. So if I am down and I need, 15 plus points, I'd probably roll with the upside of Kendrick Bourne. But if I was projected to win by like 10 points or something like that, I would go with Swift. I hope that makes sense, Dylan. Let me know if not. What's up, Hockey? You're projected to win, but only via a few points. Your other wide receivers are London and Pickens. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Your other RB to complete the picture, CMC. So you're projected to win by only by a few points. Your wide receivers are London and Pickens. Okay. And you got CMC. Okay. Yeah. So in this stack, I would probably be stacking safety. And here's my thought process on this, right? Is you have CMC, who is one of the safest running backs out there, right? Then if you layer in the two running backs, that's your guaranteed safety there. With your receivers, right? London had a good week. I have London, so please don't get me wrong on this. But the other weeks, it wasn't safe, right? It wasn't good. He got good targets and stuff. And I do believe that London is one of the best wide receivers in the game. I'm just not high on Michael Penix. There's a little variability, right, in what that output of Drake London could be. And George Pickens, while he's close to a guaranteed touchdown or high usage, it's still not out of the question versus a guy like I'm going to exaggerate for effect, right? But like Puka Nakua or Amon-Ra St. Brown, where you're pretty much you feel guaranteed, right? So if I were to roll in a Devontae Adams, that to me throws in just a little more variability um, with with the weather possibility. Even though what's his name said that he thinks the storm moved off, Mother Nature still has its thing. So it's not. I'm not saying that they're not going to pass in the Rams. That just adds that 10% more variability for me. And I think there's guaranteed work for the other guys. So if I was projected to win and it be tight, I would roll with the running backs for the guaranteed opportunities, if that makes sense. Um, sorry. And then Hockey asks, "You're not spamming, bro. Just keep asking. It helps." 100, okay? Every comment I appreciate. I like talking fantasy, so everything helps. Your quarterback is Stafford, and you'd have the stack. Oh, so maybe you're gonna sit Devontae. Yeah. So like that's a very good upside play, right? But exactly how you're thinking is that when you're winning, right, you want to kind of potentially, I don't want to say mitigate. I guess mitigate your risk is the right word to use, right? Versus like you said, if you put all your eggs in one basket, Devontae plus Stafford stack. While that is great, don't get me wrong, right? If it's projected to be close, you're um potentially get uh in a world of pain. But if you're okay living with that world of pain, then go ahead and do it. Um just because that is probably, a decent upside over Etienne. Etienne might have limited upside. Actually, let me not talk out of my behind. Let me actually look this up so I'm not just guessing. Um because I would have just guessed that his upside is not as high, but I don't know if that's a fact or not. But again, since you're projected close, you're not necessarily looking for upside. I'm just walking through this as an exercise just in case, right? Just in case. But since you're not looking for upside, I would not follow this thought stream. This is just in another world how I would look at it, right? Because I think Rico Dowdle has biggest upside and opportunity, right, with what he did last week and Chuba out. Devontae Adams in a PPR over 15 points had a 22-point game and a 15-point game. And then if we look at what's his name, the Jacksonville team, and we look for Mr. Etienne. Where is he at? Where is he at? Why is this not working? My filter's not working. Huh. This is crazy. Why is this not working? It doesn't want me to look. Oh, here it is. Travis Etienne. Yeah, he didn't have a 20-point game, but he had 3-point games above 15. So the ceiling is still close. So yeah, I would roll Etienne over Adams. So Adams did have over a 20-point game, but that was only once. And Etienne almost hit 20 points against San Francisco, and he had almost 19 points against Carolina. So it's not like his ceiling is way, way off from the Adams. So yeah, that's what I would roll with. I would roll with, for sure, I'd roll with the two running backs, Etienne and Dowdle. But that's a good problem to have, right? It's a good problem to have. Hopefully that helps, Hockey. Let me know if that brings up any other questions or thoughts. Leave a like if you haven't already, but I appreciate you. Appreciate it. Let me get some. Appreciate these questions and likes. Drop anything in chat. All right. All right. All right. So where are we at? Looks like we are got a holding call against the Broncos and they're walking backwards. Okay. Oh, because there's a big play just made. That's why. I get it. I get it. I get it. That sucks. That sucks. So I think this game's been kind of a snoozer for the first half in London. I feel like, you know, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and watch them do exactly the opposite. But I feel like when these guys go to London, 2 out of 3 times the game is not that good, especially in the first half. And my theory behind this is because I don't know if you guys have ever traveled across the world, but like even traveling from like Florida to California, right? Or across three-hour time zones, like you get that jet lag, you're just a little bit off, and then you go like 9-hour time difference, right? Over across, and you got less than a week to prepare. You're tired from your last game, right? You're sore, you're tired. When you fly, everything swells in your body, so you're in more pain, or your head's just even more foggy. You get bad sleep, and then you're expected to go play football on the same caliber level that you do. So that's why I think like 2 out of 3 times, like these games are kind of snoozers in London. Jen Will, how are you? Is there any obscurity to Aaron Glenn's job security? This is an interesting question, and I appreciate these kind of questions because nobody asks these kind of questions, right? So, I think in the course of a season, there are like very few people who have what's the word? Like secure jobs, right? In the NFL. When you are in a position like the Jets are right now, when they are 0-5, you know, I it the team has to look at doing something, right? Like look at Cincinnati. Um Not saying Joe Flacco is gonna solve the problem, right? But they tried to do something. There was rumors of, do we put in a new offensive coordinator? Do we put in a new head coach? And then all these, then everybody also assumes the quarterback. So as the season progresses, upper management, they have to do something, right? Because like when you look at what is a football team, they have to make money. If people stop paying attention because they're so pissed off, you're going to lose viewers. You're going to lose your advertising revenue. You're going to lose tickets. You lose everything, right? And so when they make a decision like putting in Joe Flacco, they're not necessarily going to all of a sudden be able to win the division. Maybe they'll make playoffs, but probably not, right? So they're kind of like almost appeasing the crowd in a sense, right? Trying to figure something out, because they need to do something, right? So when you look at the Jets situation, for me, I have my pieces. Sure, I might get rid of Breece Hall, but he's not my problem, right? He's playing well. Garrett Wilson's not my problem. Justin Fields, we just traded, like we obviously somewhat believe in him. So if you go down the pecking order, yes, the coaching room is probably something under question. Now, head coach versus offensive coordinator, that's where like I have no idea, right? Like I would have to like really look into things to say, but like from an outside perspective, I can see the Jets, trying to make a move, but that's how I view things. Bugs, how are you? I'm gonna get to you in a sec. Let me just read Hockey's comment. Very helpful. You tried all week to move someone to help take advantage of the problem, but your league's just so tight right now, and no one's willing to blink. Great for competitors, sucks for you, huh? The league that I care the most about is exactly the same way. Nobody trades, nobody trades. And it takes a lot to make those moves. So like in these leagues, the waiver wire plays so much more of like how you need things, right? So when we're in leagues like this, it took me years to realize this, right? But the dynamics of your league play a huge factor in how you should manage your team. And what I mean by that, right, is if you have fab or if you have a waiver order, right? Especially in the first like 4 to 6 weeks, like you need to be on it, right? You need to if the teams are not willing to trade, then all of your value is going to come through the waiver wire, right? So if nobody's making trades, then you have to make moves. So you have to be willing to spend, especially in the beginning of the season, because that's when the most shifts happen, right? The first I forgot what the stat is, but like through the first 6 weeks or something like that, most of the fantasy players are found and set that are going to win you a championship, right? Obviously, there could be these random freak accidents that happen, but that if no one's blinking, then yeah, you got to bucker down and just make good decisions. So appreciate that, Hockey. Bugs. Good day to you. Good morning. Yo, you think it's smart to flip Herbert and Pickens for Allen and Flowers or AJ Brown after this week? I would wait. If the question is if I'm receiving Josh Allen and I'm receiving either Flowers or AJ Brown, I personally would do that. I personally would do that. But if I was receiving Herbert and Pickens, I would not do that. Here is where I'm at with things on that. I think, not I think. Okay, you get the Allen side. So for me, Josh Allen, season over season, as far back as you look, has always, knock on wood for injury. We can never predict injury, right? But always been considered the best quarterback in the league. Maybe he doesn't finish as number one. Maybe he's in the conversation, but he's always there, right? I took Herbert's stats off this, but Herbert, he has finished as like quarterback 3 or something like that in the past, right? But if we look at over the course of 3 years or over the course of 4 years, I forget how many years back it was that Herbert did that. Josh Allen has always been there versus Justin Herbert has only been there one out of however many weeks, right? Or years. So you're locking in a position that there's only one position played. I don't remember if you're in a 2 quarterback league or not, but when you lock in Josh Allen, you're locking in that you're always going to probably have a plus advantage every week in that position. There's very few players that he will be even, neutral against, or negative against. It's only like Lamar Jackson, right? Or maybe on a specific week, it could be Jalen Hurts or Patrick Mahomes. There's very few, right? Herbert, he may be able to compete with there in certain matchups, but he's not competing there every single week, especially this year, right? Maybe he could turn that around, but that's a maybe, right? When you look at the wide receiver value, Pickens right now has the highest wide receiver value out of those 3. No questions asked, right? The question is asked when CeeDee Lamb comes back on, does he maintain that value? It's possible, right? Or does it drop? You know, it's reasonable to say that half those targets to Ferguson and maybe half the targets to Pickens are going to go to CeeDee Lamb, right? Not to say that Pickens can't perform well. That's just a question to throw in there, right? In this trade. Flowers right now, everybody's down on. AJ Brown right now, everybody's down on. So maybe Pickens has higher value than Flowers or AJ Brown for the rest of the season. It's possible, right? In my head, throughout the rest of the season, they might be more neutral to me. So let's just say you do take a slight loss there. I think you're gaining in the quarterback position. I don't think you're losing, but it would quote unquote be a possible wash. But you would to me, you would have more upside with Flowers or AJ Brown versus Pickens. And then you have for sure a positive, to me, for sure, right? A positive plus differential taking Allen over Herbert. So I would take the trade. I don't know if you have the choice between Flowers or AJ Brown or not, but I would take either one. Not sure if that matters to you or not. I'd have to walk through the mental thought process on if that matters to you or not. So let me know, Bugs. Hopefully that was helpful. Let me know if not. Hopefully you could drop a like, and or another question if that did not help. Okay, Deshaun. Good morning. Good morning. Flex 1: Chase Brown, Kendrick Bourne, Juwan Jennings, or Matthew Golden. So my question to you is: are you up? Are you down? In terms of projections to win or lose? Is this PPR or is this standard? Where I'm going with this, out of all of these guys, even though he's the ugliest choice, Chase Brown has the guaranteed touches, right? He has the guaranteed touches, so that's something that I would consider. Not great opportunity touches, but touches are nonetheless what it is. Kendrick Bourne is a very interesting pick to me. I bet against him last week, but I forgot that he has played with Mac Jones in New England, and he's been on the second string with San Francisco, so they've been able to maintain that connection. So to me, after I thought about it, after he performed well, it makes sense to me why he got targeted so much, is because he has that connection, right, with Mac Jones. Mac Jones is playing again, so I think that connection is there regardless if Jennings is playing. I think on the course of the season, Juwan Jennings has value over the year. I just don't know if they're going to rush him back from this injury or not, or use him more as a decoy and just give him a few opportunities here or there. If you look at who Juwan Jennings is over the course of the year, it's not like he's had major upside yet. He's gotten some targets, gotten yards and things like that, but it's not like he's like splashed, right? Like Quinshon Johnson or, some of these George Pickens, like some of these other guys. He hasn't splashed that hard yet, right? Golden is possible, but you're playing roulette. You're playing roulette there, right? So for me, it's between Chase Brown and Kendrick Bourne. Let me see what you said. PPR, it's closed. You're projected to win by 5. Okay. So if it's PPR and you're projected to win by 5, let me look at these matchups real quick. So the Bengals are playing against the Packers, who had a decent run defense for some weeks, but then looked like Swiss cheese other weeks. They had a bye week. I'm going to lean more so that their defense is good and they just kind of fell apart a little bit. But I could be wrong there. But I'm not scared that the Bengals are all of a sudden going to pull it together. On the Bourne matchup, the Bucks can score, right? So it is possible that game is competitive and that they are going to need to see usage. So Kendrick Bourne is not out of the question for me. Let me just look at Tampa's pass defense, because I forgot how their pass defense is. So okay, so they're not good against the pass. They're 23rd against the pass. So that's not a scary matchup either. I'm talking myself into Bourne, but the logical part, like the emotional part of my brain wants to play Bourne, but the logical part keeps saying Chase Brown's not nice, but look at how many touches he's been getting the last 2 weeks. So let me pull him up real quick. Let me pull him up real quick. No. Chase Brown. Okay, so his carries, he's only getting 8, 10, 10. He's probably going to be in that game script, but he got 7 receptions, 3 receptions, 4 receptions. So let's say he's guaranteed 4 receptions and 20 yards. So that's 6 points plus that. Okay, so he's not even guaranteed 10 points. That kind of sucks. He's guaranteed maybe around 10 points, right? Chase Brown. So even though I said he had a safe floor, now I'm looking at that. The floor is not that high. So if you're projected to win by 5, and if Chase Brown is in your lineup right now, that means you would need more than that to feel safe, right? You would probably need at least 12 to feel safe from the projections of what's his name? Mac Jones to Kendrick Bourne. So let me pull up Kendrick Bourne stats from last game. I know he had like 10 receptions or something like that, right? It was some crazy number. So he had 10 receptions on 11 targets. Even the other games, he had 4 or 6 receptions or targets, 4 receptions. So let's say some of that goes to Jennings and he gets instead 8 targets instead against the Tampa Bay defense that is not good. So let's say he's catching 75% of those, so he's guaranteed 6. So his guaranteed receptions is probably just as high, if not higher than Chase Brown. So that safe floor thing, I'm starting to lean Kendrick Bourne. Let me just double check Tampa's weather. Tampa Bay weather. No wind not much wind projected. I think I would go Kendrick Bourne. But so I would personally go Kendrick Bourne now that I've talked this out loud, just because I do believe he's going to be guaranteed for like 5 catches, which is similar to what Chase Brown has profiled at. And then just the amount of yardage Chase Brown has got, it looks like that's about to be equal to Kendrick Bourne's total yardage. So it's very close to me for what their floor is, but I just believe Bourne has a little bit more upside there. So I would go Bourne, but if like based on your other roster build, right? Based on your other roster build, if you already have a lot of implied risk in it, then that's the only reason I would see Chase Brown as a potential. So what I mean by like implied risk is like a guy like Travion Henderson, right, where he could completely go away in a game, or on the wide receiver end. I'm exaggerating for effect, right? But like a Jameson Williams, Marvin Harrison, where there is more implied risk in the rest of your team. That's the only reason I would say Chase Brown would be considered more so to me. But I personally think Kendrick Bourne is just as close and safe. And since I trust the SF offense a little more than Cincinnati, even though they're banged up, I would lean that way. I hope that makes sense, Deshaun. Let me know if that brings up any other questions or any other thoughts. Appreciate it if you could drop a like, or any other questions if you got any. But thanks so much, Deshaun. Okay, so Dada Devry. Did I say that right? Dada Vevry. I hope I said that right. Start Vidal or Tyquan Thornton. You're welcome, Deshaun. You're welcome. I'm not sure if you're projected to win or lose here. I hope I'm saying your name right, Dada Every. But there's a lot of uncertainty in both these players, right? There's a lot of uncertainty in both these players. So it kind of to me depends. Are you PPR? Are you projected to win or lose regarding these players? And then let me pull up these players to see if there's any other stats on them. So you got Tyquan Thornton, right? And then you pretty much have no stats on Vidal. So let me see Tyquan real quick on how he's looked recently. So all right. They're playing Detroit, so you can project some points being scored there. Last week he had 90 yards. He had touchdown in 3 straight games before that. So Patrick Mahomes is looking to him, and since they need to score, there's possible usage there. the Chargers are playing Miami, so there is projected to be scoring there, but you have no idea how that backfield is going to break out. So, without knowing anything else about that roster team, um, this is kind of a coin flip for me. I don't think there's really much analysis that could go into Vidal, right? Like we can't really say, is he going to be using the passing game more? Is he going to be done this? I know, there's history with these guys. So I think you're taking a shot in the dark that uh on a 50%, backfield split, and then a flip of the coin on where we going with the passing game. So there's I think there's way more uncertainty for me in the Chargers. I'd rather wait a week and play Thornton to know that he has been being used, and you know, even though it's not like an amazing point total, but I'm guaranteed probably, hopefully 7 points. Um, but we're not even sure what's going to happen with the Chargers. So maybe Vidal goes off for 15 points, but like we don't know. So that's just how I would kind of analyze things. I would want to wait a week on the Chargers if I could. And since Thornton's gotten usage over the past 4 weeks and then Rice is still out, I think it's reasonable to assume he would still be used. That's how I would analyze things. Hopefully that helps, Dada Eviv. I hope I'm saying your name right, but let me know if that does not. Appreciate the questions in the chat and any likes. All right, Chivalry. Man, Kendrick Bourne is a highly asked player. And I want to admit that I bet against Kendrick Bourne, and I was wrong. I was wrong. I'm gonna lean Kendrick Bourne here, and where my thought process has been going when I've been talking about Kendrick Bourne is the reason I was hesitant on him before. Obviously coming off of the bench, but I thought it would take some time for him to get used to the system and the quarterback. But Mac Jones is playing, and I forgot that Mac Jones and Kendrick Bourne played together in New England, and then because they've both been second string, they've been practicing on the field together, right, in the background without us realizing it. So I think that's why he came out and had 11 targets, 10 receptions, is because that connection is there. They've played with each other for a long time. Torrey Horn's an interesting name, but, and Sam Darnold has been going nuts. But to me, that's taken with an asterisk because the Jaguars defense has quietly been like the number one defense, not necessarily against the pass, but just overall, right, for fantasy on the year. So there is a little bit of hesitation for me to be like, the Seahawks are going to continue passing and rolling over things. So I just and then in standard, we're looking more at who's going to fall into the end zone, right? And the Bucks are not a scary defense, so I would lean Kendrick Bourne in that sense. Hopefully that part makes sense. Let me know if you disagree. Tongus or Njoku. So that's good. I hope they're different leagues because it'd be kind of weird for me to recommend Kendrick Bourne plus Tongs in the same you playing two SF players on the same team and them being backups. That would be freaking crazy, right? But honestly, where I'm at with this in standard, I played a lot of standard, right? And it always comes down to touchdowns, right? It always comes down to touchdowns. So Tongus doesn't have a bad matchup, right? The Browns, it's the same league you're desperate. Oh no. Oh man, you're gonna hate this recommendation. So if are you projected to win or lose too, by the way? I'm not sure if you're projected to win or lose. So the Browns, they just scare me with the amount of opportunity. Yes, Gabriel comes in, throws 2 touchdowns, and Njoku catches the touchdown. So if you want to split your risk, right, because you are what's the word? Projected to win and you think, oh, lose by 10, you need the win to keep the season alive. Oh, geez, bro. Thanks for making me feel even more pressure. All right. Well, if you're projected to lose, right? I still think Kendrick Bourne is the right answer. I think you can go Njoku then, if you're looking for some upside. Uh, because he did catch the touchdown last week, and I think his 70 yards and a touchdown. I think that's close to the ceiling for Tongas. I think Njoku can do that plus some. I have a hard time visualizing catching Tongas catching 2 touchdowns. It's possible, right? It is possible, but with how much they use McCaffrey and how much they split the ball around, I think he's kind of just filling in for that role, right? 50 yards and a touchdown seems reasonable for me. For Tongas, 100 yards and a touchdown seems kind of unreasonable, or 50 yards and 2 touchdowns seems kind of a stretch for Tongas to me. But, I could also see Njoku going 2 catches for 20 yards, right? Just because that offense is terrible, right? Um, but it is also possible that he is Gabriel's favorite target, and what happened last week continues, right? Uh, you're looking at way less total passing, probably upside for Dylan Gabriel over the course of the season. But if you're in a desperate position, you can roll with that hope that Njoku is his favorite target. It's possible the ball gets spread around, bro, though, right? It is totally possible, and it goes in a different direction. But if you're desperate, that's how I would look at it. Hope that makes sense, Chivalry King. Let me know if that does not help. Appreciate any likes you could leave or any other questions. While we're at halftime, I'm gonna take a quick break and use the restroom. Drop any other thing else in the chat um, that we need. So let me see. BRB restroom. All right, guys. We are back. We are back. Let me catch up in the chat and look at the next question. All right, let me see. Where are we at? So we got Deshaun asking something again. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I'm back, so I'm gonna remove this. Be right back. All right. So we got for your other league. Nice. Another league. We got Flex one, Dowdle or Rashad White. CMC and Gibbs are your starting backs. Dude, you're just bragging at this point, man. Just kidding, just kidding. Oh man, those are some really good starting running backs. How the heck did you end up with both CMC and Gibbs in the same league? That's freaking impressive. You know, I think both of these guys are fill-ins, right? And I think you're chasing upside on both of these guys, unless you're looking for a floor, but correct me if I'm wrong, because they both had, good games. It looks like they're both the featured, so it's not like you're, what's the word? Trying to debate usage, or nothing like that. The Bucks are playing the 49ers, and the Cowboys are playing the Panthers. So, I personally, since this is how I look at things, Rashad White is primarily a catching running back. And now they're fitting him into the running game. So I think he's more, what's the word? You know, running is not his I don't want to say forte because he's a running back, but like he's more so been used in the offense as a pass catcher, right? Rico Dowdle, even if we look back to last year, he was used in both games and he was the primary running back, right? When he got the primary lead this time, he took over and he did well. So when I look at things from just a per touch basis, I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that they would both be used in both the passing game and receiving game. And I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that they would both get similar receiving usage. Maybe Rashad White has a little bit more upside, but I think that's personally, I think that's debatable on just game flow, right? So then you have to look at the game flow. So then we look at their core purpose, which is running back touches, right? And let's say we project them to have similar touches. I personally value a touch of through a run, right? Through a run of Rico Dowdle more so than Rashad White. I just believe that not only breakaway potential, but just like yards per carry, I view Dowdle as a little higher than Rashad White. So because I personally, even though this is debatable, view their receiving work to be the same, I view the touches higher value on Dowdle. So I would choose Dowdle there, but no problem if you choose White because you feel he's safer, but that's where I would lean. You traded Puka for CMC, Ladd, and McBride. Wow. That's fantastic value. You came out way ahead there, I think. Don't get me wrong, Puka might finish the number one and have like a Jamar Chase season like last year, but CMC's having one of those seasons right now. He'll probably get less usage, but then you got a number one tight end and then an upside potential of Ladd. Wow, that's awesome. That is awesome. So your receivers are Ladd, Sutton, CD, and Ridley. So you're gonna roll out CD and Sutton, and then flex with the other guy, right? Ladd or Ridley as your buys. I think you sound good. It sounds like you have a pretty good record. Hopefully you're doing well. But let me know if that helped or not, Deshaun, and anyone feel free to drop any more questions start sits or whatnot. Going to continue with these questions in a sec. Okay. Okay. Let's see. All right. All right. Let me get updated on my game stats and see how we are doing. Probably not doing well because it's looking like these Jets are not doing nothing. So hopefully I'm wrong. Oh, it looks like they're making a drive. The Jets are making a drive. Oh, well, they always pick it up when I start talking smack. So, all right. So let's see what we got. We're on the 25-yard line here. Jets in shotgun formation, taking the snap, handing off, 2nd and 2. Looks like they make the room for the first down. Marching toward the red zone, almost on the 20-yard line. This game is 10-6. I have not been watching it too closely, but I have seen that the box score is 10-6, and the Jets have not been making any progress on the field. So this looks like their first real drive of the game. Denver scored once during this game, and then the rest of the points are all field goals. So hopefully we can get a touchdown here. Hand it off, trying to get around the edge, get a gain of about maybe 2 or 3. So we got the Jets on 2nd down, basically in the red zone. We shall see if they can turn this around into a touchdown. But this has been a pretty ugly game here in London for this early start. Most people probably projected it with things. So under center, Fields takes a snap, play action, fakes it, throws it out of bounds. Throws it way out of bounds. We're on 3rd and 8. 3rd and 8, broken play. Fields was about to get tackled in the backfield. Edge rusher broke free with no blocker. So was free in the backfield, and Fields just had to throw it away. So we're here on 3rd and 8, and we are taking a shotgun formation, taking a snap. 4 seconds left. Sky in motion, takes the snap, drops back. Fields running, flag down. Probably a hold on the offense. Most likely, since that flag was thrown in the backfield. Probably just decline the penalty and let them take a field goal. Yep, hold in the offense, penalties declined. Exactly like we said, and they're probably going to kick a field goal. Ezekiel, good day. How are you? You need some help. You have 2 flexes currently are DJ Moore and Shakir. And on your bench is Kendrick Bourne and Charbonnet. Should you switch? Oh, geez, bro. PPR, standard, are you winning or losing? And this is a good question, actually. This is a very good question. So I think I have to look these stats up, but I think Shakir has a pretty safe floor. But he's not popped off yet for anything. Full PPR, are you projected to win or lose? I don't think he's popped off yet. But I think he's had a safe floor from what I remember. So I'm going to start analyzing these one by one and let you know. But as we go out here, just know that I haven't checked. And if you look at my top left corner, I wrote Rams weather as a call out, right? Um, as we get further and further through fall and into winter, start paying attention to not only the matchups in terms of like, is this a projected, good pass defense or a bad pass defense? Okay, I have a plus matchup for a pass defense, right? Like I'm playing Dallas, let's say. But you have to pay attention to where you're playing too, because as we move further into the season, weather starts to play more and more of a factor in some games. I'm not saying it's affecting any of your games right now. I'm just throwing that out there because somebody asked about a few players earlier, and there was some potential wind involved. So when we look at your players one by one, I'm not a fan of DJ Moore. Who knows if he turns it around this week? But right now, it kind of looks like he's that like just take whatever they give him type of player with no real secure floor, maybe a little bit, but I haven't really seen the upside. So let me pull up these guys' stats one by one, just to double confirm that I'm not talking incorrectly. So you had Shakir, right? And Shakir, yeah, like Shakir over the season has been getting, 50 to 70, 45 to 70 yards. He's been getting roughly 5 targets a game, a little bit more, 5, 6 targets a game. And he's been getting, 4 to 5 receptions a game. So, he's in a PPR league, 10 points is a relatively safe floor for where he's been at, and he's caught a couple touchdowns, right? So he's not the most awesome, upside play so far. It's possible, right? Josh Allen could still hit him for twice in a game for 2 touchdowns, but he's getting usage, he's getting work, he's a relatively safe. You're projected to lose to a 1-4 team, and you went downhill since you lost Neighbors and Bucky's been. Oh, that's tough, bro. That is very, very, very tough. You lost. You basically probably your 2 first picks, right? So if you're projected to lose, okay. So Charbonnet does not have upside. His upside is falling into the end zone to match Shakir's status. So I think Shakir's locked. For me, the question is DJ Moore or Kendrick Bourne, and the question to you is basic. Oh, I forgot a field goal. Jets kicked a field goal. Yay! Freaking 4 field goals this game. So the question is, who do you predict to have more upside for me, right? Is DJ Moore and Kendrick Bourne. And with what Kendrick Bourne did last week, I'm willing to roll with him. So I personally, if I'm projected to lose, I would play Kendrick Bourne over DJ Moore. So that's how I view things. I would roll with Kendrick Bourne and Shakir as my, best options at potentially winning coming from down. Maybe you could justify yourself into DJ Moore over Shakir, but I just would not do that. I trust Josh Allen more than I trust Caleb Williams, and I have Caleb Williams. So that's how I would look at things. You recently traded away Sutton and Kamara for Gibbs. Ooh. And Shakir. Ooh, that's a good move. That's a really good move. What? You got Gibbs and Shakir for Sutton and Kamara? That is awesome value. That's a great trade, sir. Let me tip my hat to you. That's a very good trade. You came up on that one. So hey, so we'll have the same starting running backs then. We'll have Gibbs and Bucky. Let's go. Let's go. No, but you did good with that trade. Good job. You still got this. You still got this. Let me know if that helped Ezekiel or not, or if it brought up any other thoughts or questions to potentially help your team. Hunnits to you because we have the same starting running backs. If you could drop a like or any other thoughts, Ezekiel, much appreciated. Ryan says hold Spears or pick up Jaden Blue. Spears. So I would hold Spears, and like here's my kind of logic behind this is I think Blue it helped you out and you subscribe. Thanks so much, Ezekiel. Appreciate you. Let me know any other questions. I'll be here all day through the day games and everything. And tune in anytime. You drop a like, much appreciated. But tune in anytime you got a thought or a question. I'll be here. Sunday, Mondays, and Thursdays. So Ryan, holding Spears, why I say that, right, is, I think Jayden Blue's pretty much like a handcuff, right? It's like, to me, it's like, I don't think he's going to necessarily get worked in, right, with how things are going. But Spears, on the other hand, right, that's more of a split backfield potential, right, with Pollard. And I don't like that offense. Don't get me wrong. But where I'm looking at is what's the opportunity for someone to actually do something, right? So there's more of a chance of opportunity for Spears to do something. The only reason you're picking up Blue is essentially what you're looking at is you're hoping for an injury, essentially. And I don't like to do that. Not only don't I like to put the energy out there of wishing for somebody to get injured, but also it's like, let's take what we have and make the best decision based on that, right? Like, if you have the best player, right, then go with that. But we don't know who's better, Jayden Blue or Tyjae Spears. So that's that. Then it comes down to like who has the opportunity, right? It's who's the best player and who has the opportunity. And I don't think Jayden Blue has much opportunity unless there's an injury. The one Dallas running back just went on IR, you believe? Javonte Williams? No way. That would have been like game-breaking stats, right? No. Javonte's fine. You scared me. I was like, what the heck? I just told somebody to play Javonte. No, he's active. Javonte's active. Right? Am I missing something or am I off, Ryan? Let me know. But Javonte's active. Oh. You're talking about Miles Sanders. Well, the thing is like okay, so he did go to injury. So that it's like the same thing here though, right? Is that like now you have the guaranteed handcuff, right? But if I look, so if you're looking for a high value handcuff, yes, Jayden Blues is a high value handcuff, right? And if you're never gonna use Pollard, like never, then Jayden Blue probably has, potential more upside. But if you're looking at what opportunity Sanders is really giving up, it was 4 carries, 5 carries, 9 carries, 2 carries, right? And like 1.5 receptions a game. Versus let's look at everybody, right? On Dallas. Versus Javonte Williams, he's getting 16, 20 carries, 5 receptions, 6 receptions, 3 receptions. So he is the featured back there, right? He is the featured back. Even Jayden Blue with the opportunity he had last week, it was 4 carries, so there's not much opportunity there. So essentially, if you're taking Jayden Blue, you're basically saying, I think Javonte Williams is going to get injured at some point in the year, and I'm gonna use Jayden Blue as soon as Javonte gets injured, right? Like if you're looking more for like that kind of scenario, then that's where Jayden Blue makes sense. But I personally am looking at the opportunity of like rather than trying to bank on injury. I hope that makes sense, Ryan. Let me know if that helps or does not help. All right, Ezekiel said, should you start Njoku since Kincaid is questionable? You also don't know if you should start Henderson or Sharp. These are great questions. So let me look at something real quick. I forgot when Buffalo's playing. Okay, so Buffalo is playing Monday. That's what I was basically trying to figure out. So they're playing Monday, and Njoku is playing now, right? So how I look at this is, you probably don't have an alternate to play for Kincaid, right? Like there's very few rosters where this is a possibility, right? Where like you have a bench spot where you can pick up, you know, was it Knox, or the like a tight end from the Bears, or a tight end, Zach Ertz, or like, unless you have that availability and you can drop a player right now and keep that position open to flip in, like, I don't think waiting for that is the smartest move, right? Um, there are some roster builds where like somebody's like, "Oh yeah, I have a free bench spot and I could do this." That's the only reason I would consider leaving Kincaid and risking it, is if I had a viable option, you know, Kyle Pitts, Zach Ertz, or a starting player. But if you don't, then yeah, you pretty much have to take the the Njoku side of things, because it's not. He did well last week, and I was just talking a little bit of smack about how I don't believe in the Browns offense, but he was the biggest target in that game, right? He had like 20% of the uh the passing volume. Um, I'm not saying Dylan Gabriel's all of a sudden the truth and going to throw 2 touchdowns a game. It could go really poorly, but you don't really have an option, right? Unless you have an option of like, oh yeah, I'm going to drop, Miles Sanders because he just went on to IR, whatever, right? Um, and I have a free bench spot. Like, I would take the guaranteed points, or the guaranteed, uh, non-injury. I hope that makes sense on that one. And then Henderson or Charbonnet. So for me, it comes down to upside versus floor, right? So are you projected to win? Are you projected to lose? Ezekiel, right? And Charbonnet is like, even though they're both, the 30 or 40% usage comparatively to Ramondre Stevenson or Kenneth Walker, Charbonnet still does seem to be getting more usage around the goal line and, some touches. So I think he's a little quote unquote safer, but not even that much. And if you're projected to lose, I would play Henderson just because, his breakaway potential is a little more. So if I just double check the touches to make sure I'm not talking sideways, when I pull up Charbonnet, you know, 9 carries, 12 carries, 15 carries, 12 carries, right? Over his games, 3 out of 4 games with the touchdown. Not much reception usage, but, he's getting close to 10 touches a game, and then he had touchdowns 3 out of the 4 weeks, which signals that he's being used around the goal line on a weekly basis, right? When I look at New England, the question basically is he getting 10 to 15 touches a game? 5 touches, 3 touches, 11 touches, 7 touches, 6 touches for the carries. So he's not getting the carries, but he is getting a little more reception usage, and he has a total of 1 touchdown on the game, right? So with Henderson, you're basically hoping for upside of a breakaway 50-yard reception touchdown or something like that, right? Which is possible. Hasn't happened yet. It's possible. But you're basically banking on the upside. Charbonnet seems to be getting over 10 touches a game, 12 touches a game. And he's fallen in the end zone 3 out of 4 weeks. So he is getting the usage around the goal line. No PPR bonus there, but a little safer of a floor, if that makes sense. So it kind of depends on what you're looking for in that situation. If I'm looking for upside, I could see myself putting in Travion. If I'm projected to win by 10 points, I would play Charbonnet. Hope that makes sense, Ezekiel, but let me know if not. All right, Ryan says, Keenan Allen or Travion Henderson in the flex for a standard league, I would look at Keenan Allen if I'm being honest. So we just looked at Travion Henderson, right? And his PPR value does nothing for you there in terms of, since it's a standard league, right? Of how many receptions he's getting. So you're looking at the touches. He's getting under 10 touches a game, and it's not like he's breaking away for, 6 yards a touch. He is getting some yardage in the passing game, so we can give him that. But it's, his touchdown potential is he's only had one touchdown on the entire course of the year. Let me just triple check because I just looked at it. But yeah, he's had one touchdown on the course of the year, right? And he's had a total of like 25 yards last game, 50 yards the game before, 50 yards the game before that, 40 yards, 50 yards, right? So his like his high average is like 50 yards in a game, and he's only had a touchdown 1 out of 5 games, right? So it's looking like a 6-point floor in a standard league, right? The extra 1 point because he only scored one time out of 5 weeks, right? You kind of take in a standard league, you kind of take a percentage of how many touchdowns do you have versus how many games you have, and then that's like roughly like how many points you can expect out of the touchdown. That's how they kind of calculate it, right? It's like if you've had 3 touchdowns over the course of 6 games, you have a 50% chance of catching a touchdown, essentially, right? So you get 50% of the points of a projection, quote unquote, right? When we look at and Quinshon Johnson's out today, yeah, then for sure I'd go Keenan. But let's just keep walking through this exercise for the heck of it, right? And then we look at Keenan Allen. So you're comparing it to like 50 yards and 1 touchdown out of the games played, right? When we look at Keenan Allen, his yardage 68, 61, 65, 37, 58. So he's already, a little higher, but at that around that same total yardage, but maybe a little bit more there. But right, I feel a little more confident in those yardage. And then he's had touchdowns 3 out of the 5 weeks, right? So, let's say 60 yards plus 3 points. So he's not guaranteed, right? But his projection is probably 9 points comparatively to Travion's 6 points. So I would take Keenan Allen. And then you said because he's out, Quinton's out, there's another target share that's going to go to him probably, right? They're playing Miami, which has been a positive matchup. I forgot to look at the matchup of New England, but that's a positive matchup. New England's playing New Orleans, so they'll have a positive matchup. So they might run more with the other guy, Ramondre Stevenson, right? So I would play Keenan Allen. I hope that makes sense, but let me know if I'm off base there or if that was not helpful. Appreciate any likes, anybody, any questions in the chat. Thank you so much. So we're going to play Keenan Allen over Henderson. Start Njoku to get the touches, get the points. You're welcome, Ryan. You are welcome. Hunt it to you for having the same name. Celebrations. Hopefully you get everything you're looking for this week. Questions? Drop any in chat. Okay. So while we look at things, let's see what happened. What did I miss? Did I miss a safety? I must have missed a safety. Looks like I missed a safety or something because the Jets have 11 points. So what happened? Oh, they're showing it. Okay, so Bo Nix was in the backfield, in the end zone, drops back, edge rusher. Oh, gets around the guy. Oh, and there must have been a hold in the end zone. There was a hold in the end zone. Ooh. All right, so the Jets are winning? Are you serious? No way. The Jets are winning. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? All right, so the Jets are winning 11-10. Man, who would have thought to hear those words in a row? With no touchdowns, how many yards do they have? They have to be like not like how many yards? They can't have that many yards, right? So Bo Nix has 125 yards. Justin Fields, 34 yards. Breece Hall, 38 yards. Jeez, bro. And they're winning. This is crazy. Oh my goodness. That is tragic. That is so bad. Justin Fields has 34 yards. Wow. That's a baseball score pretty much. I know. I've only been partially looking at the stats and I'm like, it does not look like the Jets are moving the ball very very well. All right, so we got a baseball game going on as Ryan says here. We got Breece Hall trying to do 360 spin moves like Allen Iverson out there, but going nowhere. Second down, and 10. Man, I think the biggest L for me is going to be playing Mason Taylor this game. I was debating between him and Tongus from SF, but I was like, why not? Why not believe in the Jets? That was a terrible idea. Why not believe in the Jets and play them in the morning game so you have somebody to root for when you have a coin flip? That's why you actually flip the coin and don't just trust yourself. We'll see what happens here, but with Justin Fields only having 34 yards, this is not looking good. Breece Hall coming up a little injured. Hopefully he's all right. Breece Hall hobbling a bit. Hopefully he's okay. They lost Braden Allen a few games ago. Breece Hall hobbled off the field. They got Davis in the backfield. Shotgun formation, 3rd and 5. After a safety due to a hold in the end zone, they're on the 41-yard line. Dropping back. Fields, nowhere to go, and he's getting sacked. Oh my God. Fields looks so bad. So, this game kind of solidifies for me, especially in this first half. First 3 quarters, basically, right? Don't trust Justin Fields as your starting quarterback. He's going to be a matchup-based quarterback only. And it just kind of puts limits on things. Man, Garrett Wilson breaking free. Oh, man. So, in like Denver was projected to be a tough matchup. Right. Denver was projected to be a tough matchup. So, this kind of proves that tough matchups Fields cannot handle. And so what we're gonna hope for is like last week, right, where just all of a sudden they throw the entire game script out of the window in the fourth quarter because they're so bad and they're losing that they have to. But they're up 10-11 right now. So it's possible Justin Fields does nothing the rest of this game, which would be sad. It would be very, very sad. All right, so man, everybody who played players in this morning game is probably real sad right now because I don't think there's like nobody doing anything. If you played the defenses, maybe you'd be okay, right? Or Jets kicker, but this is ugly. Let's see. Bo Nix, 125 yards. He has the most rushing yards. 26 rushing yards. J.K. Dobbins, 8 carries for 19 yards. Jeez, bro. Receiving, Evan Ingram with the most yards, 4 receptions. Probably nobody's playing Evan Ingram, or barely anybody. The touchdown went to Nate Adkins. That helps nobody. Bo Nix has 1 touchdown, 125 yards, so he has what? 5, 9, 11, 12 fantasy points. So hope maybe he could throw together another drive and salvage a day. Cortland Sutton, 1 for 17. So both the key players that I had analyzed in this game, Cortland Sutton and Mason Taylor, are both being held to nothing. Um, so this has been a very sad game for fantasy. Um, the Jets, on the other hand, 34 yards for Justin Fields. Breece Hall has 17 carries. Holy smokes. So that is something to note. He has 17 carries and still in the third quarter. So that is high usage. He only has 43 yards though, so he's only averaging 2.5 yards a carry. So why this offensive coordinator keeps running on this at 2.5 yards a carry, I don't know. I have not been watching the game close enough, but that is a question I have. Maybe because Justin Fields is throwing for like 5 yards of reception. Jeez, bro, this is terrible. This is real bad. And it's embarrassing that the Broncos are losing too, right? That's pretty embarrassing. So we'll see what kind of drive the Broncos can put together. I was hoping to see some more usage out of Harvey, but it looks like they're stuck on running J.K. Dobbins for a total of 2.4 yards a carry. I think they're satisfied with that. Not sure why. Um, Sorry, not to be so sarcastic, just a little little frustrated at the scoring of this game. Like I mentioned last week, or was it 2 weeks ago? I forgot what game it was in London, but it's like, man, you only get a couple games a year, and you have to watch a snoozer like this. Like, wow, this is boring. 3rd and 10, Denver. 3rd and 10. Haven't been really going anywhere on this drive, and they go nowhere again. So 4th down, giving it to the Jets. Oh man, this game is so bad. This game is terrible. Who believes in Bo Nix? Does anybody believe in Bo Nix for being a legit quarterback? I had a friend last year who, you know, when Bo Nix, I don't want I'll say broke out, right? Like after his like first 2 games back to back where they won and like they're like, "Oh, we're going to roll with him." He's like, "Dude, this guy's the truth." You know, believe in him type of thing for you know, being a legit quarterback, and he looked real good last year, real legit. Um, this year though, I am very up and down on Bo Nix. I can't tell if he's the truth or not, and this game is kind of making me question that as well. Hello, how are you, George? How are you? Good day, good morning. Um, Let me see. You need a flex for a standard league, a non PPR, Lad, Haskins, or Henderson. Oh man, dude, that's a tough one, bro. Um, Without looking at anything, I'm gonna lean Lad. I heard Quinton Johnson is out, but let me look into things and give you some analysis on things over time. But I heard Quinton Johnson is out. So I do believe that and they're playing Miami, that usage between Keenan Allen and Lad um will be more used, right? So playing Dolphins, positive matchup. Keenan Allen, I think I looked at it for somebody else, scored 3 out of 5 weeks. Um, so he has a decent usage in touchdowns, which you care about, right? In standard, you care about touchdowns a lot. So that's a pretty good chance at a touchdown, especially with Quinton Johnson out. Haskins, I think you're basically just rolling the dice. Is he gonna be the lead role, right? Um, and I don't think you can assume that. I think you're hoping, right? So I would leave him on the bench for a week if I could, especially since you have a decent option of Keenan Allen. And then Travion Henderson has scored 1 touchdown in 5 games. So you're just hoping for a breakaway play. So to me, Keenan Allen is the choice here. But if you believe Haskins is going to be the lead role, I could see you playing him. I see Travion as the worst option out of it. Just how much they're using Ramondre Stevenson. So you're basically just hoping for a breakaway touchdown. But I think Ladd and Keenan will be used more heavily this week with Quinton out. So I think Ladd is your choice here. Hopefully that makes sense to ride the momentum of Ladd catching a touchdown next week. Let me know if that's off base or not. And if it helped, I'd appreciate a like or any other thoughts or questions. But that's who I would go with. If you could drop a like. Yeah, thanks, George. You too. Let me know if you got any other questions or any other thoughts. I'll be here all day. Feel free to tune in later. Appreciate you, George. Okay, so what's going on? What happened? Do we have a turnover or something? It looks like we had a turnover. What did I miss, guys? What did I miss? Patrick Surtain, they keep showing him. So did he like strip a fumble or catch an interception or something? They keep showing Garrett Wilson. I'm assuming Patrick Surtain was on Garrett Wilson, so it had to be a defensive play, right? Oh, incomplete pass. Oh, they must have been like looking for a fumble then, right? If it's an incomplete or a touchdown, what happened? So they had a guy in motion. Fields took the snap, passed to Garrett Wilson. Oh, they said they popped it out of his hands, and Garrett Wilson got luckily that he didn't have possession of it yet. Oh, because he fumbled it a bit in his hands. Ooh, I don't know though. I don't know if is that considered a foot? Man, that is, I don't know. What do they how did that not consider a football move? They consider that a bobble. So he had the ball, and then he like flipped it to better carry it in his hands. And when he flipped it, and then as soon as his hands touched the ball, it got slapped out of his hands. I don't know if that's considered a football move or not because he bobbled it. They said no. They said no, that was considered a bobble. So it's 3rd and 6. Probably not going to convert this. Sorry. I knew it. He's getting sacked. There's God, bro. Justin Fields looks so bad out there. Like really, really bad. Like I don't even know if I could blame it on the offensive line either, because like these last 2 sacks, he got sacked. He had the chance to throw it away. I don't know if he just expects the line to hold up or what. All right, put this user in a timeout. All right, well, that was disappointing to watch the Jets do nothing with that safety opportunity. So I'll go back in the hands of the Broncos. We'll see how that goes. Meantime, while we wait, we talked about the Rams' weather. We talked about the Jags' defense being an awesome defense to start the year for fantasy to see if it holds up. The Chargers running backs, we've been indirectly talking about this, but I don't think directly. I would hold off on the Chargers running backs if I could, right? If I could, and let's say I didn't lose any of the players or whatnot, right? I just don't have any idea how this is going to break out. So, if you have to take a hope and a prayer, you can take the hope and the prayer. But if I could wait on them, I would. Maybe you can't, but that's just my thought on things. And then the Cardinals running backs, you know, we thought we saw the split. Something could change. I would want to wait on them if I could as well. I just heard from somebody else that Kyler Murray's not playing, which downgrades them for me. So even though Michael Carter, so like what's different about Michael Carter versus the Chargers running backs is it's pretty clear that he's going to get the lead role. We don't know who's going to get the lead role in the Chargers running backs. That's why I said it's a little riskier, right? But since Murray's not playing, that already takes a questionable offense and knocks them down another notch. So if I could hold off on the Cardinals running backs this week, I would as well. Dallas versus Carolina and Bryce Young. Bryce Young is in the major hot seat for me. Major, major hot seat. And let's take a look at this together to show you why. This man has only been projected to score 15 fantasy points a game, and he's not been able to do it 4 out of 5 weeks. So that tells you he's doing worse than what he's projected to do, which affects the whole offense, right? Tetairoa McMillan, even the running backs. So he's on the hot seat for me. The one thing I have to look at the Carolina game too, as the game gets started, is that all of a sudden yesterday there was projected some like wind that was not projected at the start of the week. So I have to look at that too and see what they end up doing, if any adjustments are made out of there. Watching Justin Fields is insufferable. Dude, I know. Last week, somebody it was funny because somebody asked me if they should play him. I was like, yeah, he has a decent matchup. I think you should play him. And then he had like 5 points through the first 3 quarters, kind of like this week, right? And he comes back. He's like, bro, you told me to start up. Oh no, I'm about to lose. And then all of a sudden in the 4th quarter, he then magically pulls out 25 points. He's like, what the heck just happened? So I guess we're praying for a similar situation here for this 4th quarter taking off, that some scoring happens. But this is terrible. 90-year-old quarterbacks have better awareness than him. I know, right? It's so weird. Like when we looked at Jake Browning these past couple weeks, sure, we can say he doesn't have awareness, but it was clear that somebody would break through the offensive line within the first half a second, and he's running for his life. But this one, it's normally the Jets have a terrible offensive line, but he's standing around in the pocket for a couple seconds, and he's still not seeing the sack coming. It's like the Jets O-line ain't great. Yeah, see? Right? That's exactly what I was saying too. It just seems like he has some time, and it's not like they're just breaking through and he's getting sacked on that first thing. So I don't know. It's like like you said, it's not like the Jets are anything to ride home about in terms of their offensive line, but man, this is not fun to watch. Especially starting Mason Taylor. I'm sure people started Garrett Wilson, right? Breece Hall's gotten 2 yards of carry, so that's looked terrible too. All right, so Denver is another 3 and out. Oh, snaps. Is this Jet defense the best defense in the league all of a sudden? Just kidding. Just kidding. Man, oh man, this game. I would have hated to live in London and then been excited all year, to go to a game, and get to watch this game. I don't know if people like to watch defense out there, but this game is very bad by NFL standards. What is this? Four field goals, a safety, and 1 touchdown. That's been the whole game. And it's not like we've seen big breakaway 50-yard passes or nothing like that either, right? It's been bad. Pretty bad. You like defense? You are the 10%. I can say that, okay, I'll say it like this. If it's good defense is one thing, right? Good defense is one thing. But I think there's also an aspect of just bad offense, and I don't like bad offense. But if it's good defense, you can appreciate it, right? Guys breaking through to the back, making the quarterback fumble, making the wide receiver, on the replay, hands in his face. that's fun. That's good to me. Like, I can enjoy that. But when, you know, Justin Fields is like in the backfield and he's just eating sacks because he's not aware. Like, to me, that's not necessarily good defense. That's like bad offense, right? So or just offensive play calls where, you know, the whole game, like right now, they're running 2 yards a carry with J.K. Dobbins and Breece Hall, and then you continue to run the ball for 2 out of the 3 plays and go out three and out because you run the ball 2 yards, you're 3rd and 6, and now you're just desperate to get a 3rd down and then turn the ball over. Like, I don't like that, but I like games where, like, you know, the defense is in the face, they're breaking up passes, right? They're making plays. Give something like 2 good defensive plays in a row, then the offense gets to play. Exactly, right? Like that's exciting. You know, that's exciting. When there's good defensive plays, right? Like Patrick Mahomes is in the backfield. You know, they make a good offensive play, but then Patrick Surtain like reads the break and is able to swat the ball down, right? Like that kind of stuff is fun, and fun to watch on the replay. But when you're just missing guys, right? Like the defense is behind the receiver, you throw the ball down the field, kind of like earlier in this game, and Justin Fields just overthrows his man by like not even close, right? Like by like 5 to 10 yards. That's that's just terrible. So yeah, that's not fun to me when we're missing plays on the offensive line. Defense is not playing well. So hopefully overthrow. Yeah, exactly. That's a hunt to you, Genwell. That is a hunt to you. That is the truth. That is the truth. All right. So let's see. Is there any other analysis? Let me bring that up before, because I know we still got 1 hour before these morning games. But let's see if there's anything else to talk about in this London game before that goes. Oh, Bryce Young, we just talked about him. Just on the hot seat, has a plus matchup against Dallas. We'll see if he could play through the wind and everything. Do I think Bose capped his ceiling, or did he just have a high floor? You know, that's exactly what I was trying to say a little earlier too. I had a friend who was like super on him last year. Was like, "Yo, I watched him in college. He's the truth." And he made that call at like game 5 of the season last year, like right when Bo Nix like came back and started breaking out, and it held true for the whole season. I was like, okay, maybe it's true, but I watched a few of his games this year, and I just don't know. You know, like I just can't tell if like, you know, if with all the movements, you know, of on the offensive end of the field, if he's just taking some time to getting used to, and then all of a sudden, you know, after these first 6 weeks, he does exactly what he did last year and breaks free. But it kind of just feels like, you know, maybe he was playing at the top 20% of his potential at the end of last season, right? And this is more of his like norm, if that makes sense. That's how I kind of feel about things. I feel like maybe he was just playing at the top end, you know, of his potential last season, and then everybody just assumed that that was his floor, right? Or if that was his average, but instead that was really his top 20%, but it was perceived as his average. And then now this is more of his average, and then, you know, we'll see. We'll see, right? But I'm starting to lean more so of like, you know, he's good and okay in a decent system, but maybe he's not, you know, projected to be because they were projecting him to be, you know, I don't want to say as good as Joe Burrow or them, but like, right, like he was projected to all of a sudden be in this Drake May and you know, like top bottom line top 10 quarterback, which I don't know if that's that's the case for me anymore. So yeah, I think he's more so, you know, we should knock his ceiling down a little bit, or like that last year was his ceiling. If I guess is a better way to say that. 3rd and 5 for the Jets. All right, who wants to bet they're going to convert this 3rd down or not? I have a hard time feeling like they're going to convert this 3rd and 5, but I have to hope for Mason Taylor's sake. And Justin Fields scrambling, diving for the 1st down. I think he's going to be marked short. I have no idea what that was. It looked like he almost fumbled the ball. Oh my God, Fields. Yeah, I think he's just short. But man, that looked like he almost fumbled it, like he almost broke his kneecap and arm at the same time. That's what's his name? Man, I loved how the Giants won against the Eagles, especially with the tush push. But geez, bro, with how hard Cam Scadaboo and Jackson Dart run into the other defenders, I am so scared that one of these guys is going to get injured. I don't like projecting injury because I don't wish injury upon people. But it's just like, dude, when you're running head first as the quarterback, into linemen, it's like one of these times, dude, you're going to get cracked, bro. So like I just don't like I love how hard he's playing, but it's like as the quarterback, it's like I don't think you can have the quarterback running that hard, into the into the middle of the teeth of the defense for an entire season. And then Cam Scadaboo too, man, I love how hard he runs. But dude, like go out of bounds sometimes, like on the course of a season, like how many times can that happen? Is Dart cleared from concussion protocol? I saw something weird about that right after the game. I didn't look too deep into it, so I have to look. But I saw some I interpreted it as like there was a fishy approval of the concussion protocol, and they were like reevaluating or something like that, right? Let me see. Let me see. Says concussion protocol under review. That was what it said, right? So yeah, that was weird, right? NFL sounds out concussion protocol reminder in wake of Jackson Dart incident. So yeah, like how these headlines are worded, to me it sounds a little fishy. Like did somehow they finesse through a concussion protocol that really shouldn't have gone through, and then they're reevaluating this because they really feel he has a concussion. As someone I've experienced multiple concussions in my life, and I will say that 10 or 11 years later, I've had symptoms come up of like some weird stuff, like that wasn't there before. Specifically for me, I can't go on roller coasters anymore. I used to love roller coasters, but after those concussions and after a few years, it does something to me now that I can't take. So like I like the fact that they are being more strict on these concussions, because in the moment I can say that like when I had a really bad concussion in 2011, and for that next year, like I was a different person without realizing it. Like I had some things, and we want to believe that we're healthy, right? But I there's something weird with that, right? For the NFL to come out and say like, reminder guys, there is a concussion protocol. It almost feels like what happened there that we're not being told. So I don't know if he's cleared the concussion protocol or not, but that is something to keep an eye on. But if he is cleared, I think Jackson Dart is safer than Justin Fields at this point in time. I think Jackson Dart might get injured for how hard he runs, but just in terms of like the production, even without Neighbors, like his game flow just looks a little better than Justin Fields at this point, which is crazy to say out loud, but that's just how I feel at this point. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that dart situation, Shenwell. But I appreciate that. Hunt it to you. Hunt it to you. Not yet. You. It wasn't massive, but I had it during high school when you played b-ball and you jumped high to get the rebound. Another player went underneath and you landed side head. Ooh, that sounds awful, bro. Oh my god. I play basketball too, so I can only imagine that you up high and your legs taken out from underneath you, and you wanted to keep playing. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. Like you're like, nah, I'm good. I'm coach. I'm good. And you're like walking around in circles, walking around in circles. I'm good, coach. I'm good. Oh man. Yeah, exactly. Those are scary. That's scary to hear, but oh man, you're playing basketball and that happened. Were you a forward or guard, shooter, making mad dunks on people? You know, I when I was playing basketball when I was like, you know, 12 years old, I was like, yeah, I could play college. I could make the NBA. You know, when you're 12, you have no idea what the world is like, and then going to high school, watching those guys come and dunk down the field. It's like, okay, yeah, no, no. Oh, you were a guard. All right. Okay, so first nice place of the play of the game almost. First down. Bo Nix. First down. Let's see. I guess since this game has been so bad, I can't be waiting for touchdowns for these things to happen to keep you guys entertained. I have to do this on first downs because first downs are basically touchdowns in this game. Bo Nix, first down. Let's go. Normally we have a touchdown celebration, but we're celebrating our first downs in this game. This is such a cursed scoreline, 11-10. Oh my god, the Vegas people must have had influence in this game. To like, who would have projected the Jets winning? 2nd and 8. Here we go. Shotgun snap, screen pass, going nowhere. Oh my god, 3rd down. Nowhere to go. This is a cursed score line. Let me watching the game with these eyes, bro. Watching the game with these eyes. Um, it was Broncos negative 5.5. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so that means what if they score the they have to score the touchdown, right? To cover. They have to score the touchdown to cover. But it's not looking like that's gonna happen, right? With this game script. Oh, break free. Let's go. Let's go. First down. Offense. Offense. Let's see. Oh, Nix for a first down again. I don't think that was Sutton though. Was that? Let me see. Who was that? Nope. All right. All right. First down. Who was that? Oh, that was Marvin Mims. Shotgun formation. Handoff. Dobbins. Longest run of the game, probably like a whole 9 yards. I think that like matches his like whole total for the game. Nah, I think he has like 20 yards or something, but man. All right. Hopefully we can get like a touchdown here or something and get it going. Faded Hawk, how are you? Good morning, or if you are on the East Coast, happy noontime. Flex, Keenan Allen with Quinton Johnston being out, or flex Ashton Jeanty. Oh, dude, come on. Ah, man. You're PPR, right? Man, that is so hard for me to say to play Keenan. I can't believe we're at this point in the season where we're really considering playing Keenan Allen over Ashton Jeanty. I think I still have to play Jeanty, bro. I know Genty's been tough for you to play, but I have such a hard time playing Keenan Allen, because I think vacated targets we can say are gonna go to a split of Keenan Allen and Lad McConkey, right? But man, just with how explosive Jeanty is and um how they're starting to try to work the offense through him more, I have a hard time going against that usage of Jeanty. I know it's appealing to try to play Keenan Allen, but that would be like a wild play. It's not Lad, it's Ladidi. Oh man. Yeah, so hopefully that makes sense, Faded Hawk, but if you have that gut feeling, you can just go with it, but because for some reason I remember your team being so stacked. But I would play Jeanty. If that makes sense. You're gonna start Jeanty, you're probably going to anyways. Yeah. that's a tough one. If you ask me like Quinton over him, that might have been a little tougher, but I still would have gone Jeanty. But I know Miami's a juicy matchup, but man, it's really hard to go away from all those touches that Jeanty is projected to have. Right. All right, 2nd and goal. We're doing nothing here. Oh man. Appreciate any likes that you guys could drop, any hearts or whatever in the chat. Any other questions as we wrap up this London game that has been super boring? But yeah, that was good defense, huh? That was good defense. It would be nice to see a touchdown so that we can force touchdown, right? Rather than field goal for the game wins. But we'll see. Empty backfield here. 3rd and goal for Bo Nix. Let's see if he's the truth or not. Taking the snap. Firing to the end zone. Open man. Oh, overthrown just slightly. All right, 4th down. So Faded Hawks says you're currently in the middle of negotiations to trade for Jonathan Taylor. You're thinking of offering Kamara and Jeanty. What do I think? Yeah, I think I would do that. I would definitely do that because, what you're basically doing is you're consolidating, right? Like Jonathan Taylor's projected to be possibly the number 1 running back on the whole season. You see no issues with his offense, right? So far, his offense is projected to score points. So his upside and his reliability, you're basically taking a person you were thinking of benching, which is Jeanty, right? And instead, now you have an automatic lock for Jonathan Taylor. So I would offer Kamara and Jeanty in a heartbeat. I just don't know if that person would accept that. But I would take Jonathan Taylor. Hope that makes sense, Faded Hawk. Jen Will says, overthrow. Dude, I know. Why? Come on, Bo Nix. No more overthrowing, bro. So now we're up 13-11 for the Denver defense. Since it was a 5.5 point spread, it's basically cooked at this point, right? So Vegas covered, essentially. Unless like some crazy pick 6 happens or something. So yeah. Faded Hawks says you have Kamara, Scadaboo, Jeanty, Robinson, Javonte Williams, running backs low-key stacked. I know your running back is low-key stacked. Make that. I thought you had other running backs as well. I forgot. In addition to that, for some reason, Faded Hawk. But yeah, I would definitely take that trade. Yeah, Jen Will says take that as well, right? Taylor will be good if he stops being great. Exactly. Kamara's getting there in age, and Jeanty has a terrible O-line. Hey, Raiders fans, we take offense to that terrible O-line. It is awful, not terrible. It is. It's really bad. The O-line is so bad. And then Geno Smith, like, he can probably pull it back together, right? He's a veteran, so he probably could pull it back together, but he is looking like the Geno Smith that we used to make fun of back in the day for throwing more interceptions than touchdowns. You had a couple more, but traded someone in Traded someone in Pickens for Bijan. What? That doesn't make any sense to me. You traded for Bijan, or you traded Bijan away for someone in Pickens? Which brings me to the Raiders. I want to apologize to the Seahawks fans. I criticized them when they let go of Pete, but now I get it. Dude, I know, right? As a Raiders fans, we were hopeful. We were hopeful that Pete Carroll could do something. But geez, man, this has been awful. You try to blame it on the offensive coordinator, but you as the head coach are the one in charge, right? So geez. You got Bijan. You got Bijan. Yeah. That's why I knew you had another stacked running back. Yeah, definitely go for what's his name then, bro? Definitely go for Taylor. Our O line has a handful of players playing out of positions, dude. Even if they're playing in position, they look so confused out there that it's like we might as well start four offensive linemen instead of 5, right? It was so bad, so bad. And I don't know how it's gonna get better, to be honest. You know, I feel sorry for Max Crosby. He's looking like a menace on the defensive end for the Raiders, but it's just like it all means nothing. And Justin Fields, we're getting sacked again. Bro, this is terrible. This is awful. I know the Denver defense is good. Don't get me wrong, but this is so bad. Like, ugh. Yes, he had the edge rush. Yes, it was the edge rush on him, but dude, come on, bro. Pull it together. My wide receiver room is Lamb, Nakua, Keenan Allen, and Ibuka. You traded Pittman and Metcalf for Lamb a couple weeks ago. Making good trades, bro. Making good trades. So you're basically starting Lamb and Nakua when he gets back. You're going to probably flex Ibuka unless you're in a 3 wide receiver league. And then your running backs that you're playing are Bijan and Taylor if you get this trade. And then you'll be able to flex Javonte versus that is a crazy team. You're flexing basically, it sounds like you're flexing Javonte versus Ibuka. And that is crazy if that's your team. Quarterbacks, you got Stafford and Allen. Oh my God, yeah. So you're doing well. Just a quick shout out if you're thinking of starting Stafford, double check the weather. Double check the weather because there was a lot of wind projected in that game. Just give us another touchdown. Broncos are better. Make a stop, Jets, and score a field goal or touchdown to make Broncos fans suffer. Yes. Make the Broncos fans suffer. I mean, I guess the best outcome we could have is another safety, right? To bring it to overtime. Oh my God, this is a freaking crazy game. Faded Hawk says Ibuka is dropping 35 plus today. Jeez, bro. That's a big call. That is a big call. Ibuka having, who are they playing? San Francisco? Ooh. That's I think they're playing San Francisco, right? That's a big call, bro. That is a big call. You won't be using Taylor today, even if you got the trade. It's 24 hours wait, right? So you have a Ibuka at wide receiver 2 with Puka since CD is out. Yeah. I was just thinking rest of the season basically for you, bro. I was just basically thinking the rest of the season on like what your life decisions would be like, and at that point, your life decisions would be amazing to be able to. Who am I flexing, right? Javonte or Ibuka, essentially. All right, so we got Denver going backwards. It looks like on second down, so it's 3rd and 9. So give us another TD. Broncos are better. I don't think they're gonna get another TD at this point. It's looking more like, oh man, You don't know who I'd put in flakes if you mix this trade. Williams was so much a steal for you. You got Williams off the waivers? Your league is a bunch of idiots. Oh my god. You got him off the waiver wire? That is crazy. That is insane. Oh man. I can't believe you got Javonte Williams off the waivers. That is insane. 3rd and 9. Shotgun snap. Dropping back. Looks like he's getting sacked at the 10-yard line. Man, oh man. The winners of this week, the defenses. The defenses. Who started the Jets defense? Whoever started the Jets defense is looking like a genius at this point in time. Who is looking like a genius is whoever started the defenses. Oh my goodness. You said you could make a blockbuster trade Nakua for a bunch of star players or something. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. With your roster, bro, I think that last move you're gonna make is like the final move you need to make, right? Because then you got like Nakua plus CD as your wide receivers. You can't get really better than that, right? Like you really can't. That would be instead of like factual at that point, that's just like opinion of who would be better rest of the season. So I would not do that. And then if you do get Jonathan Taylor, you're rolling out Jonathan Taylor plus Bijan, which again, arguably the two best running backs. And then you're flexing either Ibuka or Javonte Williams, which are basically wide receiver and running back ones. So, yeah, I wouldn't do anything at that point. Why are you sorry, Jen? Well, there's nothing to be sorry about. Unless you're saying this game is sorry, then that makes definite sense. um, Nah, bro, no, no need to apologize. For that, I guess at this point in time, all we could. I mean, it's exciting, I guess, because this is a game-winning potential drive, but this has been a boring, competitive. I don't know if that's the right word for this game. Competitive on who's gonna lose the game more, right? This game wasn't who's gonna win the game. This game was like who's gonna lose. Oh, the Jets defense. I didn't see that. Oh my god, the Jets defense. Oops. Oh man, pause. That's a pause. That's definitely a pause for sure, Jen Will. All right, drop any questions in the chat before these morning games start. For the rest of this game, we basically have the last drive available by the Jets because the Broncos would basically run the clock out if they were to get the ball back. So it's games on the line basically here with this drive. We shall see if Justin Fields can turn around eating 15 sacks this game and instead turn it into a drive for a potential game-winning field goal. That's where we are at in this. What's the score? Dude, are you sure you want to know what the score is? It's 45-42. They've scored almost 90 points in this game. No, bro. This game is terrible. This game is terrible. There's been one touchdown this entire game. Justin Fields has like a total of like 50 yards. The score is 13-11. The score is 13-11. It's been not necessarily a bunch of good defensive plays, as much as Justin Fields giving the Broncos the defensive plays, as in he's not aware of his sacks, completely missing passes. And then on the other side of the ball, on both sides of the ball, both running backs are running for like 2.5 yards a carry. So running backs are going nowhere. And then Bo Nix is not like tearing apart a Jets defense. He's making the Jets defense honestly look like they're a top 5 defense in the league. Yeah, the touchdown was nice. Like the touchdown was cool. The touchdown was definitely cool. So I have to give them the edge. It's a pretty boring game. If I was London fans, I would have hoped for something. But we're at midfield, 2nd and 3 for the Jets. Taking the snap, shotgun formation, handoff. He needs 2 yards and he gets 2 yards. Or he needed 3 yards and he got 3 yards. So we got a first down, up and coming, 1:56 left. So we're after the break. So the Broncos use a timeout, as in their eyes, they're probably looking to conserve some clock, because if the Jets can get off a field goal here, since they're just past midfield, they would need to score. The Broncos would need to score again. It's a 2-point game, 13-11. So the Jets here at midfield on 1st and 10 have the ability to control their own destiny in this game, if they can continue to get a couple first downs and actually sink and make the field goal. But redeem yourself, Nick Folk. Oh man, I know. All right, so we got shotgun formation that we're on like the 46-yard line across midfield. Justin Fields is taking the snap. Shotgun formation, looking to pass, looking to get sacked is what he is. Dude, how many sacks was it this game? This was a lot of sacks. And just like that, Justin Field, goodness, I know. Oh my God. Yeah, that one was not completely his fault, right? That one was not completely his fault. Like they couldn't do anything. Taking another snap, stepping back, firing, found his man, Garrett Wilson. Maybe about 10 yards. So this 3rd down for sure, since it was 2nd and 15. Looking a few large yards short of the first down there. So found Garrett Wilson. It's 3rd down. 1:18 left. We're in 4-down territory, because I think this is too far for a field goal. 3rd down and 8. 3rd down and 8. This is probably 4-down territory. This is not feeling like a field goal, because what is this? If you're on like the 45-yard line, that's what they're on, right? Like the 40, or maybe they're on the 40. Let's see what yard line they're on. Yeah, they're on the 44-yard line, it looks like. So what was that, 50? Yeah, that's like a 61-yard field goal. So they probably be looking to get at least 10 to 15 more yards. So pass is not caught. Garrett Wilson was the target. He looks shaken up. Got cracked on that play. So Garrett Wilson getting hit. He was open. It was a late pass. Defender had a chance to come back on the ball and make a play on it. Oh, he had the ball and just dropped it at the last second. Oh, man. So 4th down. Fields is going to get one of his receivers killed. I know. Like, he was a little late on that one, right? Garrett Wilson was definitely standing around there for a bit. And he took a hard hit because of it. So 24 seconds on the game clock. 1:14 left. 4th and 8. They have to go for it. This is too far. So the game is in the hands of this play. Guy in motion. Stepping back. Looks like he's going to get sacked. He stays on his feet, but he gets sacked. And that's why the Jets are 0-5. That's a good one. Oh my goodness. Dude. Holy smokes. Well, I don't have turnover on downs, but I guess technically it's close to a fumble, right? Turnover on downs since you turn it over at the loss of the play, since there's no real there was no real plays made in this game besides the kicker. And I spent all this since I spent this time making this guy's player profile. I'm gonna give him a little bit of a spotlight here. We got Justin Fields on the floor. He didn't fumble it, but he turned it over on downs. I don't have a turnover on downs card, so I'm pretending like it's a fumble with all the sacks he's taken. All right, well, that game, I regret wasting 2 hours in this game. Dude, I know. Well, how do you think it feels to be a freaking person at this game in London, you know? Like, these tickets are probably not cheap, right? I wonder how much these tickets are. How much are the London NFL game tickets, right? London NFL game ticket prices. Yeah, these games are for the nosebleeds. They are like for the nosebleeds, they're £37. Minimum price is 160. How much do NFL games cost? Start at the cheapest price is starting at $135 for the cheapest seats in London. So that's like double to triple the price of games here. So you pay 3 times the amount of money. You only get like 1 or 2 games a year. You know, you get like one opportunity to watch a game. You pay 3 times as much because we don't have many games there. And then you watch this game. Come on, that's gotta be frustrating if you're in London, right? That's gotta be frustrating. You regret watching 2 hours. Drop any start, sit, or any questions, even trades, rest of season, coaching questions, etc. We have 20 minutes before kickoff. All right, guys, that was super fun to watch Mason Taylor catch no footballs. He caught like 1 football. Watch Justin Fields get sacked like 10 times. Man, I gotta check. How many points did the Jets defense have? Does anybody know? How many points did the Jets defense have? They had to have had an insane amount of points because this man, I swear, he got sacked on every single possession. It was like he got sacked on every single possession. So let me see how many sacks this man got. Because he Mason Taylor got me a whole 2-yard catch. That was a great play. Great play, Ryan. Let's see. The defense of nobody played the Jets defense, right? Somebody played the Jets defense in my league. I guess somebody did play the Jets defense. Did somebody really play the Jets defense? Oh, no. They had 10 points. I guess that's not as much as I thought they would have had. Dang, I thought they would have had more points than that. Oh wait, no. Sorry, Broncos defense. What am I thinking? It's not the Jets defense that had all the sacks. It was the Broncos defense. A fumble, it counts 2 points. A fumble counts 2 points. They had 17 points. Okay, that is more like what I was expecting to see. They had 17 points. They had 9 sacks. They had 9 freaking sacks. Holy smokes. Yeah, that's insane. They had 9 sacks. Fumbles and well, every league can be different, right, Genwell? So you have to check your specific league's scoring system, standard as in like not non-PPR, standard as in like what is typically issued on ESPN, Yahoo, all these apps is 2 points per interception, 2 points per fumble, right? That is the typical breakdown or usage, and then sacks are 1 point, right? So I believe in my league, I'm not sure if this is the same for all leagues. So for example, if the quarterback has the ball, right, and he has not thrown yet, and he's on the move, and then he gets sacked and he fumbles it, that's 3 points, I believe. Right? I believe that is the points of the sack plus the fumble. But if, let's say, he hands it off to the running back and the running back fumbles it, then it can only be 2 points, right? Same thing for a wide receiver. Same thing if it is a forward run by the quarterback, right? But if the quarterback is dropping back and then he gets sacked and there's a fumble, I think that's 3. And then obviously if they score on the fumble, right, or if they score on the interception, then it's +6 as well. So yeah, that's what I got. Let me see what you said. Go Chargers, but you're cooked with the amount of injuries. Are you a Chargers fan? I'm from Los Angeles and San Diego, so I was there when they were in San Diego and LA. It would be nice to be a Chargers fan or a Rams fan, but I have the blood tied to unfortunately, to the Raiders. But I will say a couple years ago, I got to go to some Rams and Chargers game, like right when the stadium was built. Stadium's so nice, but the Chargers can be fun to watch at times. So, funny that they're in the same league as the Raiders. I think this is a good Chargers story. This is a good Chargers story. If you're a fan of the Chargers, if you're a fan of the Chargers, this might be funny. So Chargers opening week, right? So I don't know if you've been to football games or not, but like, in football, opening week is typically a highly desired, week to watch games or whatnot. And I had some tickets to the Raiders versus the Chargers on opening week. In the stadium, and it was crazy packed. It was crazy packed. Obviously, divisional game, right? Raiders versus Chargers, like crazy packed, crazy hype. It was honestly probably one of the loudest games I've ever went to. Actually, it might be the loudest game I went to. Nah, I do remember that game being loud. It was definitely one of the loudest games, but not only loud but aggressive, right? Because like, if you know Chargers fans and you know Raiders fans, they're pretty aggressive, right? And this just happened to be, I like, at my time she was my girlfriend, but my wife, she's like, oh, you get to go to like these football games, like I've never been, like let me see. And I was like, oh, this is gonna be a game to be at. But let's just say after that game, my wife's like, no. No, thank you. You can go to the other football games. It's because like they were super, like, like I told her like this is gonna be a crazy game, but it was even crazier than I expected, because it was like, opening weekend, divisional game, plus the types of fans, and it was a loud, crazy game. But yeah, she was like, no, I don't ever want to go back. Go back to these games. Who do I blame for being? So there's like, it was like a progression. I wasn't a true like football fan until, and what's up, Kelly? I'll get to JK Kelly. I'll get to you right in a second. I'll get you right into a second. So one league, some mates are doing Dynasty. I like Dynasty. I haven't. I want to try that as well. So I'm on that same board as you, Jen Will. But who I blame is like, I honestly didn't start following football closely until like 2015. But before that, like when I was young, right, like elementary school age, right? I had a neighbor who was like die-hard Raiders fans. Like every week, like my family and I could hear them screaming, like for the game. And that neighbor would watch me. Like she would watch me when my parents had to work or whatever, because they were retired, right? And so I would go over to their house and they would like have the game on like occasionally, right? Or whatever. And so like they kind of like were like, you gotta be a Raiders fan, blah, blah, blah. I didn't understand anything at the time, right? So I was just like, okay, whatever, you know. And then uh over the course of time, like I wasn't really watching football like per se until like 2015. But then once, I got, you know, to that phase of my life, like there were other Raider fans around me as well. And since I just started playing fantasy football, I was like, all right, whatever. You know, I had a bunch of friends around who were also Raiders fans, and this was like kind of the time period like where they were it was Derek Carr, right? Kind of potentially, making playoffs. They weren't good. Like even the year they made playoffs, a few years before, they weren't like good or anything, right? But like some of their games were competitive, and it was just like kind of fun watching a negative game script, I guess, right? Because like you had the chance to play, and you weren't watching football that was just boring, right? Like run it up the middle with the running back and defense, because their defense was so bad. They were always like throwing, so it was interesting. So those first few years then kind of like solidified it. I was like, all right, I'll just roll with this. Um, and at the time there was no LA team, right? So it's not like Rams were there and or Chargers. So I just kind of went with them, and I just didn't want to jump ship when LA came with the Rams and they were good, and then they got the Chargers. I just never jumped ship. So that's where I'm at. J.K. Kelly, half PPR, start two. Marvin Harrison Jr., Ken Walker III, or Xavier Worthy. Well, I believe someone told me Kyler's out. So you might want to double check that, J.K. Kelly, but I heard Kyler's out. And if that's the case, I would for sure play Ken Walker and Worthy, regardless of who's the matchup is against the Cardinals. Marvin Harrison's kind of already been shaky, and with a new quarterback, I would take the more guarantee work with Ken Walker and Worthy, regardless if I was playing from behind or PPR or non-PPR, just with the uncertainty of how the Arizona's offense has looked. Marvin Harrison just came through last week, but that was with Kyler in garbage time. So I'm just a little hesitant, not knowing, is this offense going to work just as well, if that makes sense. And then let's see. General says you blame Rivers and Gates for you being a Chargers fan. Dude, that was great. That was great, right? Being on that connection between Rivers and Gates. Hold on one sec. Yeah, what's up? Well, I can't do it. I'll have to figure it out by myself then. Hold on, I'll be right back. I have a neighbor at my door.
All right, sorry guys, my neighbor was moving out, and just wanted to say bye. Okay, okay. So where was I at in these questions? You playing Rivers and Gates? Yeah, that was a fun connection, right? That was a really fun connection watching Antonio Gates and Rivers. I think that was basically kind of around that same time I started watching football too, because I remember it was either like maybe it was my second year playing fantasy football. I had Antonio Gates, or maybe it was my first year. I forgot what year it was, but like, you know, at at the time I didn't realize, like, tight ends are, are normally not that good, right? Or that productive. So I expected, production from the tight end position, because he's basically like a, as productive as a wide receiver, um, in the tight end position. So that was crazy, back then. Your electricity bill is going to be cheap for next bill, and you forgot to turn off your tap, and it's running hot water. Wait, what? You claim your electricity is going to be cheap. You forgot to turn off your tap, and it's running hot water. I don't understand what that means exactly. Is that a is that a pun for a team being in hot water, the Chargers being in hot water? Or maybe I'm misunderstanding. Speaking of Chargers running backs, what's on your agenda? So yeah, the reason I had them on the agenda for today was because I knew a lot of people were picking them up off the waivers, and if they didn't pick them up off the waivers, um, that you know that I would tell people this is a target to at least stash, right? Now that we're have them stashed and we're thinking of looking at starting them. My whole thing with the Chargers running backs is we don't have an idea, like in Arizona we have an idea that Michael Carter is gonna be the starter just based off of last week's usage. And so while I don't like Carter this week because of that uncertainty in the offense, especially without Kyler Murray, you're at least confirmed, right, that he's going to be the starter. What I was trying to say with the Chargers running backs is, if you did get a Chargers running back, you probably took a coin flip on who to choose, right? And you probably don't have both of them. And regardless if you have both of them, it's hard to tell who is going to be the starter, right? So what I'm basically saying with the Chargers running back is, like, I know there was a lot of hope placed in the value attained from grabbing one of these people off the waivers. I just don't know who's going to get the value this week, right? Who's going to get the touches, how that backfield is going to break down. So if you can avoid starting them this week, I would, just because of so much uncertainty. Um, I would want to sit the Chargers running backs if I could. I know there's a plus matchup against Miami. It's just with all these moving parts and uncertainty. Yes, congratulations to the people who stored the value. I just am not sure how it will break down, right? Nah, literally, it was still running. Oh, you had water. Was it running all night? That sucks. Um, and it depends on where you're at too, on how expensive electricity is, right? Some places, like when I was in the middle of LA in the middle of summer, oh, 20 minutes. Oh, that shouldn't be too bad then. No, but I know it's still probably more wasteful, right? Still very wasteful. Um, but yeah. So you think it'll be Haskins and Davis? Really? You think what makes you think Haskins and Davis? I think what's that backfield called? Washington, right? I think, like, Washington, it could be a little bit of roulette for this first week or two, if they're uncertain. And the Chargers, like to take a run approach first, but they don't know who their runner is, right? And then they do typically like to have an A-B formation, right? Where like the A is like, you know, typically most first and second downs, and then the B comes in on the third downs and sometimes stretches the field on second down or whatever, right? So it's not to say that two running backs can't work there. I just think there's so much uncertainty. Yeah, that's why I was like saying like Davis, like where are you getting this? Because Vidal was the other highly sought after pickup this week, right? But because like you said, like who knows like what they do? Like what if they really do something completely different? Obviously, the percentages are the biggest on Haskins and Vidal based on what they've been talking about, how they've been being used and stuff, but it's just so yeah, exactly, right? You expect everybody to get worked in. So like just like how, when Eckler and everybody got injured in Washington, everybody expected, Ja'Cory Krosky to get all these touches and just become like where he is now right away. And essentially just what I'm getting at with these Chargers running backs is like nobody was Ja'Cory Krosky merit, right? Like none of these guys were like projected to be, this awesome person. So I can foresee them taking an approach, especially without having a Ja'Cory Krosky merit, right? Of like how they were rotating three backs, right? For those first couple weeks, all at even usage. I could possibly see something like that happening again. So yeah, well that's basically where I was at with those running backs. Let me change this spotlight section because Mason Taylor did us nothing. All right. So this who was my spotlight in these early games, and let's change the London game to the morning games. Oh, Tetairoa McMillan was gonna be my spotlight player of this. I had so many high hopes for Tetairoa. I rode the wave of believing in Bryce Young's end of season. This has not been the best season for Bryce Young to start. Hopefully he could turn this around. So I have Tetairoa McMillan in my spotlight today to be like, let's keep an extra eye on this guy because I don't want to see he has to do well, right? Like that, like this is his projection. And if what's his name? If Bryce Young can't make something happen, kind of like how Justin Fields looked today, I'm gonna be kind of out on them for the rest of the season. This is kind of like my last chance to see if he's worth starting in a flex or something right now until this offense gets figured out. They probably could still figure something out on the course of a season, but we shall see. All right, just give me a sec, Jenwell. I'll get to you in a sec. I'm just trying to download this new thing. 1 second. All right, here comes. Let me see, and then upload this right here. All right. Let's see what start sits do we got for things, and I'll have to change the title of this. Okay, so Jenwell says still baffled how they didn't sign Rocket Saunders. How do you think Jacoby Brissett goes today? So when I look at Jacoby Brissett's profile for the course of his career, I think he's like a game manager to me. You know, like I don't think he's gonna win you a championship because he, like, I know Joe Burrow hasn't won a championship, right? But like guys like Joe Burrow or Josh Allen, how they can just be so dynamic and just take over a game, right? When you're down 2 scores and flip the script, and like he doesn't have that talent, right? Even Jameis Winston and you know Joe Flacco or whatever, because they threw deep and they took high risk, you know, they could flip that game script, right? I see Jacoby Brissett is more like a game manager, like Alex Smith and some of these guys who, you know, they're not gonna go out there and win you games, but I don't think he's gonna go out there and necessarily lose you a game either, right? Where like I could see something where, you know, maybe they get a couple drives going, maybe they get a touchdown, or maybe it's mostly, maybe it's through the run game. Um, but I don't foresee, like, as I hopefully, right, as bad as the Jets offense looked today, right? Like I don't see them falling apart like in that manner. But I don't foresee them being able to like magically turn something around and, you know, score 35 points or whatever. I see it more as like a game management, taking some underneath throws. Like maybe Trey McBride will still get his, but I don't know if like he's gonna connect with Marvin Harrison. That's a possibility. But you know, like that kind of stuff, or the high upside of things. I just see it more as like he's just gonna manage this game and make moves that way. I hope that makes sense. Oh, you say game manager too? Mark Sanchez? Wait, what happened with Mark Sanchez? I didn't see any news on him. We're talking about the same Mark Sanchez that won like a Heisman or whatever, right? And things like that. What did he do? Sanchez booked for jail. What? He stabbed somebody? Wait, what? Wait, what's going on right now? Wait, what? What is going on? Former quarterback Sanchez is out of the hospital. What? He. What is going on? I've never seen this. He got stabbed, but apparently he wasn't stabbed. He assaulted someone from their car. What is going on? Wasn't this guy just like a newscaster? Oh my God. I see this random comment on it. I'm sure Sanchez will recover. If anyone is used to him being cut, it's him. Oh my God. Well, how does the internet stay winning on these type of things? He assaulted someone. No way. I have not seen any of this. This is like all news to me. So he just had an altercation, legal altercation. I thought you were gonna say something like, "Oh, you know, who's the worst? The Jets decided to sign, you know, like some like stupid thing like that." um, let me see. Let me see. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right. That threw me off. I'm not gonna lie, Jen. Well, that threw me off. I I'm a little speechless right now. Because when they never broke out, he got stabbed. Everyone was saying Mark is such a nice guy. Oh, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What happened? Like how I can't even fathom that. Like how do you get how does he put himself in that position, or how does he get in that position? That is crazy. That is crazy. I feel like there's always like just randomly that one, you know, like retired, you know, sports star that they always somehow make a headline for the wrong reasons. All right, everybody, drop your start sit questions. Appreciate you all watching. Let's get some good red zone coverage started with these games kicking off. We have, I think, 6 games in this window. So hopefully we see a lot of scoring. Hopefully everybody can eat with fantasy. All right. Man, I spelled anything wrong. All right, so as things kick off, we have King Tetairoa McMillan as our spotlight play of the week, or of the game period. We had Mason Taylor and he did jack squat. So hopefully this is different for Tetairoa McMillan. We have 7 games. 7 games kicking off. So we shall see if who and what. They flashed to the Jaguars game, who on 2nd and 13. What is going on? They're taking a flag on Trevor Lawrence. So we'll see what happens that one. General says, one thing's for sure, this season hasn't been boring from the Raiders news of Tom Brady being involved during game day and Spygate things. Cam Newton to Tua, Beef, and Mark Sanchez. Well, I feel like they take the drama, you know? They like to highlight that drama of things. They got Jaylen Warren, sorry. Man, because they used to wear, I think he used to wear 32, right? As well. Running for them. He found DK Metcalf, it looks like. No, that's not DK Metcalf. Man. All right. Ryan, get your calls together. Your calls are all over the place right now. They're not correct. Man, and so much spam happening. Drop any questions. Chargers already have an interception? All right, bro. Let's get that on the board here. Where's my thing? Where's my thing? Here it is. Boom, interception. Interception for the Chargers defense. Waddle fumbled. Uh-oh. Waddle fumble. Waddle fumble. Well, I didn't play Jaylen Waddle today. I don't know. Everybody told me to play him. I didn't play him. Everybody told me not to play Mason Taylor. Maybe I should have listened to that too. Oh, so Chris Olave caught a big catch. Big catch. So he's on the board. Somebody asked me about Chris Olave earlier, so hopefully that helped you. And Aaron Rodgers is almost in the red zone, finding his man for a first down on 3rd down. So they'll get to continue making marches up the field. Dang, I didn't know Waddle fumbled. All right, we got a field goal. Field goal good for the that was a field goal good for the Saints. So it looks like Saints are first to score out of all the teams. Colts are marching down the field. Play action for Jones, looking for his man. Ooh, fingertips off the fingertips. Tyler Warren was the intended target, almost all the way in the end zone. That would have been a touchdown if he came down with it, or very close to a touchdown. Colts look like they're marching down the field, going to score. You said Jaylen Waddle fumbled. They're flashing. They're flashing here. Oh, I see it. Oh, it wasn't a fumble. It was off the fingertips, huh? Off his fingertips while the guy was trying to tackle him into the hands. That really should have been on Waddle, but that's going to go obviously off the stats of Tua. But that was really more Waddle's fault because it wasn't like it was really tipped or nothing. It was just kind of bobbled in his hands, right? Oh, man. Okay. So Chargers get a good start there. Let's see who's next to score after the Saints scored. 3rd and 5. Shotgun formation for the Colts. 3rd and 5 on the 14-yard line. Taking a pitch. 1st down. Tyler Warren. All right, and they got 2nd and 1 for the Panthers after the fumble, finding a 1st down. All right, we got the Wait, no, it wasn't the Panthers who fumbled, right? It was Miami that fumbled. Man, my brain's still getting used to who's playing who, so drop any questions in the chat while we get rolling with these first. Who's gonna score the touchdown first? Which team is scoring a touchdown for all? And Indianapolis just does it right in front of my face. Indianapolis coming through with the touchdown. Daniel Jones throwing footballs to Tyler Warren. Touchdown, Tyler Warren. We got, looks like the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to kick a field goal. Good job, Tyler Warren, catching your touchdown. So we got Daniel Jones throwing the touchdown to Tyler Warren. That's the first touchdown of these morning games, or of these early games, window games. Daniel Jones striping to Tyler Warren. It looks like Pittsburgh's going to have to settle for a field goal. And it looks like Tyler Warren got most of the yardage on this drive as well. So he's probably off to a really hot start, being able to score you some fantasy points if you started Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren, rest of the season, looking like a locked and loaded top 5 tight end for the rest of the season. So he was somebody who was able to be drafted late in drafts, and is probably projected to be one of the top tight ends on the year. So now we're showing Bryce Young missing people in the end zone. What else is new? Sorry, should not be talking trash like that. We got 3rd and 2 for Bryce Young. Shotgun formation. Man in motion. Handoff. Nowhere to go. Oh. Nowhere to go. 4th down. Looks like they'll probably kick a field goal. So they will score, most likely. The Panthers probably will be a field goal. Probably will be a field goal. Yay. A little bit of celebration in the chat for at least some scoring happening, even if it's all field goals. Here we go. We got the Panthers lining up, and their kick is good. So the Panthers score a field goal on their first drive. We got the Chargers making some plays, it looks like, with 58-yard field goal attempt after the turnover. There was a flag on the play, but the field goal was good. So field goal was good there. Chen Will says, such a great start. Dolphins concedes 172 rushing a game this season, dead last. But guess what? The top 2 running backs are out. Oh, that's funny. That's a good one. That's a really good one. Yeah, I know. It's like, oh man, we have a plus matchup for the running backs for the 4th string guy. But we shall see. We shall see. Maybe they can still do something. All right, so we got a triple box going where we got Drake May throwing deep, finding his receiver. And is that a touchdown? Touchdown for the New England team. Do I have Drake May here? I guess I don't have Drake May here. I guess I do not. Thought I did. Huh. I'll have to put him up, I guess, but Drake May with the touchdown pass. Let's see. Chargers field goal is good. Pen on pen on the Dolphins, so it was first down. Oh, there was a that's how they ended up with the ball again. Okay. No, I didn't see that. But it looks like they're about to go for another field goal. I think I just saw them miss on third down. So field goal again for the Chargers, hopefully. We got the Ravens taking snaps in the backfield, 2nd and 16. They were looking for McConkey. Okay, so yeah, they're going to kick a field goal. The Chargers again, this time closer. Don't miss this after you made the 60-yard attempt. All right, so kick is up. Kick is good. So we got 3 points for the Chargers on the field. We got third down for the Ravens in the red zone, which is not good for the Rams defense. You got him running for it himself, head first, short. There's a flag, though. Flag on the field. So we shall see what the flag is for the Ravens. It looks like it's a hold. Sean McVay shaking his head, so it's probably good there. There's a flag for a Cleveland game as well. Field goal good Chargers, right? Field goal good Chargers. There you go. There you go, Genwell. You're up. You're up. Anybody dropped questions in the chat if they got them. Got 3rd and 18. Dropping back. Nowhere to go. So it'll be 4th down for the Ravens. We got 3rd and 5 for the Browns. Dillon Gabriel firing a pass up the middle, finding his man. It looks like Jerry Jeudy for a first down. Well, Cleveland Browns went with Dillon Gabriel, right? Released, traded, whatever you want to call it, Joe Flacco. So that tells you they're probably going to roll with him the rest of the year, right? Dillon Gabriel. Field goal attempt is up and through for the Ravens. So they are up 3-0 against the Rams. They are up 3-0 against the Rams. We got 3rd and 11 happening for the Jags. Them just throwing out of bounds. So that game is still 0-0. That game is still 0-0. You got Dallas on a 3rd and 6. Dropping back. Looking for his man. Found his man. Who's that? Pickens. Pickens for a first down. All right. So he got Pickens. He hit Pickens for a first down. It's not like it is not like their defense is that scary, right? So we shall see. We shall see. Jen Will says, Hitball fan. What is Hitball? I've never even heard of that. Is it, let me see. Is it like super aggressive football? Hitball is a game where teams throw softballs, aiming for most players stand. What's the difference between hitball and dodgeball?
It's baseball. Wait, hit ball is baseball? I'm confused. I found something on a quick Google search of an actual sport called hit ball as well. I guess there's an actual sport called hit ball with goals. What? This is crazy. Oh, that's the name for baseball. No, okay, baseball. No, because there is a sport called hit ball. So I was like, dang, I didn't know you played this niche sport. It's like it looks like a mix of like dodgeball and soccer almost. Or yeah. Um, but baseball, no, I'm not. I've tried to get into George Pickens leaping over defenders. Jeez, bro. That was crazy. I tried to get into baseball, been to baseball game. It's just I played baseball just when I was very, very young, like elementary school. It's just what it wasn't, interesting to me. I just didn't have as much fun with it as other sports. And when I tried to watch it as I got older, I just never got into it. Are you into it? I'm assuming Padres fan if you're a Chargers fan or maybe a Dodgers fan or not sure what not sure if you follow baseball or not. First and goal for Dak. Let's see what he does here. Let's see what Dak does here. Maybe a handoff to Javonte on this first down. Yes, sir. But only 2 or 3 yards, so not much to go there. Not much room to go there. NFL young boy season. NFL is the fun season, and we got Jerry Jeudy dropping footballs. What else is new? Man, this guy's looked like trash this year, bro. Jerry Jeudy has looked so bad this year. That was a wide open pass. It wasn't going to get them the first down, but it was wide open. He should have caught it. Hits him right in the chest, in the hands, and he drops it. All right, we got Dak on second and goal. Man in motion, under center. Fakes the handoff. Looking for the end zone. Nowhere to go. Just has to throw the ball away. Third down. Third down. All right. And we got the Cardinals on their offensive snap, first down. Who's that? Marvin Harrison? They found Marvin Harrison for a quick 10-yard pass. All right, so Dak is the closest to scoring, I think, as he is right on the 5-yard line, third and goal, man in motion. We'll be looking for George Pickens and Ferguson in the end zone. See if there's any opportunity. Dak sneaks out on the side. He might be able to run it himself. Throws. Pass is no good. Ooh, that was so close to a touchdown. That was very close. That was just good play by the defensive back to swat that one out. See, General, that right there is what good defense, it's fun to watch. They're in the end zone. Everybody's covered. Throws the pass, hits the receiver in the hands, but at the same time, defender's there to swat it out, right? Like that kind of low scoring defense is okay to me. I like that, I really like those kind of defensive plays. No, not really, but you watch the postseason every now and then. Oh, because it's postseason right now for MLB, right? Maybe the Marlins because you're also a Heat fan, but for the NFL somehow you ended up on the opposite coast. So, as a Heat fan, what was your opinion and analysis on the Jimmy Butler situation? Because I only observed it from a high level because I barely follow NBA, but Jimmy Butler, when I was following NBA, was somebody who, I really liked. I thought it was amazing that he could bring his team to the conference finals and in the finals basically by himself. I know the division was weaker back then, but and then this year or this last year, it seemed like things went straight south. And so I'm not sure if you guys as fans wanted him there still, if you guys were over him because of attitude or something like that. But that was a very interesting ending to his time there at Miami for me. But maybe a Marlins fans because
Are you from Florida? Maybe is that why? Um, but I don't even know who is even there. So it is let's see. The Mariners, Blue Jays, Brewers, and Dodgers. Okay. Okay. Dang, so you're basically at the conference finals, right? Right now? Not gonna lie, you're glad we moved in a new direction. We were glad he was able to drag us to certain situations, but paying him the money for the age, right? Okay. And then oh yeah, he did have some health issues last year, huh? He was on and off the field. Okay, I get it. No, so that makes sense, right? Like he is an aging star, right? Like he is towards the end of his career. Um and he was being paid as like, one of the highest people in the league. So I get it. I definitely get it. You're from Australia? Are you in Australia right now? What time is it in Australia? Are you in Australia right now? It says it's 5 a.m. or something like that. Oh my god, Deke, you're wait. So you've been you slept. Don't worry, I slept early. Wait, so you woke up at like midnight or something to watch the London game, and then, man, you're a champion, bro. Oh man, so you're in Australia. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. What's Oh man, you're a champion. I've done that before too. The when the games are off. I think when I was in Europe for a trade show one time, and I had to because the games then were in America. I had to be up at weird times. Okay, so you're in Australia. So that means you really have no bone in the game for local teams or whatnot. It's just like who do you who do you like, right? And things like that. So I've never been to Australia. Is it like how they say it is, where the spiders are 5 feet big across, and you have to worry about snakes coming in your house and all that kind of stuff, or is that over dramatized? Because that's what they say on the TV and stuff. But definitely somewhere looks interesting to travel. Looks like a lot of nature and wildlife that would be fun. You have some players to root for, some punters and stuff. You're a funny guy. That's funny. Uh, um, um. So yeah. So yeah. I don't know if Australia is as fun with nature as it looks like. Was there another fumble? Was there a fumble by the Chargers? It looks like there was a fumble by the Chargers. Fumble by the Chargers. Fumble by the Chargers. Oh man. I'm sorry, bro. I am sorry. I know they were your team. Um, Hopefully goes all right. I know one of those games, right? One of those games. Has there been any other news? So, Buka's gonna go off. It says Edwins, Godwin, and Irving. They're all out today. Holy smokes. says Jamar Chase is likely to play. I remember he had like a random illness come up this week. So there's that. We got third down from basically their own end zone for the Colts. Just going to run the ball and probably punt away. Rams missed a 20-yard field goal. Oh my goodness. Really? Really? That sucks. That sucks. I don't have a missed field goal one. I only have it if they make it. Oh! Was that BTJ breaking free? Missing a 50-yard catch, or was that Hunter? I think that was that was Hunter. Dang, man. What is going on here? What is going on? Oh man, oh man. All right. Well, we got 3rd and 11 for Trevor Lawrence. Second Colts punt you heard this season. Holy smokes. The Colts are on fire, bro. The Colts are on fire. Yeah, they really have been like scoring real well. They're like I forgot who I was talking to it like a week or two ago on a stream, but they like in my head were like a potential dark horse contender, kind of like how Washington was last year of making the playoffs and doing some work. I don't see a reason why not. Oh, we got Miami breaking free for a touchdown for Devon Achane. Devon Achane. Boom. Running free, getting a touchdown. I am sorry, Genwell. I know that goes against your team. I know that goes against the team. Sorry, Genwell. Miami scored TD. Oh no. Oh darn. It's gonna be one of those games. Well, hopefully that means that they can score a touchdown instead of playing conservative. Oh man, we got the Jags being tackled in the backfield. And we got and it looks like we got an interception for Dallas off the hands of McMillan. It looks like off the hands of McMillan into the hands of Dallas, puts them on like the 10-yard line. So I don't blame that one necessarily on Bryce Young. That one looked more like, off the hands of McMillan while he was in coverage into the defenders. You're saying Rams interception now? They're showing 3rd down. Let's go. Rams defense. Wait, wrong one. Interception. Thank you for that shout out, Jen Will. You a real one for that. All right, we got 2nd down and 6 for Dallas. There's a flag. Probably like a false start or something like that. Probably a false start. Drop any questions if you got them in the chat. Let's see. All right, let's see. Hold on 1 second. I'll get back to commentating in a sec. I am just fixing something for the stream. So the early games, who are they? It's Seahawks versus Jaguars, Chargers versus Dolphins, Rams versus Ravens, Cardinals versus Colts, Cowboys versus Panthers, Patriots versus Saints, Browns versus Steelers, right? So those are all the morning games that we got going. Hopefully we see some action. It's been a little slow. You know, mostly field goals, a couple scores. We got Herbert throwing to his running back. It looks like Waddle. Not catching the football. Not ready to catch the football. Nothing there. Nothing there. Let's put this user in a timeout. All right. And what do we got? We got 2nd and goal for the Cardinals. They're on a 50-yard drive. They're on the 6-yard line with not Kyler Murray, because he's not playing today. Haha, very funny, Ryan. It's Brissett, right? Making a pass, 3rd and goal. They're on like the 1 or 2 yard line. We got 2nd and 10 for Herbert, who is on the 12-yard line after gain of about 8, 3rd down and maybe about 2. So we got potential scores for the Cardinals and the Chargers. Cardinals are up first. They're on 3rd and goal. They only got about 1 or 2 yards to make this. Trey McBride in motion. Handoff, running up the middle. He's got it. He's got the touchdown. That's Bam Knight. That is Bam Knight. So who played Bam Knight? Nobody. Nobody played Bam Knight. So that helps nobody. That helps nobody. All right. And then we're on 4th down for the Chargers. Did not get the 1st down there. So it looks like the Chargers will be taking another field goal here. So, oh man, I thought I updated these late game callouts. Yes, I did not. I guess I did not. All right, so extra points good. So we had the touchdown for Bam Knight and the Cardinals. Now we have a 31-yard field goal attempt for the Chargers to bring it within 1 score. Kick is up. Kick is good. Kick is good. So 6-7. Chargers are down by 1. Scored 2 field goals. Now we got 4th down coming after the first quarter ended in the Panthers and Dallas game. It is tied 3-3, and it looks like Dallas is going to go for this on 4th down. They motion the tight end back onto the line. Guy in motion, fakes the handoff, finds the wide open man for the touchdown. Looks like the fullback. There you go. You got to give that touchdown to Dak Prescott. Bam. All right. Well, there you go. Touchdown for Dak. Touchdown for Dak. It looks like he hits the fullback in a flat route out to the corner of the end zone. Nobody on him. Nobody expected that. Just dropped coverage, lost man. Great play call, great pass, great catch, touchdown. Dallas put them up 10-3. Put them up 10-3. All right. We move into the Seattle game. Seattle 2nd and 10. Sam Darnold dropping back, firing over the middle. firing to the edge. JSN finding his man, his number one target, Jackson Smith and Jigba. So moving the chains on them. Feel free to drop any questions, anybody, in the chat. Let's see. I forgot to update the quote of the day as well. So while it's a little bit slow, no questions coming on right now. Let me see if I can find one. I thought I had one selected. Guess I do not. I guess I do not. So they flipped the pass to that Travion Henderson, who made some moves for 9 yards, handing it off, first down for the Patriots. Yes, that is Travion Henderson that is in and getting some work right now. So everybody who's wanted him to do well, is getting some work. He is getting some work finally. So we got them marching towards the red zone. The Patriots are on the 25-yard line, 1st and 10. They're in a shotgun formation right now. Henderson's the back. Oh, he's holding that guy. They didn't call it. And they find the touchdown. Wait a minute. They got the touchdown. No holding call? All right. Quinshon Judkins for the touchdown. That was Drake May. Here's Drake May. Drake May throwing the touchdown to Quinshon Judkins. Wow. So what I was talking about there is Travion Henderson got away with one there because he was in the backfield protecting Drake May, and man, he was blocking. He definitely held him. So I don't know how they did not call that hold, and it was pretty obvious. It wasn't just like a half a second hold either. There was a lot of time on that hold. So I don't know how they did not call a hold there. I'd be kind of pissed if I were that defensive coordinator. So they move it to the Rams game. The Rams are down 0-3 to the Ravens, who are taking a timeout on 4th down. 3rd and 7 for the Colts. Daniel Jones looking to escape. Finds his man. 4th down. They got about half the yardage they needed. They needed 7. They got about 3 or 4, so they'll probably punt that one. So we got everybody in a break right now. So let me see if I can find a quote. Oh, is that Brian Thomas Jr.? No, that was Rico Dowdle. Sorry, this is not the Jags. All right, so 4th and 3. Man, these guys with spam are real good. Spam Musabi. 4th and 3, throwing to no one. They were hoping Zay Flowers with Cooper Rush, turnover on downs. 2nd and 9 for the Seahawks, getting close to midfield. Looking over the middle, finding his man. Is that Jackson Smith and Jigba for a 32-yarder? It is. It is. And then the next play, they run it up the gut. Get a couple, maybe 2 or 3 yards. Is that Zach Charbonnet? That was Zach Charbonnet. All right, so the Jags are up 6-0 against the Seahawks, but the Seahawks are making a drive right now. So we shall see. We shall see if they can score here, all right? We got 18-yard line, 2nd and 5. Fake the handoff. Sam Darnold rolling to his right, going for it himself. He might have had enough for a first down. Sam Darnold using his legs to try to get a first down. All right. All right. All right. So we got 1st and goal for the Seahawks here. They're down 6-0. They're on the 10-yard line. They got either a fullback or extra tight end in the backfield, signaling like they're going to run. Handoff up the middle. Ooh, they get some good yardage. They're pushing the pile. They're pushing the pile. Ooh, they got about 5 yards there, pushing the pile. All right, 2nd and 3rd for Bryce Young. Why are they showing him? Dump off, first down, and more. This is the Dallas defense they're all looking for. That was Xavier Legette getting a 15-yard reception. So 2nd and goal for the Seahawks. This is where they sometimes throw Zach Charbonnet in there to vulture the touchdown. So they're signaling run. They run. He almost gets tackled in the backfield, but Zach Charbonnet breaks free and gets maybe 1 yard. So 3rd and goal, maybe about 4. They flash to the Steelers game for a run, and he gets the first down. Kenneth Gainwell gets the first down. So 3rd and goal for the Seahawks. 3rd and goal for the Seahawks. What do we got in store for us today? We think we're going to get a touchdown here. It's Jags defense. Again, this is why I had them on the earlier thing, was to see, is their defense legit, or are they just a fantasy scoring team? So here we go. Terrible play call. Run up the middle again for the Seahawks. Oh no. All right, 4th down. They're probably going to kick a field goal. So it's 2nd and 9 in the red zone for the Panthers. Empty backfield, shotgun formation. 6 seconds on the play clock. Takes the snap, drops back, firing for the end zone, and he's got his man. Tetairoa McMillan. Let's go. Let's go. All right. All that smack talk. All that smack talk we heard. We finally got a touchdown. Oh, man. Oh, here it is. Carolina. Bryce Young to Tetairoa McMillan. Let's go. Let's go. First touchdown of the year for the rookie Tetairoa McMillan. Everybody's been waiting for that to hit, right? Everybody's been waiting for that to hit. So touchdown from Bryce Young to Tetairoa McMillan. There we go. There we go. Spice things up. There we go. They're showing DK Metcalf not catching the football, but getting targeted against Cleveland's defense. All right, so Boswell's going to be kicking a field goal. Let's see how he does here. All right. I'm going to spam the chat with some hearts and some celebration because I took a limb. And now that it happened, I can share a story. Story time. This week, I was not going to tell anybody until it happened. So here it is. Jaylen Waddle coming off a 20-point game. How are you going to sit that guy, right? How are you going to sit that guy? But I ended up sitting Jaylen Waddle for Tetairoa McMillan this week because I just liked the matchup of Dallas against, even though I do not trust Don't get me wrong. I do not trust Bryce Young that much, but it was good to see him throw a touchdown here. But because the Chargers defense has been semi solid, you know, um, especially against the pass, I figured why not take a shot on Tetairoa McMillan? And if I'm wrong, you know, he could sit on my bench forever versus Jaylen Waddle, but he came through. So Tetairoa McMillan caught a touchdown. That's all I could ask for. You know, Miami kicking a 1,000-yard field goal out here, 57 yards. That was terrible. No good. Well, it wasn't terrible. It was 57 yards, but geez. So there you go, Jen Will. That was probably happy for you for them to miss that field goal, and you guys get the ball back basically on the 50-yard line, close to the 50-yard line. So good field position. We got the Rams pretending like they're playing football, but losing to the 1-4 Ravens 0-3. Who would have thought, right? Who would have thought on that one? That didn't go over well. So, all right, the Rams 2nd and 11 in the red zone. Snap back, drop back, firing for the end zone, and it was almost intercepted. Great coverage. It was Puka Nacua, who is looking like he's kind of hurt down there. So we'll have to see on that one. We will have to see what's going on in that game. But very glad Tetairoa McMillan finally caught a touchdown. That was ballsy of me to play him over Waddle, but I don't know why I wanted to do it, but I did it, and I got lucky. I got like Puka Nacua down and hurt. The entire staff is over him. Four or five guys. You know, pray for Puka Nacua. We don't like to see players get injured. We do not. So we have Tetairoa McMillan with 9.7 now. Okay. Very good. Very, very nice. So let's get this. Let's get this updated. 9.7 points. All right. Puka, hopefully you are okay, bro. He's grabbing his ankle. He tried to walk off on his own and he just fell down. Oh, I hate to see that, dude. No, we do not want to see people get injured. We hate seeing people get injured. I just don't like it because, like, come on, these guys, they train so hard, especially the ones who train hard, right? Like, especially the ones who train hard, they get better and whatnot. Like, especially like Puka, like you hate to see him get injured. So hopefully we'll pray for him. We will pray for him. All right, we got the Colts trying to make another drive, 7-7 against the Cardinals. And he throws a pick. Woo! Oh my goodness, Daniel Jones throwing a pick. I think that puts them in the I think that puts the Cardinals in the red zone again. Oh my goodness. All right. Man, that was just a great defensive play. That was a great defensive play. Catching footballs like that. Catching footballs as the defensive back in the line of the receiver. That was crazy. Jen Will says, question, you saw the new Boise running back is solid this season, so maybe Jeanty just needs a solid O-line. Very funny. Very, very funny. Jeanty, if you watch Jeanty play, I'm not sure if you've watched Jeanty play, Jen Will, but I can almost guarantee he's going to be phenomenal. You just watched his explosiveness, and there's like no one who's as explosive as him in the league. You're talking like Jahmyr Gibbs level explosiveness when you see him, and he's big. He looks hard to tackle. Like he looks, like really sturdy and hard to tackle. Oh my goodness. Okay. Interception by Daniel Jones. First play of the drive for Cardinals. intercepted back to the Colts. Holy smokes. That's crazy. Sorry, General. I got distracted. I got too excited seeing back-to-back interceptions. But yeah, if Jeanty had a solid O-line, I think you're talking Jamar Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, like same Jonathan Taylor, those same name groups. You're talking about him being up there, potential number one running back, right? Because he also can catch the ball, so it's not like he's just like Derrick Henry and only runs. Jeanty legitly catches the ball out of the backfield too. So I think you just need to get Pete Carroll out of there or Chip Kelly or whoever and get that system right. Spend money on the O-line, spend time on there, and I think he'll be phenomenal, bro. He's just looking really good. Maybe Boise is just picking up these good running backs, and maybe that's a trend for the future. Oh, you're talking about like how like Ohio State is known to like have good players and LSU type of thing. You're saying now you're seeing that maybe Boise is another team to look at, like, do they have the scouting capabilities is kind of what I'm assuming you're saying, right? Do they have the scouting capabilities? Are they grooming their players right? That's what I'm understanding is what you're saying. Is that right? And if that's the case, that is true, especially, like when leagues start to think about dynasty or if you start to think about dynasty, it's important to know these things, right? Emeka Egbuka. Say his name correctly, Ryan. Emeka Egbuka is looking like, that type of profile. Or when you come out of LSU and you're looking at guys like Jamar Chase and they just missed the Chargers for a touchdown on 3rd down. Oh, that was close. I was rooting for you there. Okay, so yeah, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. Then exactly what you're saying. I could see that. Is this Taysom Hill? Oh my goodness. Touchdown, Taysom Hill. Who started Taysom Hill? Who started Taysom Hill in their tight end position? Oh my goodness. I remember, was it last season, Taysom Hill? There was like 2 games or something like that, or maybe it was only 1, where Taysom Hill was the starting quarterback, but you could play him in your tight end position because like all the leagues like had him as a tight end, and at the last minute the quarterback got injured and he started as a quarterback. So there was like a week where you got to play Taysom Hill as a tight end, but he was their starting quarterback. That was I remember that was a crazy situation. All right, we see the Seahawks are sacking Trevor Lawrence way back. Man, I don't know what to think about Trevor Lawrence. I do not know what to think. And we got Dylan Gabriel also eating the sack. TJ Watt coming in, making the sack. There was a flag, so I don't know what's going to happen there. But, man, Browns are getting spanked. Well, not spanked. It's still first half, and it's only 6-0, but they're not making any progress down the field. I'll say that much. All right, Sam Darnold throwing deep. He's got his man open. Woo! JSN. That was a long touchdown, bro. That was a long touchdown. Oh my goodness. All right. That got me hyped. JSN is so hyped. I mean, rightfully so. He just went nuts. Oh my goodness. JSN with the touchdown. Ooh, that was a deep touchdown too. All right. So they're kicking the extra point here in Seattle, or in Jacksonville, I guess, for Seattle. All right, 10-6. 10-6. Seahawks are up 10-6 after that long touchdown. Nice. And they got the Cowboys are marching up the field, looking like they're getting close to the red zone. We'll see. Oh, Faded Hawk, you saw that too? Yeah, I was just talking about that. Puka Nacua tried to walk off on his own, and it looked like his ankle or something got hurt. Oh man, I know your team was looking so good. Hopefully you're okay there. I'm hoping you are okay there. Oh my god, let me get this spam out of here. Yeah, Nakua went down. Like, I don't know if it's a sprained ankle or what, but he was grabbing his leg. Questionable to return foot Puka Nakua. Oh, I see it. I see it coming across my screen now. Oh no. Hopefully he didn't break his foot or nothing like that. Oh crap. Faded Hawk, you got this. You got this. All right. 1st and 10 for the Ravens. Oh, sacked. Well, it was either a sack or a fumble. I think that was a sack. No, they're calling it an incomplete pass. They're calling it an incomplete pass. You need Williams and Ferguson to wake up and get some more points. They're both in the same game, right? Well, I mean, anything could still happen there, Faded Hawk, in that game. Dallas could put up the points pretty quickly. It's just been a little slower first half right now. So we'll see what happens there. We got are you down right now? How many Ferguson? I guess yeah, because Ferguson and Williams haven't done anything. Oh, they're on 4th and 4 though. So let's see what they do. They were on the 30-yard line. It looks like the offense was staying on the field, so maybe they can get some points for you here if they can continue this drive. After back-to-back interceptions with the Colts and the Arizona Cardinals, the Colts are marching on the front doorstep of scoring a touchdown. Looks like Jonathan Taylor broke free for a huge run, and that's how they got there. So it's 2nd and goal for the Colts, who are on the 3-yard line. Snap is off. Fake the handoff. Looking like play action. Daniel Jones is running for it himself. And he's got it. He's got it. Daniel Jones scoring touchdowns. Where's my Daniel Jones card? Boom. Running it in himself after throwing an interception on the last drive. He scores. All right, we got Dak Prescott dropping back, firing, catching the first down is George Pickens, but a flag. Good job, Daniel Jones. Way to redeem yourself. Way to redeem yourself. All right, Faded Hawk. We'll put some prayers in the chat for you. Hopefully you can get what you need here. Hopefully you get what you need here, Faded Hawk. Just trying to send love for your team after they just got the first down and looked like illegal contact on the Carolina defensive back. So hopefully we catch you a touchdown here, man. Hopefully we get you a touchdown here. You're welcome. You're welcome, Faded Hawk. Wishing you a touchdown. It does look like Dallas got the first down. So we'll just see if it held up. The call held up. All right. We got a pitch going around, going nowhere. You need Williams or Ferguson to score. Well, we're in the red zone, so here we go. This is your chance. We got Trevor Lawrence dropping back, throwing footballs. Who is that? That looks like Travis Hunter. Oh, it's Brian Thomas Jr. for a 22-yard reception. I want this guy to do well, man. You know what's funny about Brian Thomas Jr.? I had him last year, so I'm saying this out of the wait, hold on. Before I commentate on this, Dak Prescott, empty backfield, shotgun formation, 5 seconds left on the play clock, 7 yards to go on the 19-yard line. He takes a snap, drops back, fires over the middle. Easy money. That looks like Ferguson. That is Ferguson. There you go, bro. There you go, bro. Touchdown. Dak Prescott with the touchdown. We shared all that love for Faded Hawk. And there you go, bro. Dak Prescott catching footballs. There you go, bro. Dak Prescott throwing the touchdown to Jake Ferguson. 2 touchdowns in the first half. I should have just played Dak. I tried to get way too cute with it. I should have just played Dak. I did not. I don't know why I benched him. I played Caleb Williams over him. No good reason. My all the data in my brain said to play Dak, but I was just like, I want the stack of Odunze. That was stupid. I think this is a lesson for me. that was dumb because Dak is on fire. So Dak just caught the touchdown. Yeah, at this point, I'd start Dak over most QBs. I know. I was like, the logical part of my brain and everything said it. I just was like, I don't know. I just want. It was stupid. Like, you should not make these decisions as a fantasy manager, right? I was just like, I want that stack on Monday Night Football. That's the whole. Like, that was stupid, right? I should have played Dak. There was no reason not to. There was literally no reason not to. He's playing amazing. You're absolutely right. There was zero reason. Again, there was zero reason besides just emotion. Field goal good for the Steelers. There was literally zero reason besides just emotion of wanting to watch the stack, of Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. There was no football IQ reason. Zero. It was all just emotion. It was 100% emotion. So there you go. Okay. Did I miss anything else? I feel like I was going to tell a story too, and then I distracted myself. Hopefully my brain remembers that story. But I think I missed a touchdown. It was a field goal by Tua. Field goal by Miami. Okay, so field goal by Miami. That was good. So Jen Wills, sorry to hear, but you're down again because of that field goal. Let's see. They have the punt team out for the Ravens, so the Ravens are punting. All right, touchback. All right, Jen Will says Colts scored. Really? What did they do? I missed it. I think I must have missed it. The Colts scored. You really hope Nakua didn't break his foot. Yeah, Faded Hawk, me too. I mean, I'm wishing the best for you, bro. Those trades looked mighty good. Hopefully it's just like what do they call it? Like a stinger, right? Hopefully it's just like a stinger or something like that. And not anything long term. Hopefully not anything long term on that one. It's 14-7. The Colts. The Colts scored. Oh yeah. The Colts did score. Maybe you were gone out of the stream. Oh, I thought they scored a third time. General. Yeah, it was they were on like the 3 or 4 yard line. Daniel Jones basically ran it in himself. He tried like a play action rollout to pass it to Jonathan Taylor, but it was covered. And so at that point he just made a decision to run it himself, and he beat the like the middle linebacker or whatever you want to call it, and ran it in himself for a touchdown. So Daniel Jones threw the interception. They got the interception back off the Cardinals, and then Daniel Jones ran it in himself at the end zone. How they got to the end zone was like a breakaway run by Jonathan Taylor for like 30 or 40 yards. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me about that. I forgot that. I forgot, General. I thought you were talking about a third score, but yeah, hundreds to you guys in the chat. And hearts to Faded Hawk for the injury of Nakua. Let's see, what are they showing us next? it looks like they're previewing the Arizona game. They're showing the injury tent. So did somebody get injured on Arizona? It's 3rd and 7 for Arizona. Brissett in the backfield. Shotgun formation. Snap is good, but there's a flag. So it looked like somebody might have came early from the Colts, might have encroached or offsides or something like that. So we'll see. Put this user in a timeout. All right. Flags thrown. Let's see what goes on here. Yeah, it was offsides. It was offsides. So the Cardinals are going to be like 3rd and 2 now, I think. They were 3rd and 7. All right, so they flashed now to the Seahawks having the ball, 3rd and 13. I don't know what happened after that Brian Thomas Jr. catch. Must have turned the ball over or given it away on downs. But now we're marching up the field. 4th down with the Seahawks. They're not going nowhere. They made a play, but just short of the 1st down. So they're going to be punting. So we're back to Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals, who run for it, and they get the 1st down. They get the 1st down. That was Bam Knight. Huh. Why is Bam Knight getting so much usage after everybody had spent all that money and all that fab, all those waiver wire picks to get the other 2 guys in the backfield? And Bam Knight's the one with the touchdown, and he's the one right now on the field. Very interesting. Very interesting. So we're on the 30. 1st and 10, handoff. Gets about 4 or 5 yards. Man, there's a lot of spam today, kind of by the similar profile players. Or not players. What do you call it? Profiles. All right, and they're moving back to the Rams game. So Jen Wild says Gladson fumbled earlier. I'm glad he's getting more reps than Conkley. Conkley's just not it. We should have gone for Evan Ingram this offseason. Yeah. Okay. The Rams had it on 3rd down for a 1st down, and he just dropped the ball. Oh, no. This is where they needed Puka Nacua. Yeah, Evan Ingram, though, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sold on him right now, if I'm being honest. In that Broncos defense, I don't know if it's the system, or Bo Nix, like we were talking about earlier, or if he's lost step or what. But I mean, comparatively to what you have right now, anybody anybody would look good in the tight end position, right? So I don't know. I think you guys have enough receivers, to figure it out, because what do tight ends get, right? They kind of get the same workage as like a slot, and you have both Keenan Allen and Lad McConkey. So I feel like that middle of the field slot stuff the Chargers can still do. I just think there's a little dysfunction in how they're running things. And I think it'll come together, but with all the injuries in the backfield, right? And things like that, I it's just there's a little bit of uncertainty in how they're running the offense right now. I think they'll figure it out, but I think you guys have enough firepower, right? To do things. Every winning franchise has at least a good tight end. Who do we have? Okay. Fair. But I mean, like the Rams, for example, unless you're considering like Gerald Everett, right, or Tyler Higbee as, good tight ends. You know, they've made seasons without fantastic tight ends, but they also have arguably the greatest coach in the league, right? So, or one of the greater coaches in the leagues. Um, no, you know who you guys should have went for? You guys should have went for Darren Waller in the offseason. Darren Waller. That would have been funny. But no, that's fair, right? That's fair. That it would be nice to have a serviceable tight end. Even if they're just more of a blocking tight end, right? It's still nice to have that option. Of somebody who can make a move downfield if needed. So that's a fair statement. Yeah, I can't even think of. Oh, you guys have Will Dissly, bro. You guys have Will Dissly. You guys have Will Dissly. Don't be hating on Will Dissly. He's kind of nice. Oh, we got Trevor Lawrence almost. Bro, he stinks. I know. We were never linked to the Hunter Henry union. Dude, that would have been nice because Henry is getting good usage this year, right? Henry is having a little bit of a connection with Drake May, so it shows that he still has some gas left in him a little bit, right? All right, missing a fingertip touchdown for the Saints. Bro, he stinks. Oh my god, that's funny. Will Dissly was so fun for that like 1 year in the Seahawks where it's like maybe, and then he had like a stretch of like 3 or 4 really good games. That was fun. But I know he hasn't done squat, right? He hasn't done really squat since then. He's been injured a lot. That's one thing, but man, it's unfortunate. All right, and we got Jacoby Brissett eating the sack. So they're probably going to take a field goal at this point. That was funny. Like, yeah, who is even possible for you guys to get to make a move on? I'm not even sure. Um, who do we need to catch a touchdown next? All right, who are we rooting for next between our community? Who are we rooting for next? What you'll take Ertz, but Ertz, they're not gonna probably release Ertz, right? Because he's kind of being used there. Let me see. I would take Ertz too, right? I mean, I think anybody would take Ertz. Um, maybe, maybe. Wow. Why are they? What are they doing? The Carolina just fumbled the ball. Oh my goodness. If this is the play that just happened, what just happened was they passed the ball down the field for a gain of like 2 or 3 on like 2nd and 5, right? Then Xavier Legette started to get tackled, and he thought it was a great idea to pass the ball backwards because Rico Dowdle was behind him. And then Rico Dowdle has to now corral the ball because it's fumbled on the ground because it was a bad pass. Rico Dowdle grabs the ball, and then they fumble it, punch the ball out, and I do believe Dallas recovered the ball. I don't know if that's true or not, but there was a flag on the play. Oh, no. Xavier Legette did end up getting the ball, so it was not a fumble. But that was a stupid play. Okay, so
who is possible, Jen Will, for you guys to get? Maybe the Bills trade one of their tight ends, right? Like Knox, because they have multiple. Maybe you can get it one from the Cleveland Browns, right? Maybe they split up and just ship David Njoku because they believe in Harold Fannin. So there could be a split of tight ends there. Maybe the Bears because they have Cole Kmet and Colston Loveland. So maybe you guys could target somebody who has two serviceable tight ends and do something there. Hey, you know what? What do you say we cooperate so we save Myers' career? We'll take him. I know he ain't great, but Myers, Jacoby. If you're talking about Jacoby Myers, he's a wide receiver. You guys don't need another wide receiver. You guys have to. Oh, you're talking about the backup to Brock Bowers, right? Is that what you're talking about? I think his name is Myers too, right? Uh, or it's Mayer, M-A, I think. Yeah, Mayer, because Myers is Jacoby, but Michael Mayer, yeah, Michael Mayer, right? Yeah, exactly. You guys can try to make a trade like that. Tough luck trading within a division though. Most times they don't really trade within a division, right? But yeah, I think there are a couple teams with double tight ends. That like that's an interesting idea. I never thought about that for the Chargers, if I'm being honest. The question is how would they get him though? Trade away a future pick? They would have to probably trade away a future pick, right? Because I don't think they're giving away anybody else, and I don't think you're gonna ship Will Disley for him. All right, we got first and goal for the Ravens. Second and goal. Looks like they're gonna try to punch us in with Derrick Henry. We got minute 56 left for the Jaguars. They're down 6-10. They got a guy in motion. Handoff. Travis Etienne finding some room, but very little. The Jaguars' offense is looking atrocious. Seattle's defense is good though, right? So you got to give them some credit, but it's been looking pretty bad for the Jags. All right, so if you guys are taking Mayer, right? Let's say you guys get Michael Mayer, right? For pick, right? Oh yeah, you could split up the Ravens too, but if they split up the Ravens, they're gonna you really think they're gonna give away Likely? I don't think they're gonna give away Likely, right? Because that's the future of their team. And like, how can they trade away Mark Andrews? That's like that guy probably wants to retire this year on their team. So I doubt they would trade Mark Andrews just because like out of respect, right? Um, but I doubt they're gonna trade Isaiah Likely because like he's the future, right? Like after this season, Mark Andrews is probably done, and then Isaiah Likely is gonna become their number one. You're not going above a fifth round pick. I think that's even still pretty high. I mean, I guess if you guys are trying to make a Super Bowl run, that makes sense to give a future away. Oh man, third and goal. The ball popped out for the Rams, but they were saying it was dead before then. Is that what they're saying? Sean McVay's lit. He's pissed, yo. When there's just like a big pile like that, how do you even tell? How do you even tell if the ball crossed the plane? Oh man, ball popped out. They were calling forward progress dead. That's why he was so angry.
That's why he was so angry. So final timeout, 0 timeouts remaining by them. All right, so we got Tua up 10-9 against the Chargers, taking a snap. 1st and 10, dropping back, finding Achane. Ooh, Achane with a rare drop. With the rare drop. All right, and then they got a 55-yard field goal attempt for Carolina, who sneaks that one in. 55-yard field goal, good. It's all good for them. All right, we got 4th down for the Ravens on the half-yard line. They give it to Henry and turn over on downs. Henry slipped in the backfield. Rams defense stood them up. Wow. Wow. All right, so we got 2nd down and 10 for the Dolphins, who are up 10-9 on the 18-yard line. 40 seconds left, 1 timeout. Dropping back. Tua finding Achane for a dump off, breaks his tackle. There's a flag, though. There is a flag. Man. Oh, man. Wonder what that flag is for. Okay, offense. Repeat 2nd down. Oh, like legal hands to the face or something. But really, you need an O-line before any more offensive weapons. Is your O-line injured? For the Chargers? I mean, everybody has such high hopes for the Chargers this year. The offense, it's just been stifled. So I haven't looked into that. But if you're telling me that the O-line is maybe injured or do they just suck? Shotgun formation, empty backfield. Achane, quick screen. Letting the screens develop. Gets through the blocks, but on 2nd and 20, gets about 5. The depth is crap. Oh, okay. Yeah. The offensive line is that position where it's like they never get any recognition for doing anything right. They only get called for flags when they do something wrong. Oh my goodness. Quinshon Judkins with 2 touchdowns, but a flag on the field. You despise watching Bozeman being the center that's trying to drag us into the postseason. Ooh, man. The offensive line never gets any credit. They only get holding calls called on them. And the offense revolves around it, right? Doesn't matter how good of weapons you have. If your O-line lets somebody through on every snap, the quarterback's always scrambling for his life. So, yeah. I mean, a tight end can low-key kind of help the offensive line if they're a good blocker and move them inwards and stuff like that. But regardless, you always need the depth, right? Of a what's the word? Offensive line. You can't just have like 1 or 2 good blockers. You need all 5 players to be in sync. These guys have to be so smart. They have to be so smart to be able to know every play in the book and be able to block and ad lib stuff with the quarterback. Tough position, very, very tough position. All right, and then they have 11 seconds for the Browns. They're trying to get the Browns in a touchdown. That was Jerome Ford. 2nd and 12. 2nd and 12 here. Wow, I can't believe. Wait, I have to give Drake May his props for catching that touchdown. I forgot to put him on the screen. Or for throwing that touchdown. Drake May throwing footballs in the end zone for the touchdown. Great job. Great job. Quinshon Judkins got 2 touchdowns. Empty backfield for Cleveland. 7 seconds left. No timeouts. Looking for the end zone. I think that was looking for Njoku. No good. 3rd down. 3 seconds left. They'll probably kick a field goal. Jen Will says, despise watching Bozeman being the center trying to drag us into the postseason. Hates JPJ. Release him, Pete. We'll make him into an 11-time Pro Bowl center. Well, what the how the Raiders look, I mean, geez, right? Or maybe we can merge teams and make one super team. Maybe we could take half of your offensive line, half of this offensive line. Since you don't have a running back, take the running back of Jeanty, right? Keep Herbert in there, and then throw in Brock Bowers for the tight end, and then the Chargers wide receivers. And now we have a team that can compete with the rest of the league. I think that's how we do it. Okay? We just, how like there's mergers and acquisitions in business. We're gonna have a merger and acquisition between two teams in the same division that hate each other. Both the owners are dude. Oh my goodness! Please do not talk about the Raiders owner. You're absolutely right on that one. It'll be a disaster. Oh my goodness! It'll be the team with the most talent ever who has the most losses ever. All right, so everybody seems to be going to halftime. We got the Saints going to halftime. We got 2 seconds left for the Cardinals to try to throw a Hail Mary. They're down 10-14. We got Brissett running. Throws a Hail Mary. No good. It's at the half, 10-14. 10-14 at the half. We got a minute left for Jacksonville kicking a field goal, 50-yard attempt. Looks wide right. No good. Seahawks are up 13-6. See, this Jaguars team right now, down 13-6. This is like what I've seen most of the time, but they always somehow have been pulling out the wins. So, I don't know. I do not know how Jacksonville has been keeping it so competitive. Their defense, probably, right? Their defense. So mostly everybody's at the half. You watched a bit of LSU yesterday. Their quarterback ain't too bad. Yeah, but you guys don't need to draft a quarterback, right? It's not like unless you're out on Herbert, but I mean Herbert is a highly sought after asset, right? I don't think he's your problem. I think like you said, it just comes down to offensive line and depth and stability. But yeah, hold on. I need to use the bathroom again, so I am going to use the bathroom. Will quick. BRB, everybody. BRB. Let me see. BRB bathroom. All right, I'll be right back, Jen. Will, give me just 1 second. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's see. Put this user in a timeout. You just mean in general, Saints draft him. If I'm saying that, Rattler looks like he can hold himself, unlike your bladder that can't. I know. The good shot there. Good shot. I drink like a gallon and a half to 2 gallons of water a day. So I definitely am using the bathroom more than a lot of other people. So no no shade taken there. That is the ultimate truth there, General. But Spencer Rattler has been looking better, these past couple of weeks, which has been interesting, right? I think the Saints are looking a little bit better than people expected, especially like before the season started. Everybody was like, "Oh, the Saints are going to be 0-17 or whatever," but they won a game. They're competitive against a good team, New England, right now. Who knows, right? They've been looking better and better week over week. So yes, he can hold himself better than my bladder. That is the definite truth. No shots, no fade there. That ain't nothing but the truth. That ain't nothing but the truth there. All right. All right. All right. Let's see. I'm going to have to switch some of this stuff up to. Let's keep some updates. Hundreds in the chat. Let's see. All right. All right. So, while we are in halftime, let's look for some good stuff to go over. So, wait, what did Jamal say? As for the Jags having the amount of wins, they probably hired a voodoo witch from Louisiana. Also, Jacksonville isn't a real place. What do you mean Jacksonville isn't a real place? Are you making fun of the city? Jacksonville isn't a real place. Well, they're trying to get people. They're how they market Jacksonville, here in the States, right? They're kind of like trying to say like everybody knows Miami, um, or Orlando, or Tampa Bay. So we are the city that is up and coming, adjacent to them. So I find it kind of funny how they like try to market themselves as the alternate, like, to Miami. Right. The Jaguars having the amount of wins they have, they probably hired a voodoo witch from Louisiana. Well, Jacksonville's in Florida, I think. I'm like 95% sure it's in Florida. But the same thing still stands. They're all from the South. They're all from the South in that like swampy area. So voodoo witchcraft could still be a thing over there. That is definitely the truth. All right. So while we wait for things to kick off, let's look at the situations for the late games, and things that I want to talk about and call out here. So the Chicago Bears are coming off of a bye. And what I am interested to see here, especially as a Rome Odunze holder, is like, what's the repeatability of what just happened in the first 4 weeks? Like, Ben Johnson, right, having done what he did in Detroit, things look kind of shaky these first 4 weeks. But is that just because, it was the first 4 games, or is it going to take a full season to figure things out? My thought is that I think they're going to be the Bears will be pretty good over the course of the season, and I think they'll gel more and more. I'm down on DJ Moore, but maybe he starts getting used a little bit more. But I think it's a very good observational week for not the Jets, the Bears, on what they come and do out of this bye, right? Because like this is the time to regroup, re-strategize, and then the backfield too is interesting. I know Nungai's not like healthy or taking targets, but it's not like Swift has done much. So I wonder if that has some movement too, once everybody's healthy. So the Bears I want to be taking a close eye on this week. Just moved the Jaguars to Orlando. Oh, I get what you're saying because nobody knows who the city of Jacksonville is. Yeah, that's true. Why? Yeah, why don't they have Jacksonville in Orlando? Good. That is a good question, right? Like nobody knows who Jacksonville is. It's not like it's the hugest, but some people probably know where Orlando is because they have not only the airport but Disneyland, Disney World and stuff. So that's an interesting point. That is an interesting point on how Jacksonville ended up as the city with the team. So we got some games starting again. Looks like Puka Nakua is doing some sidestepping drills on the side. So that's promising that he didn't, break his foot. Right, because they probably would have put him in a boot or something if it was that severe. But if he's doing some drills on the side, it at least gives us hope that he's not injured severely, right? So 2nd and 3, Stafford's dropping back again. Game is 3-3. Stafford firing, missing his man. Devontae Adams on 2nd and 3. 3rd down. 3rd down. All right. Let's see. All right. So we got 3rd and 3. Stafford directing things. 4 seconds left on the play clock. It's taking the snap. Quick pass. 1st down. 1st down for the Rams. They got about 4 yards. They only needed like 2 or 3. And now they flash to the Panthers on their first drive. Bryce Young stepping back. Steps up, finds his man who gets the touchdown. Touchdown, Carolina, Rico Dowdle. Touchdown, Carolina, Rico Dowdle. Bryce Young passing to Rico Dowdle. All right. They're up 19-17. Chargers receive second half kickoff. You need a score from this. Yes, it would be good momentum definitely to get some points on this first drive, especially a touchdown, right? Especially a touchdown. All right, so Rico Dowdle scoring with the Panthers in those first couple minutes. So Dallas is going to come back and try to answer. We got a 3rd and 3 for the Rams. 3rd and 3 for the Rams. They're on the 33-yard line. Their opponent's 33-yard line. Shotgun formation. 3 seconds left on the play clock. Snap is off. Stepping back. Firing. Oh, no flag. They're looking for a flag. They had the guy open. Just no flag called. They're looking for a pass interference or a holding or something on the defense. Right now we got Haskins rushing for 10 yards to get a 1st down to start off for the Chargers. 4th down for the Rams, 4th and 3. They're staying on the field, deciding not to kick a field goal, it looks like. Empty backfield. Maybe they just try to draw them off sides. 5 seconds on the play clock. Snap is off. Stafford scrambling, trying to find somebody. Throws to the end zone. It is caught, but I don't know. Was the feet down? It does say the feet were down. Who was that? Kyron Williams? There's a flag on the field, though. There's a flag on the field. Oh, they call pass interference, too. All right, so for sure, regardless, they're going to get the ball on a first down, first and goal. Jen Will says, Vidal hasn't even gotten any snaps. It's all Haskins. Never mind, Vidal has. Oh, really? Yeah, see, I have no idea what that split looked like, but I was just so afraid of I honestly was just so afraid of his usage. Just not sure which way it was going to break, right? First and goal for Stafford on the 4-yard line, man in motion. Handoff, Kyron Williams, easy money. Touchdown, Kyron Williams. Touchdown, Kyron Williams. Ran it in on his own. Ran it in on his own. There you go. For Kyron Williams. First touchdown in that game. All right, Vidal, 9 carries for 72 yards. Wow, sounds like he broke free for like a 50-yard run or something like that. Haskins, 9 carries for 15. Sorry, 5 carries for 13. Okay. Okay. So we shall see. Chargers are marching up the field. Lam McConkey just caught a 16-yard reception. So there you go. There you go, Jen Will. Your Chargers are marching down the field. Let's get them something. The 3 Walketeers, how are you? Good afternoon. Start 2, Chase Brown, Tony Pollard, and T. Higgens. Oh man, is this PPR? Are you winning or losing? I have a very tough time starting 2 Cincinnati players. So let me take a look at the matchup. But let me know if this is PPR or and if you're up or down. 3 Walkers. So you're winning right now, and it's PPR. So if that's the case, if you're winning and it's PPR, I would take the 2 running backs. I would take Pollard just because I'm a Raiders fan, but the Raiders can stop nobody. I'm not saying he's gonna, score 50 points, but I think even if Tajay Spears eats into him a little bit, he'll still get 15 touches, right? So he still probably has the highest floor in terms of opportunity, right? And then you're playing the Packers against the Bengals. So yes, they're gonna score. I think T. Higgens, right? You're basically looking for upside. Right. So since you're winning and you're in a PPR, right? You don't necessarily need to chase what T. Higgens to me looks like is like his average game is going to be like 3 catches for 35 yards is the average, in which all you're hoping for is instead a game of like 5 catches for 90 yards and a touchdown, because 60 of those yards were on a breakaway touchdown, right? Or 40 of those yards were on a big pass. So that's like what you're getting with T. Higgens. You're not, yes, you have the upgrade or quote unquote change, right, to Joe Flacco, but it's not guaranteed that he's going to do any better. The Packers defense was shaky the last couple of weeks. They had a bye, but they were good, and they were projected to be good, right, the first couple of weeks. So I think their defense is pretty solid. And so the reason Chase Brown, even though he's getting less than 10 carries, you're in a PPR, right? And it's looking like he's getting about 5 receptions a game. And I know it's only for like 20 yards, but that, gives you a floor of maybe just shy of 10 PPR points. But it's kind of hard for me to say that T. Higgens is going to do more than that, right? So that's why I would start the 2 running backs in your position, the 3 Walketeers. But let me know
if that makes sense, that didn't help, or if you have any other thoughts in addition to that. I appreciate all your questions, all your comments. And if you could spare a second to push the like button, that would be much appreciated. But let me know, the three Walketeers, if that helped or not. Kyren Williams or Jordan Mason? Kyren Williams, easy for me. Kyren Williams, easy. So Jordan Mason, he has the opportunity right now because Aaron Jones was out. But just like how and when the injury happened versus you're welcome, three Walketeers. Appreciate you too. Good luck this week. We'll be here, so let me know if anything else comes up. But Kyren Williams is the featured back. He's guaranteed the 20 touches. They use him in the passing game. And he's the guaranteed feature. Jordan Mason right now is the featured because Aaron Jones is out. And unfortunately, like, his opportunity while Aaron Jones has been out has been his upside's been a little capped because they've had changes at the quarterback position, right, with McCarthy being injured and things like that. And then in addition, their schedule has been very tough. So what I foresee happening is coming back out of the bye, Jordan Mason still gets a little bit of usage, but he doesn't like blow up, right? He doesn't have any crazy games. But Kyren Williams can be scoring you over 20 points a game every single week. So Kyren Williams, for me, easy. Vidal has a 38-yard run. Okay, cool. Let's go Disney for a first down. I know, that's what happens to me too, Jen Wills. I talk smack on a player, and the next play, he always ends up doing something. So you got to say something like, oh, man, the Chargers are not going to score here. And then they're going to score or something like that. That's how it always works out for me. But they're on the goal line, I think, right? So they do have a chance to score. Arizona's on the goal line too. So we shall see here. So 3rd and goal on the 5-yard line. Man in motion. Justin Herbert looking around, scrambling, throwing, finding his man. Touchdown, Ladd McConkey. There you go, bro. There you go, Genwell. There is your lead for your team, the Chargers. Now let me get some of these guys out. Do I have these guys? I don't have these guys on my queue right now. Let's go, La-dee-dee. And we got McBride. catching touchdowns. There you go. Trey McBride actually catching touchdowns this year. That was a big one for him, right? That was a big one for him. All right. So we got touchdowns, 2 games in a row. There we go. There's some of that fantasy football momentum we were waiting for, or offensive momentum. Tyler Higbee caught a touchdown. Wow. So somehow the Rams got the ball back. And Tyler Higbee just somehow caught the touchdown. So that was Stafford throwing touchdowns, right? I know Kyren got it last time, but Stafford threw it to Tyler Higbee this time. I don't know how they got down to the red zone so quickly again, but they were on the red zone real quick. So the game rewind is saying it was 1st and 20, snap was taken back, pass was thrown. There has to be a fumble. This is A. Flowers touching the ball. Oh, and then a fumble. Okay. So there was a fumble. Fumble happening by Baltimore. All right. Fumble by Baltimore. You don't know how encouraging he is, but 7 different receivers with the catch this game. That's how if you're talking about the Chargers, are you talking about the Chargers? Because if you're talking about the Chargers, that is how
Herbert is known to do it. He doesn't really like care about who he passes to. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8. I counted 8. Um, I counted 8. But yeah, that's how he does it. That is how Herbert typically does it. He typically spreads the ball around. All right, so let's see. Chargers score with Lad. All right. Boom. The Chargers score with Lad. Right now we are highlighting the Jaguars, who are down 20-6. 20-6. And it is the Jaguars' ball. They're down. All right, and we got Rico Dowdle running the football up the middle. Cowboys are down 17-20. Panthers are up. Any news on Puka? What's up, Faded Hawk? How is my bro doing? Puka, I saw him on the sideline kind of doing some exercises, which gives me hope, right? I don't know about returning necessarily and like putting up a huge game, but it's good news to not see him in a walking boot, right? It's good news to see him trying to do some drills on the side of the field. So it kind of sounds or looks like, it's an injury, but it's not a, torn Achilles, broken foot. It's looking more like a bruised foot, right? Or maybe a stinger, rather than something crazy. So, that's how I see. That's what I see. Yeah, hopefully he comes back. Hopefully he comes back, but it's good news for the course of the season, right? It's good news to know that for the course of the season you're doing good. And we got the Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence eating a fat sack. They're looking pretty bad right now. The Jags are looking pretty bad. Jen Will says, yes, but at the same time, it also means that the receivers aren't getting too much separation, and we got to try other ways. It's not like we have them averaging like 10 yards per catch. That's true, right? That is true. There is a balance of spreading the ball out, but then also like what is your average yards per catch, right? And since they don't have many yards, their average yards per catch has to be down. All right, so they punt. They're showing a punt for Pittsburgh to Cleveland. Oh, roughing the punter. Okay, so Cleveland got a roughing the punter, and so that's why they're showing this play. And then Aaron Rodgers gets another first down. Okay, that's why they were showing that play. That's why they were showing that play. Okay. Okay. You just wish that had Tony Jefferson in his prime. I mean, who's your guys'? So Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen had a pretty good career there as a receiver. Hold on. Baltimore's taking a snap back. Under for 3rd and 6. Just short. Just short. Oh, Tua interception, you're saying? Oh, there you go. There you go. Where is it? It's a boom. Interception. There you go. Chargers ball. Let's go. Let's go, Jen Will. You wish. Oh, Derwin James. Dude, that would have been crazy. That would have been crazy. Derwin James and you would have had an interception every other drive. you would have had a interception every other play back then. Faded Hawk says Puka's back in. Okay, let's go. Let's go, Faded Hawk. Hopefully he racks some stuff up. Hopefully he's back in. So we got Herbert on the 16, 1st and 10. Finding his man. Breaks free. Close to a first down. Close to a first down. So the Chargers, after an interception, a costly turnover by Tua, they are already in the red zone due to where the interception took place on the field. So we got them marching on the goal line. We got Aaron Rodgers making a pass to DK Metcalf for 25 yards. All right, so we got 3rd down and maybe 3 for the Chargers. Very close to the goal line. Very close. Jaylen Warren making a big 10-yard run for a first down. Chargers are 3rd down. 3rd down here for the Chargers. 3rd and like 1.5. Play flake. Waddle looks like he's got it. Touchdown, Waddle. There you go. There you go, bro. There you go. That's your man, right? Justin Herbert finding Waddle. So whoever played Waddle did well, right? But just like we discussed, we had no idea how this split was going to happen. So those who played Waddle got lucky, but on the other side of the coin, not much usage for Haskins, right? Or he's got some usage, but not much production. So moving forward, it's looking like they're probably going to hone down on Waddle just for how, Genwell, you said they broke free for like a 40-yard run and how he's got a touchdown now. I can see them leaning towards Waddle after this production, and he might be the guy to roster, right? All right, touchdown for Aaron Rodgers. Touchdown for Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Boom. Aaron Rodgers for a touchdown. And the Steelers are now up 15-3. Going to be 16-3 probably if they make this extra point. So there you go. There you go, Pittsburgh fans. Some breathing space. I know. Some breathing space for the Chargers. They finally got that lead. Just can't give up, like you said. Yeah, Waddell's close to 100 yards and a touchdown. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to know that before the game, right? We just had no idea. This Finns rush defense is dead last. As much as you want to get excited about that, I can't. Yeah, I know you can't get excited for like expecting, 100-yard games from Waddell every week, but I think the thing I'm taking out of this, right, and quote unquote excited about is I think we kind of know now who they're probably going to lean towards and are more confident in based on this split. So I think that's one thing we could take from this game, right? That the people who have Waddell probably have the better asset over Haskins at this point. So that's what I would take out this. Eric Johnson, driving home from a soccer game with the fan. Thanks for doing this. You're welcome. Let me know if you got any questions, but I'll keep letting you guys know the updates of things. Jackson Smith in Jigba caught a 20-yard reception, so he's continuing eating. Give a shout out to Carter and Everett. Hey, Carter. Hey, Everett. I'm not sure if you were playing soccer or watching it, but hope you all had a good soccer game and everything like that. So shout out to Carter and Everett. I'm gonna put some smiley faces in the chats for you, some hearts to share the love, and hopefully some celebrations for the soccer game. So thanks, Eric, for shouting out Carter and Everett. Hope y'all are doing well and having a good drive. Could share a like, that would be much appreciated. Appreciate any support. All right, so we got fourth down coming for the Seahawks. They couldn't do anything after that 20-yard catch from Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. We got Derrick Henry with 22 rushes already through 3 quarters. So they're definitely giving that man the football. They're giving that man the football a lot. I think he has 100 yards, I think it said. So Rams are up 17-3. It's 1st and 10. Rams almost sacked Cooper Rush, but he broke free and found Mark Andrews on the sideline for a first down. So they will have a new set of downs for the Ravens. They're on about the 27-yard line, marching towards the red zone. Quick handoff to Zay Flowers, but he fumbled it. Oh my goodness. Fumble by Zay Flowers. Second fumble by Zay Flowers. That is not good. That is definitely not good. So we got a fumble by the Ravens, giving it back to the Rams. That is tragic. They were almost in the red zone. They were marching down the field, and they tried a quick handoff to Zay Flowers in motion, and they just couldn't complete the handoff. Zay Flowers was kind of looking up, ahead, and just wasn't paying attention to where the ball was placed in his hands, and just dropped it. So that's a turnover. And oh my goodness, we had a Spencer Rattler completion to Chris Olave. They're reviewing this because they're looking to see if he had full possession of it. Because if he had full possession and made the football move, as soon as he made the football move, Chris Olave, there was a defensive back from New England on him who punched the football out, and New England did recover it. So they're reviewing it to see if it was a completed pass, which it does look like it was, and make sure he was not down, which it does look like. Oops, that's not an interception. That would technically be a fumble on Chris Olave. So interesting. And we got a sack for the Chargers, sacking Tua. So shout out to Genwa, who's probably happy on that sack. As they try to maintain their lead. They're showing Dak Prescott on 3rd and 2, who is dropped back in a shotgun formation, directing traffic around with 5 seconds left on the play clock on the 35-yard line. Fires the ball, finds George Pickens, who breaks free of everybody and just walks it in for a touchdown. George Pickens with the touchdown. It was about a 35-yard touchdown because Carolina Swiss cheese George Pickens, his end zone celebration is he took it to the back of the end zone, put the ball on the floor, and pretended to take a nap on the pillow of the football. So George Pickens with a touchdown from Dak Prescott. I don't know if I have all these guys up right now. Do I have them all up? I don't know if I did or not. I don't think I did. But now George Pickens finding the touchdown with Dak Prescott. That just solidifies his role in this offense. Solidifies Dak with 3 touchdowns on the day. Great decision, Ryan, to bench Dak Prescott for no reason besides emotion. So there they go. Very fun. Very fun. All right. So that's a fun game. Dallas is bringing it back, so that's a fun game. Genwell says, Ravens are going to have their money's worth even if they don't win with the Henry rushes. Let us remind ourselves that Henry was willing to play for Jerry Jones. Ooh. Shots fired there. He did say that, huh? You're happy, but not going to lie. You're scared every time Tua gets a sack. NFL young boy George Pickens. George Pickens taking it to the end zone. George Pickens has a chip on his shoulder. That is true. That is true. I mean, he's basically playing like he's a wide receiver one, right? Jerry Jeudy catching first down on third down. Cleveland's not really doing much here. And we got Brissett firing, finding the red zone. I don't know who that was. That was not Marvin Harrison. But the Cardinals are now in the red zone. Jerry Jeudy catching a football for a first down. Stepping out of bounds after the first down, though. So they're moving into the red zone while the Cardinals found the red zone. So Brissett finding his man to get a first down, taking a hit, so maintaining pressure. They're tied 17-17 with the Colts. Who would have ever thought this with the backup quarterback in play? Brissett firing over the middle, found his man, and he has a touchdown right now if it stands. Flag on the field. There is a flag on the field, but for now, we'll count this as a touchdown from Jacoby Brissett. We just have to see what the flag is and if it's on the defense or the offense. Holding on the defense, so the touchdown is going to stand. That was Jacoby Brissett firing the touchdown. I don't know who caught it. Might have been Michael Carter. I didn't see who it was. All right. And they're showing the Patriots who are up 25-16. Nothing happening there. They're going to they're on fourth down, so nothing really happening in that game. They're showing Brissett on the sideline, so they're up 23-17 versus the Colts, right, who are 4-1. So nobody would have really thought that with Kyler Murray out, if what's his name, Brissett would be able to beat a Colts team who has looked very good on this year. So this is a very surprising, very, very surprising lead that the Cardinals have at the end of the third quarter over the Colts. But they just scored a touchdown, so it will be Colts ball again soon. We are showing the game scores, and Rams are leading 17-3. They have the ball, so they're doing pretty well. After that turnover by Zay Flowers. Remember, Zay Flowers, I think, has 2 fumbles this game. So even though the Rams are up 17-3, the game's actually been a lot closer than we think there. We got the Browns marching it to potentially towards the red zone, down 3-16. I mean, this game's been pretty ugly for the Browns so far. So we'll see what they can do. What they can do on this drive. I don't think they've scared the red zone yet today. So I think this is a shot for them to, they got to take their shot here to get in the end zone since they're down 13. They kind of are in 4-down territory almost at this point. All right, so Dillon Gabriel tried to find his man off the hands of his receiver. No good. Now they're flashing the Rams game, and it looks like there was an offsides or something. But that was a decent pass by Gabriel. His receiver just missed the ball. That looked like that might have been Harold Fannin. But just off the hands, that was definitely a catchable ball. The receiver just dropped it. You like Trey Harris, a huge gain for Vidal, around 20 yards. Ooh, nice. Vidal is looking like the man. He is looking like the man. All right, on third down, Gabriel hit Njoku, but Njoku dropped it. So just a little bit late on that pass, but still a catchable ball. Straight at his numbers. So those are just 2 drops in a row where I would say Gabriel did well enough there where his receivers should have caught those 2 passes. So I don't put the blame on Gabriel on that one. That was definitely the receivers dropping the passes. Passes weren't perfect, but when the receiver could put 2 hands on the ball, right? Both times. I leave that more on the receivers. Field goal's good though by the Browns. So now they're down like what are they down? They're down like 6 to 16 or something like that. And we got what? We got a flat. Oh my goodness. If this is how Brian Thomas Jr. gets his first touchdown, this is going to be insane. Oh no, they're not, because there was a guy lined up in the neutral zone. Travis Hunter with the big boneheaded play. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So the 50-yard touchdown for Brian Thomas Jr.'s wipe off the field. So what happened is Brian Thomas was being covered by the defensive back. What's his name? Trevor Lawrence was kind of like scrambling, just kind of throws a prayer almost. And it actually goes off of the defensive back of Seattle and then pops up, and Brian Thomas Jr. just happens to catch it and then run it into the end zone. But unfortunately, that play was dead because Travis Hunter lined up in the neutral zone. That's definitely a rookie play. That is definitely a rookie boneheaded play. To line up in the neutral zone like that. Wipes off the touchdown of Brian Thomas. So that is very unfortunate. You confident to cover the line against the Titans? No. Am I confident in the Raiders to do anything right now? Not really. Of course, I'd like to believe that, but no, I'm not confident in the Raiders doing anything, even against this Tennessee this defense. Like, I mean, like no one thinks the Titans are anything to be scared by. But just with how bad Geno's playing right now, I'm not confident. Wow, they showed Vidal had 123 yards versus his career of 170 yards. So he is having his whole career in one game right now. That's crazy. Who holds the longest first touchdown excluding returns? This is a great trivia question. I have no idea. I have no idea. Why is this a trivia question that you know the answer to? I can't even think of that off the top of my head, like who that would be. It says so 99-yard touchdown passes are the most recent one, 2011. Victor Cruz is what it says. So we shall see. Todd, how are you, Todd? Riddley or Jennings in PPR? Oh, geez, bro. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. Let's see. So I honestly am not sure how healthy Jennings is right now, right, Todd? This is I was so down on Riddley, right? Like after the first 3 weeks or whatever it was, but then he has his game, right? And you're like, okay, do you chase the 100 yards, right? Do you chase the 130 yards? It was on 5 receptions, right? So do you chase that? I don't know how healthy uh Juwan Jennings is. The last time I tried to make a statement about coming off of health, I was wrong. I was wrong. I thought they would work, people in slowly, and they didn't. So sometimes I take the more safe approach of like, maybe they're gonna use them as a decoy, right? Um, I just didn't watch his practice reports for the week, right? So I don't know what Jennings has been looking like, if I'm being honest. I know he's active now, but I don't know. Did he practice in full? Was he limited? Um, or where he was at. Like where I'm at with things, I think Jennings probably has the better upside just because of the offense, um, being able to make moves. But on the course of the season, when I remember looking at Jennings' stats, I don't think he was like a target monster yet on this year, just because of his injuries, and Pearsall being good. So when I pull up his usage, let's see. Juwan Jennings, even on his best games, he's only played 3 games. He had 10 targets, 89 yards, 5 receptions, and a touchdown, right? His other games, he had 5 targets, 4 targets. So it's not like he was commanding 10 targets a game, while he was playing. So even if he's healthy, I can imagine something like on the high end, maybe like 5 targets, right? So I think I might chase the Riddley here. If it was close, but if I was down like 20 points or something like that, he barely practiced. In that case, I'm thinking he might be a decoy. Um, so I hate saying this out loud. I think I might choose Riddley over Jennings here. Just trying to chase those yardage. Um, but in terms of like, because this is PPR, right? So I think Jennings probably, just based on the offense, has a better chance at a touchdown. I just, really didn't get an insane amount of touches, but to get 5 receptions, I think that would be the very, you know, they would have to really, really work Jennings in order to get there, right? Um, so that's of course, Todd, of course, just that's how I would look at it, right? Is I would look at it that if I needed 25 points because I'm down, the chance of the touchdown's probably higher for Jennings in getting there. I just don't believe in that, so I might lean Riddley. But let me know if that helps, doesn't help, and if that brings up any more questions or not. If you could leave a like, I'd really appreciate it. And just let me know any more questions or any other thoughts, Todd. But that's how I view things. Okay, so Genwell says Tony Dorsett, 99 yards, and Eric says Robert Brooks. How do you guys know this? How do you guys know these facts off the top of your head? I could not think of anything, but yeah, it said there was a few 99-yard. Oh, did Tetairoa McMillan catch a second touchdown? He did. Let's go. Let's go. Touchdown. Let's go. Where's my guy? Carolina. Here's my folder. And we got Bryce Young throwing it to Tetairoa McMillan. Let's go. Let's go. 2 touchdown game for Tetairoa McMillan. I know I look like a fool at the start of the week by playing Tetairoa McMillan over Jaylen Waddle, but haha, now I can safely say I'm a genius. Just kidding, I got lucky. But I also benched Dak Prescott, who's thrown 3 touchdowns. So I got to admit my faults at the same time that I am trying to brag about playing Tetairoa McMillan. I just got lucky, right? I just got lucky with that one. So that's where I'm at. Oh, there's another touchdown. They said touchdown to the Jags for who the heck is Patrick? That is definitely not Brian Thomas Jr. or Travis Hunter. So, touchdown, Trevor Lawrence, and there we go. Trevor Lawrence got the touchdown. Boom. To his guy. And we are now catching up on these comments. You're welcome, Todd. Let's see. Jen Wilson says, or you can, terrible person, Todd, and pick Jennings, but pray for Pearsall to be unavailable. I didn't say injured. I don't think Pearsall's playing. I think he was already ruled out, wasn't he? I think Pearsall was already ruled out. I could be wrong. I definitely could be wrong. Yeah, he's inactive. So Pearsall's inactive. Jennings is active. Ibuka's going to score 3 times today, Todd. Who said that? Was that you, Genwell, that said that Ibuka's gonna have like 50 points today too? Somebody else said that, Todd. So I forgot who it was, but y'all are in the same bucket for wanting Ibuka to score 3 times, since both Godwin and Bucky or not both, all Bucky, Godwin, and Evans are out. So all you have left. Oh, that wasn't you, Jen Will? Yeah, somebody else said that. Oh, Faded Hawk, was that Faded Hawk that said it? I forgot who said it. Yeah. Fire. It's got that fire, right? Okay. Yeah, that was maybe that was Faded Hawk. But yeah, Todd, let me know any other thoughts, but we'll be rooting. I don't think I'm playing Ibuka this week, right? I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. So I could root for Ibuka to catch a bunch of touchdowns, like you said. All right. We got Aaron Rodgers finding DK Metcalf for a touchdown. All right. We got Aaron Rodgers throwing the touchdown to DK Metcalf. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. All right, Aaron Rodgers throwing the touchdown to DK Metcalf. There you go, boy. There you go. All right, so what everybody's asking for is can Tampa score without Evans, Bucky, and Godwin? How much will they score? That's a great question, right? That is the great question. So Dallas is down 24-27 in the fourth quarter. So they just need a field goal to tie. Okay. You might have said Ibuka definitely gets 35 plus yards, but don't know about 35 fantasy. No, then that definitely wasn't you. Somebody definitely said like they were gonna catch 3 touchdowns or something like that. They're like 3 touchdowns guaranteed for Ibuka this week, which would be crazy. Yeah, they're down. So the Panthers, Tetairoa McMillan caught his 2nd touchdown. That's how they got that. Which reminds me, then I just gotta update my spotlight. My spotlight of the week. So they got a triple box going right now. Let's see what they got all this chatter about. Josh Downs scored a touchdown, I guess. So Dallas. Oh, geez, bro. Quinshon Judkins looking like a dud. And Jaylen Waddle. Oh my God, Pickens with another catch. Oh my goodness, bro. This is insane. 16.4 for Tetairoa. Wow, George Pickens is just destroying them. George Pickens is destroying Carolina. He's making that defense look like Swiss cheese. I mean, it is Swiss cheese, right? We all know Carolina is probably one of the worst defenses, but For some reason, they've been able to keep it up. All right, let me see. Wait, nope, wrong one. Oh, no. We have all this spam in the chat. Let me get that out of there. Let me get this thing updated. We got this. This is the one. All right. So that's updated. We got the Cowboys on 2nd and 8 in the red zone. It's looking like they're definitely about to score again. So they're on the 18-yard line. They got a guy in motion, fakes the handoff, play action, scrambling to his right, throw into the end zone, and ooh, fingertips, over the fingertips of the tight end. It wasn't Ferguson. Just missed it. That's poor coverage by Dallas. Yeah. Etienne, he just knocked over the guy that holds the thing. Those marker thingies. Oh, Etienne just scored too. You speak of him and he scores. Touchdown for Etienne. So Etienne's having a good game. I think that's his second score of the game. Let me see. Where are they? Where's Miami? Where do I got Miami? Oh, I got Miami right here. Etienne scoring. So it's 3rd and 8 for Dallas. Shotgun formation. 18-yard line. Dropping back. Dallas looking. Found his man. First down. Jake Ferguson catching footballs. So give him a pen. That's hilarious. You're welcome, Eric. Of course. Hopefully you guys get home safely. Awesome feedback. I appreciate y'all participating in the chat. Appreciate everything you guys are doing by dropping some comments, dropping some questions. Really helps. Hearts to you, Eric, and your family, or your friends, whoever it was, Everett, and let me remember their names. Carter and Everett. Hope y'all are well. Should be ejected for unsportsmanlike. Is that what happened? I didn't see it. Genwell. I did not see anything that happened there. So you're the one that has to inform me. Oh, snaps. Dallas fumbled it. Oh, but Dak landed on top of it. Oh man, that would have been tragic. For Dallas, fumbling on the goal line. They're only on like the 3-yard line. So 2nd down, or on the 8-yard line. 2nd down and goal. Shotgun formation. Takes the snap. It's got to throw it away. He was looking for Pickens, and it was just slightly mistimed. Got Drake May dropping back. Throwing deep. He's got Stephon Diggs. Was he inbounds? Why did they flash away? That was such a good pass. That was like a 50-yard pass. 50-yard pass. Oh, pass interference on the offense, though, for Stephon Diggs to get that separation. So they're ruling him out. Darnell Mooney is just ruled out. Just FYI. I know nobody's probably banking on Darnell Mooney, but just letting y'all know. Oh, man. Oh, that was a ticky-tack pass interference. He just had his hand on the shoulder. That didn't really give him an advantage. Stephon Diggs, you got robbed there. That was a nice catch. They robbed you. All right. Should be executive for sportsmanlike. He was reaching. It was accidental. Momentum carried him. We just couldn't stop the run that drive. Oh, you're hoping for him to get ejected or something since he's playing the Chargers? Oh, man. That's funny. That's really funny. All right. 3rd down. Drake May going deep again. Oh, off the fingertips of his receiver. Oh, that was so close. But that's what you want to see if you are a New England fan, that Drake May is willing to take those shots deep on 3rd and 25 rather than just dumping it underneath. All right. So Dallas kicks in the field goal to tie the game up. So that's a really exciting game. Dallas versus Carolina. They're tied. We're tied here on third down with the Cardinals, but they just threw it into the ground. So fourth down. And we got 4th and 10 for the Ravens, and Cooper Rush is just throwing it out of bounds. Throwing it out of bounds, so nothing there. So 24-24, Cardinals have a chance to take the lead here. Kick is up, and kick is good. Kick is good. So the Cardinals are winning 27-24 against the Colts. No one would have thought this game would be this close, especially with Kyler Murray out. Does this mean that they should just not play Kyler Murray anymore? Maybe. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Jacoby Brissett is the truth. All right, so we got 3rd and 5 for the Jags, who are on their own 20-yard line. Down 8. Off the hands of Brian Thomas Jr. Bro, I want you to play good so bad. 4th and 5. You got to pull it together. You can't be dropping those types of passes, bro. Oh my God. So Brian Thomas Jr. with another drop through his hands. This is not good. Brian Thomas Jr. cannot be dropping balls like that. That was totally his fault. That was just a wide open drop. Sure, the pass was a little bit high, but you had both hands on it. Pressure's coming for Herbert. He's scrambling. Looking. Finds his man, but dropped. Keenan Allen just a little bit low. 4th down. 4th down, but they're up. They're up. So just got to hold them off. Just got to hold Miami's drive off. Genwell says, did I see the news? Which team complained to the NFL about the TV cable wire hitting their field goal attempt, but NFL didn't do anything? No, I did not hear about this. What? I can envision what you're talking about, like the camera that goes over the middle of the field that has those wires, and it interfered with a field goal? Really? No, I did not hear about this. That definitely sounds like something that should have been done. Who was that? Cheated by camera cable, won't fix it. The Vikings versus the Browns. So this must have been at London then. Wow. No, I did not hear about this. Yeah, this was in London. There's a camera cable last weekend in London, but the NFL won't fix it. I don't even know what that means if they won't fix it. Wow. Wow. No, I did not hear about that. That seems more than like a small screw up. That seems questionable to say the least. No, I did not know that. I gotta keep my eye on that. Okay, so we have a lot of close potential games here coming in these last few minutes of this early morning window. We got the New England up 25-19 versus the Saints. We got them up 25-19, and the Saints might have fumbled it. Juwan Johnson might have fumbled it. They're reviewing it. We got Arizona up 27-24 against the Colts. The Colts are making the drive right now, though. But no one would have thought that the Cardinals would stand a chance, especially without Kyler Murray. So Daniel Jones and the Colts are driving. I think he just found Alex Pierce across the middle. Pierce has been injured, so that's a good addition to get back to their offense. Shotgun formation, man in motion, handoff to Taylor, stiff arms a man, nowhere to go, backwards for 3 yards. But a flag on the field, so we shall see what that flag means. Wow, so all these games, these 5 games are all close, all within a score, all within the last fourth quarter, 5 to 10 minutes of the game left. All 5 games have the potential to have, a different winner of the game. So this is pretty crazy. We got Dallas and Carolina straight up tied up at 27. The Chargers are up 6, 26-20, but Miami has the ball. So those are all close. The Seahawks are on the field. They're up 20-12, so they can control their own destiny if they kind of just make sure they make some first downs and drain this clock. And if they can kick a field goal at least, they should be able to win this game if they do things right and correctly. So we're on the 30-yard line for the Colts, marching towards the red zone. Jonathan Taylor up the middle again for maybe 6 yards. So they'll be at like the 25-yard line-ish. All right. And so what they just ruled in the New England game is that Juwan Johnson fumbled the football. So they basically just said Juwan Johnson fumbled the football. He did have possession. He did fumble it. And so they gave the ball to New England. So New England could control their destiny to win now too. Running up the left side with Jonathan Taylor. He gets a first down. Jonathan Taylor gets a first down. So they're marching down the field. Tua's at about midfield, 2nd and 2. He's got a guy in motion. Hands off. Achane gets the first down. They are at midfield right now. Shout out to Genwell, who needs a stop. He needs the Chargers to get a stop here. We got on the 14-yard line for the Colts, taking the snap, handoff again. Taylor gets about 2, so it'll be like 2nd down and 8 at about maybe the 8-yard line. We got the Patriots, who are up 25-19, 1st and 10 after the fumble by Juwan Johnson. We got Ramondre Stevenson getting tackled on the backfield, so like a loss of about 1. At midfield, we got Miami and Tua trying to make a move. He makes a pass to the running back, nowhere to go, 2nd down and maybe 9. And we got the Jaguars now on the field, 20-12. They're down, handing off, trying to find Etienne. Carlos, good day. How are you? Bourne, Riddley at flex in a PPR. I've been asked a lot about Bourne this week. Last week, I told people I wasn't sure. I was down on Riddley at the start of last week, but he had a great game. So this is an interesting question, right? Because Riddley had a good game. And now that Jennings is playing, people might be scared to play Kendrick Bourne. How I look at things, Carlos, is Kendrick Bourne, and I forgot this last week, so this was my mistake. Kendrick Bourne played with Mac Jones in New England, and they've been on the 2nd string together all offseason and this season. So it makes sense to me now that I thought about that
that Kendrick Bourne and Mac Jones have a very good connection and why he went 10 for 11, right? So it makes sense, right? They have a connection, so they're going to use him as the receiver. And um even with Jennings back, if you look back at his usage, he did have one game where he was targeted 10 times, but the other games was only like 5, targets. So, coming off an injury, like do they really, use Jennings a lot? Is he potentially a decoy, or how much do they really use Jennings since he, how much did he really practice? And with, Pearsall injured and all these injuries, like, is it worth brushing him back? Not quite sure, right? Since Ridley's been trending upwards, right, there is reason to look at him. However, on that like 130-yard game, it was 5 receptions, right? It wasn't like it was like Kendrick Bourne where it was like 10 receptions for 130 yards, right? It was 5 receptions. So that's like big plays. So I think it's a little more risky for Ridley. So if I were to take, this situation, I would personally take Kendrick Bourne, but I see how there's upside for Ridley. I just personally believe that there's more opportunity for Bourne, even with Jennings backs this week. I'd still be okay playing him. Hopefully that makes sense. Carlos, let me know if you disagree or any other thoughts or questions come up because of that. Appreciate a like if you could leave a like. And just let me if that helped you or left you more confused. And then what's his name? General says you made a mistake there. You said Tua up the midfield. He hasn't done anything. It's been all Achane. No, it was a pass. Tua passed it up the middle. Sorry. So yeah. No, your secondary is normally pretty good. So far on this year, General. I just think Miami's not no one to look at once they get their offense rolling, right? 2 years ago they were like top 5 offense in the league. So I personally think your secondary is pretty good, right? Like I said, I sat Jaylen Waddle because of that reason versus Tetairoa McMillan. So I don't think your secondary is necessarily crap. So yeah. Carlos says, yeah, Bourne is starting as of now. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Thanks. You're welcome. You're welcome, man. Good luck this week. There's a lot of people who were debating Bourne, so we'll see. Hopefully he does you guys all well. Whoever Owe is, he was a cone that last 3 downs. A cone? What does that even mean? That's funny. I'm just imagining a traffic cone sitting there. All right, so red zone opportunity for the Colts. Here we go. Red zone opportunity for the Colts. 2nd and goal on the 1-yard line. I imagine they just give this to Taylor and he walks it in. Yeah, exactly. Nothing to do there. Jonathan Taylor, nothing you could really do, right? Just let him walk the ball in the end zone there. So the Colts are now up, which was more expected than how the Cardinals have been leading recently. All right, we see, here we go. Achane gets the first down against the Chargers. So, minute 45 left in this game. Chargers are up 26-20, so they're going to be 4-down territory. So, we'll see how that goes. We got 3rd down and 6 for the Jaguars, it looks like, who may I don't know where they are. I have no idea where they're on the field. I'm waiting for it. Trevor Lawrence, 259 and 2 touchdowns. They're on their own 40-yard line. 20-12. So 3rd down. Lawrence fires. Nobody home. 4th down. They'll probably punt. All right. And we got a first down again for Miami. So it's 1st and goal.
First and goal for Miami. All right, let's see what they do here. So Miami's first and goal. The Chargers just took a timeout. Bryce Young, tie game, 27s, 6 minutes left. We got third down for Spencer Rattler, who's down 25-19 on 3rd and 7. So we got some key plays happening here for all the teams who are trying to, all these teams that have, less than one score game. Spencer Rattler dropping back, firing, nobody home. 4th down. Nobody home and 4th down. All right, so they got 4th down for Spencer Rattler. I don't know if they're going to punt it or not. We got Tua 1st and goal on the 10-yard line. So let's see what happens here. Can the Chargers make a stop? Handoff. Got about 3 or 4 yards. 2nd and goal. Punting for the Saints because they got all 3 timeouts. Yeah, I know the Chargers just need to survive for you, man. The Chargers need to survive. All right, they're showing Bryce Young on a 3rd down. Fires up the middle. Almost gets intercepted. All right, so closest opportunity for a score right now is the Dolphins, who are on the maybe 6-yard line, 7-yard line. Oh, pass interference on the Cowboys. Got bailed out there. Carolina. All right, fakes the handoff. Tua dumps it off. Nowhere to go. So it's going to be 3rd down and about 7 for the Dolphins. This is probably 4-down territory. So I assume that Miami, would prefer to risk it since they're on the goal line rather than kick a field goal and then try to use 3 timeouts to get down here again. This is pretty much 4-down territory, all or nothing for Miami. So rushing to the line, empty backfield. Chargers look a little bit confused. Snap is off. Nowhere to go. Tua looking, firing for the end zone, and he was wide open. You cannot leave Darren. That was Darren Waller, right? They just left him straight up open in the end zone. Oh my goodness. Tua to Darren Waller. Darren Waller looking like one of the best late ads ever off the waiver wire. Touchdown to the Dolphins. I am so sorry, Jen Will. Hopefully they missed this extra point or something. Oh, man. Oh, an extra point is good. Oh, man. I am so sorry. Jen Will, you guys are down 1. But it's only 1, so you can kick a field goal to still win, right? So you guys can control your own destiny, kind of. All right, so Jacksonville, they're showing Sam Darnold not doing anything. They're showing 3rd down and 1 for the Panthers. Bryce Young passing, finding his man. 1st down. 1st down for the Panthers, so they can control their own destiny here. If they just control the ball, control the clock. Dallas has 2 timeouts. Get in field goal range. They only need a field goal. They don't need the touchdown, so they can just run the ball with Rico Dowdle, which they're doing. Try to get a 1st down. All right. The Colts are up 31-27. They have the ball. Oh, no. Cardinals have the ball. Sorry. So Cardinals missed tackle, first down for the Cardinals. Wow. That was lucky. That was lucky. Oh, there's a face mask almost there. Oh, man. 4 boxes up. 4 boxes up. They are looking at... All right, close that box, man. All right, Jacoby Brissett breaking free from a sack. Scrambling. Finding his own first down. All right, cross midfield. They do need to score a touchdown, the Cardinals, though, so 3 won't do it. They have to get the touchdown. They're down 4. We got third down for the Panthers. Bryce Young looking like he's going to take the snap. Man in motion. And snap is taken. Dropping back. Firing. Nobody home. Nobody home. Seattle just forced a 4th down for the Jags. So they're going to have to kick that off. We got the Chargers with 34 seconds left and 1 touchdown on their own 40-yard line. Can they make something happen? Herbert breaking free. McConkey breaking free of a tackle. He's got it. McConkey, 1 man to beat. Runs out of bounds. Let's go. Here you go. Here you go, General. This is your guys' chance. You guys have this chance. Here you go. Wow, wow, wow. Sloppy tackling by Miami. A good shake move by Ladd McConkey. A good break free and pass by Justin Herbert. And they are now in scoring position. They are now in scoring position. They are within the red zone. Here we go. Down 1 point. So they only need a field goal. 2-minute warning is going off for the Panthers. Tied at 27. Wow, this is crazy. All right, third down for Drake May, 3rd and 11. And he finds his back shoulder pass to, was that Stephon Diggs? No, that was Kayshon Boutte having a game, bro. So first down there, that almost ices that game. We got Sam Darnold to ice the game here. And he finds his man. It is GG. It is GG here. Jacksonville is down 8 points. They're in field goal range. It's looking like that's done. All right, here we go, Chargers. Run it up the middle. No more passes. You can kick a field goal to win. Make the Panthers use, not the Panthers. Dolphins use all their timeouts. General, you're probably on the edge of your seat here. What's going to happen, right? What's going to happen, Jen Willer? Are they going to be able to kick a field goal to ice this? I think Miami had enough timeouts, though, to just call timeouts if every play was a run play. I believe they had enough timeouts. Let me see. So here we go. Taking the snap. 3rd down. Nowhere to go. And they call the timeout again. Okay. All right. And we got 2nd down and 1 for the Cardinals coming out of the 2-minute warning on the enemy's almost 40-yard line. He's going deep for the end zone. Oh, he's got it. Well, not the end zone. 10 yards short of the end zone. Sorry, I meant go deep. I just got too excited. I got way too excited. So the Cardinals are now within 10 yards of the end zone against the Colts. They're down 4, so they have to score the touchdown. Wow. Who would have thought the Cardinals and Jacoby Brissett could put this together like this? Jacoby Brissett almost looking better than Kyler Murray right now. I know that's a stretch, but just how he looks in this one game alone. All right, here we go. 9 seconds left. No timeouts by Miami. Kick is up. Kick is good. Let's go. Chargers take the lead over Miami. There you go, Mr. Genwell. There you go, Genwell. Field goal. Good for Chargers. Let's go. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That is crazy. All right, so 27-27. Panthers coming out of the timeout, handing off to Rico Dowdle, finding a hole, almost gets the first down. Dallas cannot stop nothing. All right, so the Chargers kicking the field goal to go up. To go up by 2 with like 8 seconds left in the game. Your throwers. Oh my god, I can't believe you guys pulled that off. Shout out to Lad McConkey for making that juke move to bring them down there. We got oh my god, these games are so interesting. So interesting. All right, so 5 seconds left for the Chargers. They just literally need to not let a Hail Mary happen. We got 2nd and 1 for the Panthers, who ran it, got stuffed. 3rd down and 7 for the Cardinals. 1 minute left. They got to go for the end zone here. Brissett breaking free, getting sacked. Nowhere to go. All right, so Elber, good day. How are you? Who would we pick, Kraft or Myers, full PPR? If this is Tucker Kraft, I don't care if this is Jacoby Myers or the backup tight end for the Raiders. I am picking Tucker Kraft, regardless of who it is. Wait, did you guys just get an interception? Did you just intercept them to ice the game, Genwill? So Elber, let me know if I'm right, if that was Myers or not. But if that's Tucker Kraft, I'm playing Tucker Kraft. Unless you're saying Tucker Kraft versus Jacoby Myers, I might take another second to think about that. But I would still probably play Tucker Kraft. I'm a Raiders fan, and our offense is just so trash right now. I cannot trust nothing on that offense. But let me know if I'm off, Elber. Appreciate you if you could leave a like. Let me know if that helped or if I'm off. George C, how are you? Born or golden? Everybody's asking for born right now, and I would go with Kendrick Bourne over Golden. Even if you're looking for upside of Golden, Kendrick Bourne still has upside. Kendrick Bourne has a connection with Mac Jones, not only from last game, but I forgot that he played with Mac Jones in New England, and those 10 receptions I don't think were a fluke. I think that is a connection. I think that's a connection right there. So George, I would go with Kendrick Bourne. Hope that helps. Let me know if not, and if you can leave a like, much appreciated. Wow, it looks like the Colts are going to get away with one here. Trey McBride was in the end zone, and he low-key got tripped up by the defensive back of the Colts, but no call on 4th down in the end zone. So turnover on downs. So it looks like the Colts are going to come away with this one. If anything, I would say that one did low-key look like that should have been called a pass interference or illegal contact or something. It was a terrible interception, Genwill. Tua had a deep route. Granted, there was zone deep, but he threw it to triple coverage. Dude, come on. What is he doing there, right? What is he doing there? Okay, so it looks like the Panthers are about to make a win. It looks like they have a game-winning field goal. The New England Patriots are just kneeing things out. So Elber, if Tucker Kraft, I would do Kraft.
right? Not sure if Jacoby Myers, but even so, I think I would still go Kraft. And we got a field goal that is good by the Panthers, and they win. The Panthers win. Wow. Holy crap. What an exciting game. What an exciting game. Down to the last wire. It was close the whole game. That was crazy. Dak throwing like 3 touchdowns or whatever that was. He was awesome. I don't know. And then George, I would go with Bourne. Safer floor, and I still think upside. Hopefully that helps you guys. Hopefully you could drop a like if any of this helps you. Jen Will's watching the Pats and Saints. I think the Pats were kneeing it out the last time I saw. I think they were kneeing it out the last time I saw. Wow, but congrats, Jen Will, you guys. Woo! Talk about a close game. Talk about 2 close games. The Panthers as well, right? That's crazy. That was crazy. But looks like the Colts are going to escape with a narrow win as well. It looks like the Tennessee Titans game is starting. So that will be interesting what happens there versus the Raiders, who please win. But geez, bro, at least just don't look terrible out there. Right? They did? Okay. So we got kickoffs happening for these second window games. Maybe May isn't a bust. No, I think May's legit, dude. I think May's gonna be all right. For fantasy, okay. We'll see how I think he's a good enough quarterback to still do something, in the league wise as well, but May's like, they had all those guys in the same range, like, right? Like May, Fields, who was the other guy? Bo Nix, right? They had all these guys in like the same range, and it just looks like he's going to be the best one, May, out of them. Boswell slipped in a field goal. Uh-oh. I did not see that. All right. So we got the first play going in the Raiders game, going nowhere. A couple yards, 2 or 3 yards for the Titans. They're the first ones on the field. Did not see that. And so Calvin Ridley was a big question in this game to see. People were like, should we play him? Should we chase those 130 yards? So we'll see if he could break away for some big plays in this game too. And so they run it again on 2nd and 7, about 2 yards short. 3rd down. He dug up like 10 centimeters of turf. Really? Jeez. So what does it say? It says, wait a minute. Okay, so Seattle kicked a field goal. They made it, but there was a penalty on the Jags. So they got to take the 1st down and instead just knee it out. Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. Man, Boswell, yeah. I don't know. I wish I saw him kicking the turf. Hopefully his leg is okay if he's kicking up that much turf. Didn't Pete bench Mostert the first 3 weeks because he didn't want to be the kick return? Oh, really?
Raheem Mostert. Oh my God, Pete Carroll, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Well, this is pretty crazy. What is going on? So, Carolina won, New England won, Seattle won, Rams won. So it was 3rd and 1. They tried to give it to Pollard again, and he got stuffed at the line. Okay, so that's how they went to 4th down. We'll see if they end up going for it. No, Geno Smith is on the field now. All right. So let's see what our Raiders can do. Man in motion. Geno Smith takes the snap. Fake to Jeanty. Pass. Tight end. Maybe 5 yards for the Raiders. Dylan Gabriel's just stat padding now. I did not see. They were down like an insane amount, right? So we shall see. We shall see. Who's my spotlight for the Raiders game? I mean, I guess Calvin Ridley, right? Like everybody's biggest question mark. Most people are playing Ashton Jeanty. I don't know if people might be playing Jacoby Myers, but with how they've been playing, they've probably moved off. But with Calvin Ridley having a good game, I feel like most people are going to be looking at Calvin Ridley to see if he could repeat, right? I guess a question could have been Calvin Ridley or Jacoby Myers, right? That might have been a decision somebody had to make. So not sure what I would have done if I had to make that decision, if I'm being honest. All right, so Geno empty backfield. Nope, brings back Jeanty. Jeanty going out wide. Passes up. All right. Jacoby Myers for like 6 yards. Let's go Kazir White for 50 yards. Let's go just not turning the ball over. How about that? How about we just don't turn the ball over like we have been the past 2 weeks? It's like what? 3 interceptions in each game or something like that. 5 interceptions over the 2 games. All right. Geno Smith, 2nd down and 2. Shotgun formation. Handoff. Jeanty goes nowhere. Jeanty goes nowhere. So 3rd down coming up for the Raiders. 3rd down coming up for the Raiders. All right, we got 3rd and 1 for the Raiders. What are we doing here, guys? So we got 3rd and 1 for the Raiders. Jeanty in the backfield. Stacked box. Under center. Looking like we're about to run it up the gut with Jeanty. Play clock off. Hand off to Jeanty. He goes outside on the right side. Finds some room. And gets about 10 yards. Let's go. Let's go. All right. But since you asked about, feel free, anybody, drop any start sit questions or anything. Trade questions, rankings questions in the chat. I'm just going to take a quick look real quick to see who the best spotlight player, like you said, is in this afternoon matchup. Let's see. So we got, who else is playing? 49ers, Bucks. Maybe Kendrick Bourne should be the spotlight since everybody was asking me about him today. 49ers maybe. Packers, Bengals. Yeah, I think Bourne definitely had the most start sit questions from players this week in this afternoon game. Jeanty, 2nd and 12 up the middle for about 8. So let's see. Oh, there's Chris Boswell's kick. They're showing that you were explaining of him just duffing it. Just duffing it, kicking the turf. Holy smokes, bro. It's like, that was like, oh man, he did just kick the dirt. Oof. That was not good. All right, 3rd and 5. Geno taking the snap, dumping over the middle, finding his man, getting the first down. Looks like Trey Tucker for first down. All right, Raiders drive continues against the Titans. Raiders first down. First down for the Raiders. So we got Trey Tucker getting the first down. We got under center, man in motion. Raiders taking the snap. Fake the handoff to Jeanty. Wide out Trey Tucker. Jukes his man. Find some room. First down. Let's go. Raiders first down. What's up? Oh, we buy homes near you. 512. How are you today? Start 1. Jennings, Bourne, or T. Higgens. Wait, bro, the game's already start. No, it has not started yet. Just kidding. The game has not started. Well, depends on if you're winning or losing too. I think T. Higgens here is interesting if you're like losing by a lot in this non-PPR because he's the best one to probably catch a 60-yard touchdown. But if it's close or you're winning, I'd probably go with Bourne. You're winning. Jennings, he's back. I think even through this year, he did have a game with 10 targets, but his other games, he's got 5 targets. Since he's coming off an injury, he might take a couple targets from Bourne, but I still see him as being worked in slowly so they don't re-injure him. I would play Bourne if I'm winning. In this scenario, in a standard league, T. Higgens probably has, the best chance to catch a long bomb. But it's a new quarterback, not trusted system. So that's why I'm going with Bourne for the system and the connection he has with Mac Jones. They played together for multiple years. So that's who I would roll with in your situations. I hope that makes sense. We buy homes. If you got a chance, if you could leave a like or drop another question if that did not make sense. But awesome to hear from you. Let me know if that helped or not. So they got the Browns here firing on 4th down. Nowhere to go. Trying to pat the stats like Jen Will said. All right, 3rd down, and Geno Smith is eating a sack. So that's how the Raiders season has gone. Jen Will says, not NFL, but Penn State fired their head. What? Really? Interesting. After this week, did not know that. Big Bando TV, how are you? DJ Moore or Chase Brown last flex spot? Ah, geez, bro. Picking from the dirt here, are we? That's tough. I think I did this analysis with somebody else earlier today. So Chase Brown and DJ Moore project if it's PPR, right? They're probably projected to get around the same amount of receptions. And honestly, the yardage for both of these guys has not been anything drastic. So, if I was looking at it in terms of like safety, because they're both probably getting the same amount of catches, I would lean towards Chase Brown if I was, tied down or tied her up. Or Shakir. So I think Shakir has the best, floor, I would say, for those 10 points. Chase Brown can get 10 points as well. But we have no idea. We have no idea with this new offense. I personally think Shakir is, the safest option out of these three. Without the upside, I think Chase Brown is decently safe too. However, if the game script's not in the right way, he has only been getting 9 touches, so you're basically banking on the receiving game, right? So if it's standard and you're hoping somebody falls into the end zone, Chase Brown might have the best chance just because he's a running back. But if it's PPR, um, and I'm tied or winning, I think I'm going with Shakir. I can throw Chase Brown in there if I'm up and I just want those guaranteed touches. But I do not think I'm playing DJ Moore out of these three. So the only reason I would take Chase Brown is if it was like standard and I was up. Otherwise, I think I would go with Shakir. Hopefully that makes sense, Big Bando. Let me know. If not, if you could drop a like, much appreciated. Or let me know if that did not help or anything. We Buy Home says 10-4. Appreciate you, brother. Liked and sub. Thank you. Hopefully that goes well. A lot of people asked about Bourne, so I'm rooting for him today. I'm definitely rooting for him today. And then Jamwell says Penn State has to be paid out $50 million. Why did they fire this guy if they had to pay him out $50 million? What? For a stunning loss. They fire him in a stunning loss. What does that even mean? So Penn State, lost to Oregon, then lost to UCLA, and then lost to Northwestern. So they're trying to fire him to gain some momentum or something like that, some press. But what? They fired this guy and I have to pay him out $50 million? Wow. Wow. That's crazy. No, I did not hear about this. That's pretty crazy. Especially the payout of 50 million part. That's pretty insane. I didn't even know there was that much money to be made as a coach in college. Holy smokes. All right. Let's take a look at this. I am putting this guy in a timeout. Let's look at this. All right. What's happened so far this week? Let's give a shout out to the people who've been playing well. They're doing their team good. So Trey McBride catching touchdown. That makes people happy for sure. Looks like Kyron Williams did well. Jackson Smith and Jigba had a great game. Devon Achane had a great game. Broncos defense had a great game. Tyler Warren had a good game. So, wow. Wow. Daniel Jones had a 20-point game, so he did all right. Darren Waller caught a touchdown at the end to save his fantasy day. Lad McConkey had a good game. Derrick Henry, shout out Derrick Henry, even though he did not get a touchdown, he got a lot of usage. 24 rush attempts for Derrick Henry. Wow. 122 yards. So he definitely did all right. Brian Thomas Jr. Oh, Brian Thomas came through. I guess we didn't really call his number that much watching him, but he, I guess, did well enough in terms of the game. So he had 8 receptions for 90 yards. All right. And a touchdown. Okay, so this is Brian Thomas Jr.'s first game. Nice. I must have missed the touchdown that he had. George Pickens with 27 points. Studly play. All right. And Mason Taylor getting 0.7. Quinshon Judkins getting 3.6. Both of those guys not doing good. Chris Olave had a decent game, it looks like. Chris Olave, 98 yards, 6 receptions. Nice. All right. And that basically wraps up what happened. Oh, and Tetairoa McMillan had 2 touchdowns. 2 touchdowns. Only like 30 yards, though. But he caught 2 touchdowns. So that's where we're at for the morning games. All right. And while we wait for this, let's just make a couple more notices. So we talked about the Bears. Michael Penix, he is on the hot seat for me to watch to see if he can repeat and make fantasy value for his team besides Bijan Robinson. Kansas City running backs, I think they're at an interesting point in the season, and I'm just making them a note to watch what happens. Do they continue things as is with Isaiah Pacheco? Or, Kareem Hunt has been getting some touches, especially around the goal line. It looks like they trust him around the goal line. I don't know if his opportunities are going to necessarily change. But I'm curious to see if they start rolling out. What's his name? Is it Brashard Smith as well out of the back? Or do they rotate him in or not? That is a question to be made. All right. So shout out to those who got theirs during these morning games. We're now into the kickoffs of the afternoon games taking off. My Raiders are up 3-0, but Tennessee has the ball. They're driving. We got the kickoff happening in both San Francisco game and the Bengals game. So we'll see what happens there. We got Cam Ward taking a snap, dropping back, eating a sack. We like to see this. Let's go. Let's go. Sack going on for the Raiders. Maybe because I switched my shirt to Marshawn Lynch, we're going to win. Just kidding. Oh my goodness. All right. So we got a sack for the Raiders. Puts them there. We got Baker Mayfield taking the field with the Bucks against San Francisco. So everybody's excited to see Ibuka. Everybody who picked up Rachaad White hopes he gets a lot of usage today. And on the opposite side, a lot of people were asking if they should play Kendrick Bourne. So hopefully he can come through. Ibuka with the catch, first play of the game. 8 yards-ish. Green Bay's taking the first possession. Jordan Love throwing. Finding his man in the middle of the field. Nobody around him. Romeo Doubs for a first down. All right. If he did not fall down on that, that might have been a touchdown. All right, we got 2nd and 3 for Tampa. Dropping back. Handoff to Rachaad White. Gets the first down. Not much more than that, though. Put these users in a timeout. All right, so Jordan Love dropping back again. Firing. Pass is no good on 2nd down. All right, first down for the Bucks. Baker Mayfield under center. Rachaad White in the back. Gets a guy in motion. Fakes the handoff. Throws to Rachaad White for a screen pass and gets swallowed up in the backfield. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. All right, so Jordan Love again. 3rd and 7. Shotgun formation. Dropping back. Stepping up. Looking to run for it on his own, and he's got it. Jordan Love's got the first down on his own. 2nd and 12 for the Bucs. Shotgun formation. Baker Mayfield. Guy in motion. Taking the snap. Looking down. Trying to escape out the pocket. Throws downfield. Ooh, almost. That was intended for Shepard, but strong coverage there. No play. All right, Jordan Love. First down. Guy in motion. Handoff. Up the middle, maybe about 3. So we'll see what happens there. They got 3rd down and 12. The Bucs on their first drive of the game. 3rd down and 12. This is at the Buccaneers Stadium. Takes a snap, drops back, flag down. Play is dead. Play is dead. So we got flag down, false start for the Bucs, backing them up 5 yards. Jordan Love under center, 2nd and 7. Handoff. Looks like that was about 5 yards for Jacobs. Might be like 3rd and 2. So 3rd and 17 for the Bucs. 3rd and 17 for the Bucs. Shotgun formation on their own like 20-yard line. Mayfield firing, finds his man. Was he inbounds? They're saying it was caught. Sterling Shepard, about 2 yards short of the first down. All right, toe tap, toe drag swag for Sterling Shepard to catch that ball. A little bit short, like 1 or 2 yards short of the first down. We got 4th down and 1 for the Bucs, and they go 4th down and 1 for the Packers. Packers offense is on the field, so signaling like they're going to go for it. It's like half a yard. We got Jordan Love, QB sneak. He's got it. He's got it. First down for the Packers. All right. First down for the Packers. There we go. There we go. All right. And we got, who do we got next? So we got Jordan Love and the Packers getting their first down against the Bengals. It's a 5-minute drive. It's a long drive, so they're eating some clock with this drive, almost on the red zone. Snap is off. Jordan Love scrambling to his right. Gain of about 6. Jordan Love taking it on his own. Play broken down. Gain of about 6 for Jordan Love. All right. So Jordan Love took it himself on that first down. They are, it sounds like they're still confirming that Sterling Shepard catch for the Bucs or something, because they still don't have them on screen. So guy in motion for Green Bay. Handoff, Jacobs, nowhere to go. Loss of maybe 1. 3rd down and 5. All right, so they bring it to the Raiders game, who are in 2nd and 4 with Geno Smith under center on his own 40-yard line. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 4. Fakes handoff. The pitch to the tight end. Mayer for first down. All right. Jordan Love dropping back. Scrambling. Oh, and it's intercepted. Intercepted. Wow. Jordan Love intercepted. So He was scrambling. He had a man open. Ball's tipped off of the hands of the intended receiver in coverage. And then it goes straight to the hands of the defensive back of Cincinnati. So in the red zone, near the red zone, Green Bay turns it over to Cincinnati. Wow, costly mistake there. Costly mistake there. All right. And so Mac Jones is on the field, so it looks like the Bucs had to give the ball up for whatever happened in their game. So Mac Jones and the 49ers are taking the field. And they're on 2nd and 7. Big question for everybody is how much usage is Kendrick Bourne going to get with Mac Jones? So Mac Jones kept it himself on a 2nd and 7. Gain of about 4-ish. So it'll be like 3rd down and 3. It says 3rd down and 4. All right. So Mac Jones and the 49ers are on a 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4. So we'll see if Mac Jones can keep up the magic he had last week. All right, we got 3rd and 4 for Mac Jones. Fires, and it's picked off. It is picked off. Intercepted. Wow. Just wow. I can't believe that. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. Who was in the London game? It was the Jets versus. 49ers versus Buccaneers. Right. We got Raiders versus Titans. And then who's the last game in this window? And wow, the Bucks are on the goal line. Handoff for Rashard White. Easy money, dude. Easy money. So you got a touchdown for Rashard White. I mean, intercepted in the red zone. There's nothing much you can do there. Oh man. All right. Well, that's good for people who have Kendrick Bourne because that means they're gonna have to throw a lot. Oh, it's Bengals and Packers, right? Bengals and Packers. All right. Wow. Wow. let us catch up on things, right? Someone called Tua the Islander Tannehill. Actually, that's not a bad analogy. The Islander, because he's a Pacific Islander. Because Tannehill did play on that team. He kind of looks like Fitzpatrick at times too, where it's like kind of jerky in the pocket. But that's pretty funny. That is pretty funny. All right. Let's see what happens. So Joe Flacco is on a 3rd and 13. They're showing him and nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Is Tannehill retired? Yeah. I'm pretty sure he retired a while ago. When was his last season? 2023. 2023 was his last season. Yeah, 2023 was his last season. Whoever made that. Shout out to whoever made that analogy. It's got me laughing. Tannehill could probably sneak into the Browns quarterback room still. Dude, I mean, maybe they trade for like Jameis Winston or some of these other guys that are sitting on the bench too, but I know what you mean there. I know what you mean. I know they traded Joe Flacco real quickly, so it seems like they believe in Gabriel to be able to take them through the rest of the season. I don't know. I do not know. Not sure if I believe that or like that. But yeah, I mean, at this point, the Browns need something, right? All right, let me see. All right, so we got the 49ers driving again. Dropping back, Mac Jones going deep, finding his man. All right, Kendrick Bourne catching footballs up the middle. That probably makes everybody happy who started him to see him get usage early. All right, we got Pollard running footballs up the middle. We got Green Bay after a terrible turnover. They got the ball back. So that'll be fun. All right, first down. Jen Will says, should I watch Raiders, Titans, or Bucks, Niners? I think Bucks, bro. You're watching Raiders because that's a division rival. Yeah, we are a division rival. Don't get me wrong. I think there's going to be more interesting thing happening in the other game. But in terms of like what matters most to you, yeah, obviously the Raiders, right? But the Raiders, they're not really a threat to the division, right? But that game may be a little boring in my assessment. All right, Jordan Love dropping back, finding his man Josh Jacobs for a gain of about 8 on first down. I could see the Raiders Titans game being a boring like 12 to 15 game or something like that. 12 to 14 game, all field goals, 1 touchdown or something like that. All right, Mac Jones dropping back, firing to McCaffrey, no good. 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5. All right. Green Bay, quick pass out. First down for Green Bay and a little bit more. Quick pass. Get the ball out of Jordan Love's hands quickly. Oh, you still play them later on? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I hate that I'm a Raiders fan and I'm saying this. I don't know if I'm scared if I were you as the Chargers. All right, so Mac Jones dropping back, and he's taking the sack. Taking the sack. Fourth down for the Bucks. First and 10 for Green Bay, taking the snap. Quick handoff. Maybe a gain of about 2. You have the Pats and Orange Cats on the other screen. Yeah, that was a terrible turnover, I have to say. Niners trying to get on the board, and they got the field goal. Field goal is good. Field goal is good. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. My wife's calling me. All right. I have to make this my last drive. I totally forgot that this afternoon I have to take Lily to my wife to get her phone fixed. Um, so we'll catch one more drive here or any last questions. Let's see. You think a golden legacy game right here? Ooh, that's a good call because what's it called? With this Cincinnati soft defense, it's definitely possible for him to have a game here. It's definitely possible for him to have a game here. I just they have so much talent and they spread the ball around so much. It's just hard for me to say like, are they going to ever end up with like a true wide receiver one, or are they just going to keep, you know, rotating people and give everybody 700 yards and 4 touchdowns, just spread the ball around like crazy. It's kind of what's been happening, right, with the Packers over these past years. But Matthew Golden, I think on the course of his year, or course of his career, I think he's going to be somebody definitely, that could be one of those guys. I don't see it this year, just based on how they spread the ball around so much and how much they like to play defense, right? And run the ball. Christian Watson, it says he's still out. Okay. All right, so 2nd and 7. Here come the Packers. Quick hitter, nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Yeah, right. As soon as Devontae Adams left. Yes, of course Devontae Adams was a stud. Like, yes. That's exactly what I meant. Sorry, I should have prefaced it with that. Right? That once Devontae Adams left, it's kind of been like that. But Devontae Adams is arguably one of the better receivers of all time, right? So I guess there's reason for him catching so many footballs, right? Okay, so that is going to the end of the first. The Raiders are driving. The Raiders are driving, I guess. So Geno Smith and team have an opportunity here. So let's see. All right, they're about midfield, 2nd and 8. Hand off to Jeanty, swallowed up 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Oh my God. That is so terrible. That is so bad. How do they do that? Adams, 100. You was right about that one. Adams is 100, the best receiver. That is definitely the truth. All right, let's see. 3rd down and 14. This might be my last play or drive of the game, of the day. All right, so 3rd down and 14, 40-yard line, their own 40-yard line. Taking the snap. And Geno Smith gets sacked. Of course. Of course. Major sack alert. Flag is on the field. Illegal contact on the defense. We get bailed out. The Raiders get bailed out to keep that drive alive. That was not skill. That was luck. Just bad defense. Oh yeah, that was you can't even hide that contact. That was a strange play that happened there. Why would he risk that? I know that was a soft play, soft call, but contact was not necessary. All right, Jeanty running up the middle, 5 yards. We got Raiders driving. Raiders. Hopefully they could pull a win. 3rd down for Green Bay to start the 2nd quarter. And Jordan Love trying to escape. Nowhere to go. 4th down. 4th down for the Packers. Have to punt it. They have to punt it. All right. So Jordan Love. $40-yard field goal is up. All right, and good. So field goal is good for the Packers. They take the first score, 3-0 against the Bengals. And they're carting off Fred Warner. Oh, shoot. Okay, for those who don't know Fred Warner, I mean, if you don't know his name, he's very good defensive player. And him, ooh, it's like got rolled under on his knee or something. Ouch. So they carted him off the field. That is not good to see. That is not good to see. So 3rd down for the Bucks. Baker Mayfield in shotgun, taking the snap, dropping back. And Baker Mayfield eating the sack. Eating the sack. Niners are going to tank for that top 5 pick. I don't know, bro. They're 4-1, dude. They're 4-1. Right? So like think about it. They're 4-1 and they haven't had George Kittle. They've been missing Ricky Pearsall for games. You know, they've been out Juwan Jennings for games. They've been out Purdy, and they're still 4-1. So to me, like that system is really good. So I don't think they're gonna tank, dude. I think they'll honestly make playoffs. You know, I personally honestly think they'll make playoffs, even if Fred Warner's out. But that, I don't know. That's just my thoughts based on what the 49ers have done, year over year and how they looked last week, even with all those injuries. So 3rd down and 12 for Geno and nowhere to go. All right, guys. Appreciate all the question. Appreciate everything. I'll be here again tomorrow, 30 minutes before the first game's kickoff. Thank you to everybody who dropped questions. Thank you to everybody who dropped likes. Hope y'all win your leagues this week. Hopefully some of these start sits helped you. You looked at their schedules, one of the easiest. Yeah. I think that is right. The 49ers at the start of the year had the easiest schedule or something like that, or one of the easiest to start the year. So that's definitely true. But I appreciate everybody who participated today. Feel free to tune in tomorrow. Appreciate y'all for watching. Anyone who gave a like, anyone who asked a question. Shout out to Genwell, who was the #1 man on the day. Appreciate you, brother. Love from Australia. We'll see y'all next time. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Much love. Peace.